Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A fierce snowstorm envelopes a solitary cabin nestled deep within a dark forest. A wine glass topples, spilling dark liquid across the surface in a spreading stain. The poison victim's mana flow is halted as the venom nullifies the magical energy in their veins. Amid roaring flames, a wounded figure clutches their face, struggling to stay conscious as blood drips from their mouth. A stern man explains that the poison's effect on the other person will last only a few minutes. A man in an ornate uniform confesses to dosing the victim with multiple poisons as a woman collapses weakly near the fireplace. A military officer reacts with shock, struggling to process the alarming news he has just heard. A boot steps near the spilled wine glass while a threatening reminder is delivered. The injured figure solemnly asserts that the other's power holds no future for the Empire. A stern uniformed man declares that outside of war, the other person is merely a source of unrest. The young man quietly vows to reject rebellion and live out his days peacefully in his hometown. Wounded, the young man confronts someone with the harsh truths he remembers being told. Haunted by regret, he reflects on his blood-stained past and yearns for relief from his guilt. A character contemplates their desire to atone for the harm they have caused. Someone considers the heartache inflicted on those who lost loved ones due to their actions. Off-panel, a voice questions Ian's awareness as the fireplace blazes fiercely. He admits openly that he was terrified. He confesses that his fear of a former friend nearly drove him to madness. Reeling from a severe wound, the long-haired character stares ahead in shock and pain. The 8th-class magician emerges as an unrelenting threat capable of toppling the Empire. A decision is made to eliminate this terrifying monster. Terror grips a character suddenly after witnessing a shocking event. Reflecting ominously, someone thinks of an old friend. A young man in military uniform stands resolutely in a dim room, refusing forgiveness with a heavy heart. A uniformed man turns with a tense expression, preparing to speak. One character rises and turns away, leaving the other sitting amid a strained silence. A door opens abruptly, allowing snow and cold air to rush in. Flames rapidly engulf the room, spreading fire and smoke everywhere. A long-haired figure kneels, struggling to endure the raging inferno inside the burning building. Amid roaring flames, a furious character curses an unseen foe. Clutching his chest, a wounded man realizes he has made a grave mistake. A hand tightly clenches a robe, signaling mounting tension. An injured character grips a sword to their chest, fighting to stay conscious amid encircling flames. A tense confrontation escalates as one accuses the other of carelessness. Standing alone amidst fire, a figure reflects on past regrets while clutching a sword. A hand reveals a dagger inscribed with runes and empowered by time magic amid the blaze. A wounded man prepares to stab himself with a glowing rune-engraved dagger to unleash a final spell before the poison claims him. A hand unveils a sword etched with runes as flames surge around it. Blood sprays through the air as a violent strike lands decisively. Collapsing to his knees, the long-haired figure coughs up blood amid raging flames. A determined figure seizes the glowing, rune-engraved sword as blue energy courses through their hands. Blood on his lips, an injured man chants a potent spell with fierce determination. A solitary figure kneels in the heart of a radiant magical circle, ready to activate a powerful spell. A hand reaches toward glowing runes as a mighty spell ignites. The wounded young man shouts his resolve to restore all that was lost. Gritting his teeth, the injured protagonist pushes through the searing pain. Silently, the protagonist stands before a gravestone, offering respect in the quiet cemetery. A gravestone partially veiled in shadow bears solemn inscriptions. A humbled figure kneels in submission before two imposing authorities in a cathedral-like hall. A decorated military man extends his hand, inviting a response. A flock of crows suddenly takes flight beneath an ominous sunset. Emerging from shadows, a figure steps forward with sword drawn as dark wings blur past. Standing alone with a staff, one braces beneath a sky teeming with birds at sunset against looming danger. A solitary figure faces a sky swirling with crows, witnessing an ominous scene. Shocked, a young man recoils as he struggles to comprehend overwhelming news. Startled by an unexpected event, the young man reacts in disbelief. He checks his chest and side, relieved to find no wounds or pain. Sensing danger, he nervously glances sideways. Suddenly, a young boy turns around, startled by something behind him. A woman leans down and gently asks the boy if he is all right. Startled, the boy sees his deceased mother appear before him. Nervously, the boy asks if he succeeded while a blonde woman examines his hand. Two hands clasp desperately as uncertainty about the afterlife fills the moment. A young boy clings to a woman's arm, who looks down at him, puzzled by his sudden action. Villagers assemble in the bustling square as a crowd gathers near the windmill. Several children wait patiently in line outside a tent for their magical test. Knights maintain order among the townspeople, calling forward the next candidate. A white flag is raised over the tent, signaling surrender to those nearby. The ivory tower's flag flies above a white tent, marking their presence. A figure raises his hands against a bright backdrop, declaring his return. The boy abruptly halts, startled by an unexpected sight. The magic aptitude examination is set to begin. A solemn adult administers a magical aptitude test to a nervous child as part of the Empire's mandatory mana reaction assessment. The next phase assesses the candidate's ability to generate, circulate, and store mana using the mana heart. Candidates passing both tests are sent to the Magic Academy and granted national authority upon graduation. The protagonist realizes he has traveled 30 years into the past, much further than intended. A hand raises a sword etched with ancient runes that form magic's foundation. Time magic succeeds just before death. A young person pauses, lost in reflective silence. Someone reflects on initially intending only to cleanse themselves of guilt. A solitary figure contemplates the many sacrifices and deaths made in his name. After a lifetime of loyalty to Ragnar, the character reflects on being used and ultimately killed. Standing beneath an ominous sky, he resolves to prevent the same fate from recurring. A determined woman stands with a young boy as they prepare to face what lies ahead. The speaker vows to find the objective before taking any further action. The protagonist promises to return as he departs the village square. The narration highlights magic surpassing even the legendary 8th class. A young man introduces himself to an older man outside, stating he is from Moglian village. Someone recognizes another as Vanessa's child. An armored man grants entry but warns not to bother the magician with questions. A young man parts a curtain cautiously and surveys the area beyond. A worried young man hesitantly asks how many children remain. A weary man is told by a stern officer to stay at least half a day longer. A boy cautiously peeks around a curtain, calling out to gain attention. A man smiles warmly and gestures for someone to come closer. An older man instructs a young boy to lower his head as he prepares to channel mana into him. A hand glows with magic as one person reassures another that their situation is only temporary. A male character smiles and gestures approvingly. A tense command is issued as the young character hesitates, uncertain about turning their back. A confident young man urges prompt action after revealing the discovery of a mana brain that could change their life. A figure points to their chest, explaining the location of the mana heart. A young boy reflects that merely joining the academy will not fulfill his ambitions. A character approaches the magician and asks to show him something, prompting curiosity. A young person exhales deeply, visibly attempting to calm their nerves. A young man prepares to unleash a powerful fire spell, considering a more aggressive approach. Startled by sudden magic, a character reacts in shock to a fireball's appearance. A large water droplet falls through the air, heightening tension. A boy simultaneously unleashes fire and water magic, revealing his double casting ability. Powerful water and fire magic erupt together, showcasing extraordinary skill. A young boy realizes he has suddenly gained a new magical ability. A mysterious figure appears suddenly, causing uniformed men to react in shock. Ian is left speechless, visibly shocked by an unexpected revelation. He calmly denies ever receiving that kind of training. A man demands to know if the information just heard is true. Detection magic is explained as a skill that reveals lies by monitoring physical reactions, while a tense character remains silent. One character warns the other that lying could implicate them as a criminal. A young man warns that lying could lead to execution not only for him but also for family and neighbors. The young man refuses to rest, determined to press onward. A man stands in a wooden room, smiling with amusement. Detection magic confirms no deception was detected. A character studies the young individual, puzzled by their presence. Two characters abruptly turn, alarmed by a piercing scream nearby. A young boy rushes into the room, urgently searching for his mother. A character freezes in shock, eyes wide from an unexpected sight. A frightened woman is forcefully restrained as she protests in fear. A man questions if the other is aware of important people inside. A man grabs the woman's wrist, mocking her as a widow, while she tries to pull away. A character coldly dismisses another's importance, asserting superiority. A startled woman turns in shock, reacting to an unexpected event. 3 armored men enter, demanding to know what is happening. A man defensively explains his actions while a blonde woman pulls away during a tense confrontation. Clenching his fists in anger, the young man reacts furiously to the insult. A young boy is startled when a hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. A man formally announces that the child and his parents now hold equal authority to nobility due to the child's achievement. A character warns that disrespecting nobility and magicians equates to challenging the emperor's authority. A stern officer declares the crime punishable by death while detaining 2 subdued suspects. An armored man recoils in fear, startled by something unexpected. One character kneels, begging desperately for mercy while the other stands unmoved. A boy firmly states that the apology should be directed to someone else. A man gasps in shock, startled by something off to the side. An armored man kneels, begging a shocked woman for another chance. A blonde woman reacts anxiously to something off-panel, calling out a name in worry. A character exhales deeply in clear frustration. A boot steps decisively onto dusty ground, signaling action start. A weary young man kneels before an armored figure who observes him closely. A tense armored man angrily accuses someone of insulting his mother. A young man harshly orders his opponents to spread word of their witnessed actions. A determined boy glares forward, preparing for what lies ahead. A nervous man hastily agrees and thanks the magician. A young boy calmly thanks an older figure for their help outdoors. A young man confidently states that the ivory tower is responsible for magician protection. A robed figure instructs a knight to protect a child and mother, promising orders via crystal ball. A knight offers to escort the newcomer to the inn where they are staying. A woman expresses gratitude while holding a young boy's hand through the village streets. A young man announces his departure, preparing to leave. One character reacts in shock as another calmly confirms he is a magician. A man stands with folded arms, admiring someone's remarkable talent. Tension rises with impending chaos predicted for the palace and ivory tower. The town lies silent and deserted beneath the night sky. A man clutches his chest, staggering against a wall in pain. A furious man seethes in the hallway, angered by a subordinate's disrespect. A hooded figure watches a lone man walking at night, quietly plotting. Someone steps forward determinedly, moving along a dim street. A hooded figure coldly casts a paralyzing spell under night sky. A man recoils in shock, reacting to an unexpected threat beneath the ominous sky. One figure warns the other that movement will be restricted for a while. The effect of the magic is revealed. A hooded figure angrily confronts a shocked man about an insult to his mother. A young woman confronts someone under the night sky, reminding them of her promise to watch. A man clutches his side, recoiling as pain surges suddenly. Someone recalls humiliation inflicted by a kitchen maid's son. Haunted by past shame, a young man drunkenly wanders an empty street, stumbling near a stream. A lone figure stands on a bridge at night as the truth about a death comes to light. He hesitates beneath the night sky, questioning if his actions are right. Haunted by regret, the figure reflects on atoning for past mistakes and cleansing his stained hands. He acknowledges the enduring guilt from his past deeds. A determined figure vows to protect loved ones despite reluctance to shed blood again. A blue-eyed character declares lasting resentment and refuses forgiveness. A man anxiously examines a wall, searching for something unusual. Ragnar confesses he was poisoned, sparking questions about his motives. A realization begins to form. Someone quietly opens the door of a dark, silent house. A weary figure struggles to endure a splitting headache while standing by the door. A character is surprised to realize they have depleted all their mana after casting Paralyze just once. Outside in the snow, a young person stares at his hands in shock, trying to understand what changed. Someone wishes their small body would grow up quickly. A young person glances sideways, startled by an unexpected event. A cloaked figure stands quietly beside the bed of an unconscious woman in a dimly lit room. A blonde woman rests quietly in bed. After 1 year at the Magic Academy, the narrator achieved recognition as a first-class magician. A young woman stands alone by a stone wall, lost in thought. The narration reveals the mother died alone at Moglian Estate from illness, never witnessing her son's success. A young boy stands by a bedside, solemnly promising to protect his mother. A woman lying in bed promises to bring happiness. A character locks eyes with determination, preparing for a serious conversation. A somber figure stands by the window at night, quietly wishing someone a long life. Haunted by past failure, the protagonist resolves to protect loved ones in this new life. The story shifts to Green Riverdium, the majestic capital of the Green River Empire. A grand building with red banners heralds arrival at an important location. Terry Greenriver pauses at his desk, pondering the position of the tower owner. Someone expresses uncertainty, keeping options open. A powerful magician is introduced as the fifth-class magician and owner of the Ivory Tower. A man in an ornate uniform leans forward, questioning the situation. An older man in robes explains that controlling mana flow in the blood marks the start of becoming a magician. The principles of magic focus on stimulating the mana brain and methods for manifesting spells. An older magician discusses the unusual case of someone claiming to have mastered magic without academy training. Narration explains certain individuals can wield first-class magic freely, like the first magician. The first magician independently discovered and manifested magic, becoming a legendary figure. A man wonders if the first magician is as legendary as mythical dragons. An older man clarifies that dragons are myths but confirms the first magician's essential history. An elderly man stands before a seated official, refusing to trust current reports and intending to verify the situation himself. A cautious advisor assesses the threat posed by a dangerously powerful ability. A military man shares the information currently known, pausing thoughtfully. A man in ornate clothing inquires if the prince is outside, eyes on closed doors. A young man in a decorated uniform hesitates at the doorway, preparing to enter. A door slowly opens, flooding the room with bright light. A blond young man in military uniform strides confidently into the grand hall. A young man in ceremonial uniform arrives and responds to his father's summons. A uniformed figure enters the office, addressing the stern man at the desk as their confrontation begins. A decorated officer expresses concern, requesting an explanation. The last time someone left the Imperial Palace was 5 years ago during a patrol after a poor harvest. A uniformed man stands resolutely before a window, preparing to issue an order. Someone suggests stepping outside briefly. A young man wonders if he's being asked to visit outside the Imperial Palace. One orders the other to lead knights, soldiers, and magicians to the Moglian estate to retrieve Ian Phage. A blond man in ornate uniform reacts with shock upon hearing Ian Phage's name. Someone asks if the other has heard about a particular individual. Someone decides to set aside concern and move forward. A stern man reproaches someone for unawareness and reassigns the task to another prince. A young man steps forward urgently, insisting on taking responsibility himself. A stern man silently vows to complete the task flawlessly. An official instructs the uniformed man to prepare for a long journey north. A knock on the door breaks the silence. An older man declares he will leave to make preparations, prompting inquiries about what is needed. An older man in robes expresses frustration over difficulty convincing magicians to join the prince's mission. The military man dismisses the other person confidently and tells them to leave. A door creaks slowly open, breaking the silence. A young man bows deeply before an older man guarding ornate doors with a staff. The younger man asks if the tower owner will return to the ivory tower, but the older man refuses. An older man in a cloak announces a brief stop as he walks down an ornate hallway holding a staff. Morning arrives as peaceful silence settles over a rustic house surrounded by trees. The ivory tower and royal family prepare to make a decisive move. A boy sits quietly on a bed, deep in thoughtful reflection. He realizes his magician recognition has likely been reported to higher authorities. The plan begins to unfold as intended. The Empire urgently seeks allies to support Prince Hyde in Green River. Growing need for allies in the tower is expected to spark conflict between the royal family and the ivory tower. The protagonist resolves to seize control of his fate, refusing to be manipulated. Someone off-panel grants permission for the magician to proceed through the peaceful village. A robed figure clears his throat to speak, holding a glowing blue orb as soldiers stand nearby. The royal summons echoes through the room, causing the magician to freeze in surprise. The startled youth looks up, realizing they have been summoned unexpectedly. Someone remarks on how quickly the other has responded. A startled young man peeks cautiously through a doorway. It is revealed that another person was already awake. A man begins instructing on royal etiquette after delivering the king's command. A young person pauses briefly to reflect in silence. A commanding voice orders someone to kneel on their right knee. A voice instructs placing the left hand over the heart. The young man falls to his knees, clutching his injured arm in pain. A young man notices someone striking an unfamiliar pose and reacts with confusion. A powerful magician receives a magical summons via a glowing blue orb. A young man activates a glowing blue orb, summoning magical runes in the air. Respect is expressed for Ian Phage's formidable talent. A formal declaration is made to officially recognize a magician's place within the Empire. A mighty figure grants permission to record a name on the ivory tower's sacred list via a magic inscription tablet. An invitation to the Imperial Palace is delivered along with promised escort. The character silently sees through the other's intentions, remaining cautious despite a polite farewell. A young man reports finally completing the command paper and bows respectfully. A robed man receives guards' permission to escort a captive to the Lord's castle. A figure steps decisively onto stone floors, entering the scene. A knight formally announces that he and his company will escort the prince and companion to the Lord's castle. Preparations for departure are underway. The academy stands prominently beneath a bright sky, introducing the setting. A nobleman wearing a fur-trimmed cloak is introduced as the Great Lord of Moglian territory. A stern man warns a young pair to be cautious with their words before a watching crowd. One sternly instructs the group to treat the magician with utmost respect. Dramatic text reveals the name Ian Phage. Despite youth, he is recognized as the Empire's magician. A family approaches a carriage, drawing attention due to their remarkable magic. A man in a fur-collared cloak steps forward, warmly welcoming others and advising friendship. A powerful title is declared, marking the magician's identity. The young figure stands silently, lost in thought. Someone asks if anyone noticed the child at the training grounds. Two maids discuss the magical ability of someone who created fire with bare hands. An observer notes the child's 15 consecutive days of training, impressed by persistence. Haley stands in the courtyard, speculating that he remains inside the building. A young man exhales slowly to steady his nerves. He extends his hand calmly and deliberately. A powerful freezing spell is cast, signaling the start of a fierce attack. He channels swirling magical energy with intense focus, preparing a spell. Ice rapidly spreads across the ground beneath his boots. A wooden staff smashes through thick ice. Ice magic surges, spreading jagged frost across ground and walls. A young man stands resolutely among towering ice crystals after the snowy confrontation. Someone expresses frustration, feeling their efforts fall short. The young man pauses, looking up at the sky in thought. The narrator recalls having enough magic to freeze both training grounds and the entire castle in a past life. A character clenches his fist tightly, filled with anger. Someone reflects on physical and magical limits, seeking ways to compensate for insufficient mana. A startled boy is publicly identified as a magician in the town square. An older man rushes to the magician, begging desperately for his help. Someone urgently announces the Lord is missing. An elderly man reacts with alarm as he turns his head in surprise. A young boy reacts with alarm upon hearing about the missing person. An attendant reports anxiously that the hunting party has not returned since yesterday. A report states the search for the target failed, finding only minor battle traces. The young man sits in tense silence, deep in thought. A mysterious presence decides to spare certain individuals for now. A major assassination is foretold just before the First War of Unification. A grim prediction warns the Moglian heir will flee his territory when war begins. A death sentence is declared, to be executed after the war ends. A young boy questions if a more experienced magician would help more than he could. The narrator notes, regular hunting means recent events were unlikely triggered by their return. An older man explains someone is away on missions outside the territory. Someone is shocked to learn the dispatched magician has left the territory. Someone anxiously wonders if their return sparked recent events. The narrator reflects on unusual dispatch magician movements, suspecting a connection to himself. He silently gathers resolve, preparing for what lies ahead. Someone suspects secret reports to the Ivory Tower leader may lead to danger. A determined boy claims his greatest advantage is predicting the future while facing a mysterious figure with a glowing staff. Narration foreshadows that the Great Lord's death could alter the future's course. A determined young man admits the weapon will be lost and urgently asks for its location. A young boy steps forward, volunteering to help with the search. A firm resolve is made to thwart a looming threat at any cost. Someone calls out to Ian, catching him off guard in the hallway. A woman acknowledges the younger figure's awareness of a recent incident. A character is assigned to join a mountain search team. A character questions if the situation is too dangerous. A young woman warns someone they are too young for certain matters. A young boy confidently announces that he is now a magician. Two people hold hands in a sunlit hall, bidding farewell and promising reunion. A nervous girl interrupts the pair in the ornate hall. A desperate woman pleads urgently for help to find her missing father and brother. The woman offers money, land, and servants to persuade assistance in the grand hall. Two hands clasp tightly amid a radiant glow, sealing a resolute vow. He suddenly realizes something shocking. She promises to search, prompting surprise and hope in the other person. One asks to borrow a ring from the other. Someone detects magical energy emanating from the ring. One character hands a magical ring to another, hoping it aids their search. The ring slides onto another's finger. A young man clutches a glowing pendant, recoiling as rain pours around him. He examines his glowing hand, recalling that nothing has changed since his previous life. The Moblian ring, known for enhancing mana, is introduced. Someone notes the item was given to the daughter rather than the heir. A young woman stands nervously in a grand sunlit room, anxiously awaiting. Someone urgently pleads for help to locate missing individuals. A character reluctantly agrees to lend a treasured family ring. He devises a plan to overcome his mana deficiency. A cloaked figure confidently strides into a grand hall, startling guards. He steps forward resolutely through the spacious hall. The scene shifts to a vast, untouched forest beneath a rocky outcrop. Two figures spot something arriving at the forest clearing's edge. The group arrives at a blood-stained clearing where the trail abruptly ends. Someone asks if casualties have already been handled. A serious blonde reports no bodies found and suggests monsters may have devoured the missing people. Two monstrous hands reach toward one another in a tense moment. Only a few dozen goblin corpses remain after the battle. A cloaked figure stands silently in the forest, deep in thought. Hundreds of goblins likely launched an attack against them. A determined figure prepares to search for survivors before time runs out. A summoning spell is activated. A young mage summons the wolf spirit with a magical circle. A powerful spell radiates intense energy from the magical circle. A cloaked figure unleashes a surge of magic as armored onlookers watch astonished. Two startled soldiers react in confusion upon hearing mention of a wolf spirit. An animal lands firmly on the glowing ground, signaling a new beginning. A small white dog runs forward energetically, making its presence known. A startled pair discovers a baby wolf in the forest clearing. The protagonist recalls encountering a powerful opponent in a previous life. A young person quietly wonders if something in the forest could be mistaken for a puppy. The narrator admits limited mana prevents action. A young man in a cloak examines the ground, asking if the trail can be followed. A white animal discovers a fresh bloodstain on the ground. A large dog bursts through trees, startling the forest group. The group decides to follow the wolf spirit onward. A startled young man quickly turns after being called in the forest. A foggy cliff rises above a dense forest, setting the scene. A furious goblin charges, swinging a club wildly. A man in red fur-trimmed clothing attacks shadowy foes with a staff. A wounded man pants, clutching his sword as goblins surround him. A swarm of goblins rushes forward, overwhelming the defenders. A wounded man reels in shock upon learning of a massacre. Someone orders another to retreat while they stay to face the goblins. A shocked swordsman confronts a commander as armored soldiers watch. An urgent warning announces Mount Moglian is at risk from goblins. A goblin rushes from trees toward the startled group readying their swords. A young man shouts for his father, panic clear in his voice. A massive green-clawed foot crashes down onto the ground. A monstrous creature lunges at an unsuspecting wounded man from behind. A bearded man jerks his head around, visibly startled. A surge of ice magic blasts outward, freezing all in its path. The injured man endures pain, bracing for what is next. A character steps firmly onto icy ground, advancing with resolve. Ice spikes burst from the ground, sending armored soldiers flying as the wounded struggles to stand. A cloaked figure stands resolutely amid towering ice shards. A bloodied eye widens in shock as a crucial realization strikes. A young man controls powerful magic among jagged ice formations, exuding determination. Someone suddenly recognizes the true identity of the child before them. A wounded man stares ahead, struggling to endure his pain. A bearded man awakens in bed, silently lost in thought. A young woman reacts with alarm, calling out for her father and someone named Margaret. A distressed man sits on the bed, questioning what happened while a woman looks away silently. A steady figure informs others that Sir Ian has completed the rescue. A young woman tearfully expresses relief as her father and brother regain consciousness after 2 days. An older man arrives urgently, relieved his lord is awake. A bearded man anxiously asks if the others are safe. A messenger informs the seated man that 12 soldiers and their leader did not return. A character demands to know the magician's whereabouts forcefully. A bearded man sits alone on a grand bed, deep in thought. Someone resolves to meet a particular individual directly. A young boy calls out urgently to the magician in an open area. An older man approaches a young boy in the courtyard, informing him the Lord has awoken. A character expresses sincere gratitude to the magician for assistance. A stern servant directs someone to the reception room as ordered. An urgent message signals that an important conversation is about to occur. A young boy looks ahead, visibly confused by what he sees. A bearded man in regal attire greets a guest while a younger man stands silently behind. A light-haired boy asks someone off-panel about their well-being. Someone expresses gratitude for care and support. A young man stands in a lavish room, thankful for his family's security and future. A powerful figure acknowledges goblin defeat and pledges appropriate rewards. A hand presents a carefully chosen box on a table. The young man urges someone to open the small box he presents. A character recoils in shock upon recognizing something alarming. A character reveals receiving information from Margaret. A hand opens a small box to reveal a gold ring. A man questions the significance and power of a family heirloom with magical properties. A hidden speaker wonders if the magician will gain from the item. A young man explains the ring enhances mana and was vital to goblin victory in the canyon. A man offers a ring to the magician as a gesture of gratitude. A young man is surprised upon hearing about a token. A formal declaration names the magician an honored guest of the Moglian family. A question about accepting a token indicates an important offer. A box is opened to reveal a single gold ring inside. The narrator states that someone will remain a forever honored guest. A young boy practices concentrating magical energy before tall windows. A contract is revealed that will bind the empire's nobility for 1,000 years. Someone expresses longing for family. A man in a fur-lined cloak stands silently, lost in thought. A formal offer of support promises assistance if needed. Someone makes a heartfelt vow to always remain by their side. A young man silently reflects while gazing out a window. Two men bow, solemnly pledging an oath to a boy in a sunlit ornate room. The scene shifts to a quiet forest under a cloudy sky. A group of armored individuals cautiously moves through a forest clearing. A young armored man asks the captain how far it is to the town of Lloyd. A calm traveler announces arrival as near as the group approaches a hill. The young man stands silently, lost in thought amid the peaceful forest. A subordinate hesitantly requests permission to speak. One asks if an alchemist is available to make elixirs, and another mentions one in northern Lloyd. A man explains the group migrated north for a special herb. Alchemist Redio is introduced. The protagonist silently reflects on the significance of an unfamiliar name. The protagonist worries about procuring an elixir to restore depleted mana. Urgent calls summon the captain and magician. A tense guard points toward the distant town of Lloyd. Flames consume the village as thick smoke rises skyward. A young person freezes in shock at an unexpected forest sight. A man suddenly draws his sword, alarming armored soldiers behind him. A bloodied axe is highlighted against a dark backdrop, showing violent aftermath. A muscular man wields an axe, commanding his group to regroup and organize. A determined man urges his team to hurry and finish their task before departing for Coldwood. A young man struggles futilely as a larger adult restrains him. Someone rushes forward in panic to aid an endangered companion. A muscular eye-patch-wearing man stands over a bloody fallen opponent, resting his axe. The man taunts his wounded adversary while gripping a bloodied staff. A wounded young man clutches his side, struggling to stay upright after being struck. A boy struggles against two adults restraining him, desperately calling for his father. A man in a fur vest taunts his opponent with a threat about their father's death. A terrified young man recoils in shock, overwhelmed by fear. A hand grips a sword hilt firmly, ready to draw. A menacing eye-patch-wearing man threatens to sell the other's son. A man delivers a tense farewell, hinting at hidden threats. A boy collapses to his knees, screaming in despair and reaching out helplessly. Frozen in shock, a boy witnesses a brutal, bloody attack unfold. A character stares ahead in shock, eyes wide and tearful as blood splatters around. A character's blood-splattered face shows shock while witnessing a traumatic event. Suddenly, a figure collapses to the ground. A group recoils in shock as ice materializes before them. Someone urgently warns of soldiers nearby. Sharp ice shards materialize in the air as a blond young man prepares to strike. Villagers scatter in terror as blue projectiles rain down on them. Smoke billows from the mountainside as desperate screams echo. A solitary figure surveys the vast mountains from a cliff edge. A young boy stands alone, gathering resolve before a significant moment. A young man concentrates as he tests his magic, summoning energy around his hand. The ring boosts his mana to the level of a third-class magician. A ring-adorned hand reaches upward, signaling a crucial action. The scene shifts to a quiet graveyard beneath leafy trees, gravestones scattered in the foreground. Two grieving figures kneel beside a shrouded body, overcome by sorrow. A cloaked figure arrives alone at the ruins as others pass in the distance. One checks for injured soldiers. Another confirms everyone is safe thanks to their actions. A young person hesitantly responds to the news outdoors. Someone quietly questions whether others survived. She stands frozen, wrestling with uneasy thoughts in silence. A cloaked figure quickly turns after a shout. A man collapses into another's arms as a panicked boy calls for his dad. The cloaked figure steps forward to inspect the scene while a startled young man watches. A startled figure freezes in shock at an unexpected event. He discovers his hair has turned white as someone steadies him. A realization points to mana poisoning as the cause. It's explained that injecting mana into a body with a mana brain, but without a mana heart causes dangerous pain. Unable to release trapped mana, the figure endures relentless agony. It is noted he could not have injected mana into himself. Someone suspects a magician deliberately caused the incident. A young man quickly assesses the other's serious condition. A glowing hand presses a forehead as the man struggles with pain. A method is explained to temporarily suppress pain using pure mana injections and release of excess mana. A man gasps for breath, clutching his shoulder, visibly struggling. A cloaked figure urgently requests help for someone's wounds. A response expresses gratitude. A hand urgently grabs another's garment sleeve. One anxiously asks about his father's safety, grabbing an arm outside. A boy hesitantly announces things will be different temporarily. The narrator explains the cursed disease can be managed temporarily but not cured. A worried young man asks if pain will come later. The narrator notes lingering traces of mana will remain. A young man stands outside, deep in thought about an impending choice. The narration presents a grim choice: ongoing injections or enduring pain. A boy stands alone, silently confronting the possibility of death. The young character resolves to find Lander's flower to create a cure. A young man angrily swings at another, who remains calm and unbothered. A young man urgently calls out, trying to stop someone from leaving. Startled, the young person recognizes someone unexpectedly. A critical memory surfaces, recalling the greatest alchemist's name. He examines a glowing red vial with serious focus. The palace alchemist Douglas Hammond is introduced. Once a slave, this man now stands beside Emperor Ragnar, known for genius and previous hostility toward magicians. An alchemist suffers mana poisoning caused by a magician. A man, overwhelmed and exhausted, is supported as he struggles to stand. The protagonist seeks a rare herb far to the north. He decides to search for Lander's flower to craft a cure. Someone considers the herb's potential to neutralize body mana. A deadly poison neutralizing mana spills from a wine glass onto a table. A character suddenly recoils, sensing imminent danger and darkness. A young boy charges forward with determined speed. A cloaked figure appears suddenly before a startled boy. An older boy stops a younger one at the forest edge, warning of raiders nearby. A desperate boy pushes onward, searching for the flower, knowing his father's life depends on it. A commanding figure casts a sleep spell, abruptly ending a protest. A young man sprints urgently through the forest, driven by determination. One collapses into another's arms, seeking comfort in the quiet clearing. A weary young man quietly supports a sleeping companion on his shoulder. Sunlight filters through the dense forest, leaving the area still and empty. Observing the young man resting, someone notes he closely resembles his former self without the intimidating look. Reflecting on recent events, the youth realizes his intervention prevented a death and kidnapping. Suspecting the mysterious man's poison as the cause, the protagonist links him to his past death. Suspicion arises over someone creating poison despite knowing Ragnar's intentions. The character stands silently outside, lost in thought. A young boy pauses in sunlight, lost in reflection. He stops to reconsider his next move, wary of acting hastily. A figure contemplates using the young man's alchemy talent for personal gain. Narration suggests the young man might live a different life than before. The young man pauses in silence, flooded with thought as sunlight filters through leaves. Someone worries about potential betrayal. A figure raises a glowing hand, gathering magical energy for a spell. A boy reveals his magic in the forest. One young man follows another into a forest clearing, confronting him with concern. A man notices an unfamiliar child, reacting with surprise. A character explains they put someone to sleep to prevent reckless actions. A young man rests quietly on grass, hands folded patiently. A young man politely asks another to escort a person back to the village. One invites the other to join the group standing in the forest. A young man stands silent, deep in thought about his next step. Someone silently decides to proceed toward a critical destination. Peaceful night settles over a stone house illuminated by an upstairs light. Sunlight streams through empty stone windows. A man sits on a bed's edge, checking if another is asleep. The character refuses to give up and pushes forward with determination. A man shares Barton's news that a magician saved their village. A boy confesses he was only searching for a flower after being scolded for recklessness. A man warns raiders might still be near the village. Someone desperately demands instructions for what to do next. A boy jolts awake beside another figure, startled by a sudden movement. Someone urgently reveals that the magician predicted ongoing pain. A weary man insists he is fine, reassuring those around him. Two characters argue fiercely about their failed search for Lander's flower. A desperate boy anxiously doubts the flower's existence. Two characters freeze in shock as something unexpected occurs. A startled young man nervously confronts a sturdy locked door, sensing something beyond. A hooded figure approaches the locked door at night, stating knowledge about the Lander's flower search. A heavy wooden door stands closed in a silent hallway. A man cautiously opens the door to a hooded visitor appearing unexpectedly. A young man steps inside, asking permission to enter. A startled boy recognizes a previous magician in a snowy scene. A man reacts with shock to unexpected news. A young man confidently introduces himself, setting a glowing blue crystal on the table. A man notices a glowing blue stone and inquires about it. Someone widens eyes in shock upon witnessing an unexpected sight. A character discovers the lander flower encased in a glowing crystal. A young person offers a flower, insisting on asking a question first. A suspicious figure demands to know how someone learned about the herb's properties. A man stiffens, visibly tense after an unexpected revelation. A weary man softly reveals the herbal journal's existence. A man reads information in a journal as a young man listens intently. An ancient book is discovered, hinting at mysterious significance. A character reveals a cherished herb journal was a gift from their father. A hand turns pages of an ancient book while a young person watches closely. A rare mana-neutralizing effect exists only in the continent's northern region. A character studies a book describing a poisonous flower that withers immediately after picking. A blonde character explains alchemy was a family business, revealing their father's involvement. The journal is recognized as a valuable family heirloom. A man crosses his arms, thoughtfully confirming the object's nature. He explains that Landis flower neutralizes mana in magicians possessing both mana heart and brain. A warning alerts to deadly poison present. A man reacts in surprise, eyes wide and sweating. A man defends the family alchemist, insisting they would never create harmful elixirs. A resolute character stakes his family name to prove his confidence. A young man notices something unexpected, reacting with confusion. The young man acknowledges the information gravely. A ringed hand gently places a painted stone tile on the ground. A hand activates a glowing blue crystal containing a flower, filling the air with energy. A cloaked figure extends a glowing crystal apologetically. A hand gently releases a wilting flower as petals fall. The young man admits freezing the blood-stained table to preserve it after failing to find another solution. A man defensively explains his actions aimed to prove Lander's flower can always be found. A cloaked young man asks an older man in the courtyard to trade items. A man reacts in shock, questioning the trade idea. A man explains ongoing mana injections to prevent poisoning. The young man vows to find a way to use Lander's flower effectively. He considers researching information others have already uncovered. An invitation to visit the capital is extended. He questions the necessity of traveling to the capital. Someone urgently requests mana elixirs as a glowing red potion radiates energy. Someone resolves to study and find a cure for their sick mother. A nervous man wonders why the request wasn't made to a famous alchemist. A young man earnestly asks for steady companionship and consistent elixir supply. A young boy risks entering a raider-infested forest for a healing herb. Someone urges another to make crucial decisions for someone else's benefit. The young man stands stunned, reacting to unexpected news. The narrator reveals the child's unusual magical abilities. A young man hesitates, requesting time to consider his answer. She reassures the other person to proceed as much as they wish. A man promises the boy he will not lose his father or become a slave again. The young man studies the situation intensely. A firm decision is made to prevent Ragnar from claiming the talent. A boy receives a warm pat on the head, smiling broadly. A lone figure sits beneath a tree, silently watching the village below. Someone calls out, "Magician," prompting the young character to turn alertly. A knight announces readiness to return to the lord's castle. A young person pauses in thought as sunlight warms his face. A small stone house stands silently in a peaceful village. The boy reluctantly agrees to return. Someone wonders if a decision has been reached yet. A heavy wooden door swings open, revealing a stone corridor. A young boy and a man pause at the stone doorway, surprised by what lies ahead. A cloaked figure suddenly reacts to something unexpected outside. The cloaked young man hesitates, pondering if he truly has any choice. The two boys exit the building, each resolved to survive. A man firmly reminds someone to keep their promise. A young character responds calmly and confidently. A nervous young person hesitantly initiates conversation. A young boy desperately asks if his father can be cured, clutching an older man's waist. A cloaked young man walks outside silently, lost in thought. He stands outside, making a sincere promise. Two chibi figures float above a building, exchanging playful affirmation and disbelief. A young man eagerly asks permission to treat someone as his captain. A subordinate salutes eagerly, accepting orders enthusiastically. An older boy forcefully orders someone to leave, while a younger child quietly questions if he was always so harsh. A horse charges forward, kicking up clouds of dust as it races ahead. Two startled children jump back as something unexpected occurs. An armored knight urges the magician to hurry to the castle. An off-panel voice inquires if something has happened. A worried guard urgently reports that the prince has crossed the Gamas River. A surprised young man reacts to news the Gamas River crossing is complete. A report was delivered earlier that morning. The protagonist reacts with confusion and concern to unexpected news. The protagonist requests a horse and is questioned about his riding ability. A young man reaches out, forming a bond with the horse. He gently strokes the horse's face, forming a silent connection in the outdoors. A hand softly comforts the horse, calming it. A determined young figure asks to be taken to the castle. A horse arrives, its hooves pressing into the grass. A young man stands quietly beside the seated horse, observing it. A voice calls out to Sir Arnold. Two men stand together, confused by surprising instructions to bring Mr. Ridio. A young man rides ahead, leaving others behind. A royal carriage moves through the landscape, closely escorted by armored guards. A luxurious, empty carriage waits outside. A man in a decorated military uniform sits silently, lost in thought. A figure steps forward, responding to a tense summons. A uniformed man stops another in a formal room, delivering an important message before leaving. Someone claims Herbert has been meeting with the fifth prince. A young man recoils in shock at something unexpected. A noble explains the ivory tower's political power depends on its owner's allegiance. A military man reveals the owner plans to support the fifth prince. The fifth prince aims to use Herbert and recruit talent to strengthen his position. A stern man glances over his shoulder, alert to danger. One commands the other to secure Ian Phage at all costs. An urgent warning urges action before the ivory tower intervenes. A decorated military man suspects what a woman is plotting. A commanding voice urges claiming allies and establishing a stronghold. A man in uniform sighs heavily, showing frustration. He sits silently, troubled by his next move. Someone doubting a child magician's usefulness feels isolated without the tower's support. The air seethes in outrage after being passed over for the fifth prince. A military man vows to eliminate rivals. A uniformed man on horseback respectfully greets someone inside a chamber. A palace captain insists the Moglians be informed. The man ends the conversation, refusing to continue. A young man urges patience to allow preparations for the arrival. The young man questions if his companion's family is linked to northern Moglian lords. A rider by carriage informs a companion they will arrive in 2 days. The young officer commands delivery of a message within 2 days. A challenge is declared against the Guardians of the North and the Empire's shield. A commanding officer orders preparations for royalty's arrival in 2 days. A young man in a decorated uniform rides silently through a forest. Someone respectfully accepts an order as a peaceful lake scene unfolds. A grand palace is designated as the crown prince's new residence. A stern man commands the room to be immaculate. A tense man in red coat reacts anxiously to unexpected news. A nobleman asks if other families have arrived. The butler confirms. Only 2 families remain, expected to arrive soon. An update is demanded regarding the magician's situation. An older man silently contemplates a difficult decision. Anxious, someone asks if there are any updates. A stressed man reacts to the overwhelming situation as another suggests going outside. A soldier formally announces the crown prince's arrival. A royal carriage escorted by armored guards travels down the avenue. The carriage abruptly stops in the street. A young man in blue and white military uniform confidently steps from the carriage. A well-dressed man anxiously asks his lord about the magician's whereabouts before a grand building. An older man interrupts urgently, announcing critical news and ordering a halt. A horse gallops swiftly across the ground. An exhausted young man collapses over his horse as it stops. A young boy arrives late, apologizing. A cloaked newcomer is led forward, judged quietly by onlookers. A royal order demands the magician's immediate presence at the highest authority. 4 figures suddenly confront each other on a grand path, with one young character in shock. A blond man in uniform confronts someone, demanding if they are Ian Phage. A young boy notices someone he hasn't seen in years within the courtyard. A character surveys 3 students chatting outside the academy. 2 cloaked figures walk together. One turns away uncomfortably. Cecilia, a short-haired woman, smiles softly outdoors. The young man stands outdoors offering a gentle smile. A spy from Coldwood Empire is identified. A grand, empty hall is revealed with an ornate chandelier. A young man in formal attire bows deeply, addressing a royal figure respectfully. One warns another not to overdrink as they stand indoors with wine glasses. A displeased military man internally complains about nobles and banquets. A young man in uniform pauses silently by a doorway. Someone wishes simply to return and rest. A woman silently observes a crowd through a window while holding wine. She notes Coldwood Empire's unusual interest in the child. The Coldwood Empire recently issued 2 commands to observe rumors of Ian Phage. A female character considers the possibility that the revelations might be true. A mission to capture the magician and his mother and return them to the Empire is declared. A figure decides to seek the person causing disturbance as the group discusses commotion in the Grand Hall. Flames flicker in the courtyard as night falls over the stronghold. Someone spots a lone figure at the quiet training yard at night. She prepares a glowing magical orb to test her opponent's abilities. A woman casts a magic missile spell to announce her presence. Blue energy beams strike the ground, causing explosions. Recognition dawns amid alarming realization. A young man conjures a powerful magical shield enveloping himself in blue energy at night. He confronts someone, demanding their identity. A confident woman reveals she is a senior magician from the Ivory Tower. A young boy confronts someone about their rude greeting. The woman teases her junior playfully under the night sky. A young person quietly admits feeling hurt while speaking under the stars. A woman outside at night reacts in shock to an unexpected event. A significant name is revealed, escalating tension. The woman recoils in shock, startled by something unseen. 2 figures confront each other on a rooftop at night as one reveals unexpected knowledge. The speaker recalls eliminating Coldwalkers who infiltrated the Empire in a past life. The speaker offers to reveal additional names confidently. The protagonist exposes the lie about a stable boy from the Moulton family. A resolute woman lists the royal secretary and border garrison member as significant figures. Narration introduces Isabel as the future head maid of the second royal palace. A blonde man walks outside at night, asking if anyone knows common traits among certain people. A woman under the night sky gently addresses a younger person. A wary character questions how the other knows so many names. A hand unleashes fiery magical energy. Fiery blasts tear across the battlefield with devastating force. A lone figure stands before a wall of fire, confronting the raging blaze. A burst of energy tears through the smoky night sky, signaling a powerful event. A startled woman recoils as a shadowy figure confronts her with swirling energy. The young man reveals awareness of the other's true Cold Walker identity, glowing orb in hand. She is startled as her attack magic is evaded. A young man hopes for reunion at the drill hall beneath the night sky. A young woman notices something unexpected above her. Eyes widen in shock at a startling realization. Giant ice spears crash down from the night sky. A young man calmly raises his arm as ice shards gather overhead. Someone anticipates the incoming attack quietly. A young man reaches forward with determination against the star-filled sky. A young man unleashes ice spears with a swift spell command. Startled by sudden danger, she reacts sharply. A female casts a glowing barrier to block the magical attack. A desperate figure struggles to break the glowing, cracked barrier. Shock and sweat mark a character's anxious expression. A young man raises his hand, releasing a massive fireball above him. He raises his arm, beginning a powerful spell. A massive fiery attack explodes outward with overwhelming force. A character strains against an immovable mana barrier. Panic ensues with belief that death is imminent. A determined mage releases a surge of blue magical energy. A sudden rapid strike causes blood to spray from the side. A stabbing wound in the side sprays blood violently. A woman staggers, clutching her bleeding cheek after a weapon strike. A girl dives away as a massive explosion erupts behind her. A wounded woman turns in shock as embers drift through the air. A nervous girl hesitates as she prepares to reveal something important. Sudden realization of survival resonates nearby. A wounded woman collapses, clutching her bleeding side in agony. An adversary notes their opponent is likely out of mana after casting Pyroblast. A wounded woman warns more enemies are approaching. An unseen character reassures themselves their spy identity remains undiscovered. A figure strides forward with determined purpose, breaking tense silence. The wounded figure resolves to recover and pursue ambitions after the confrontation. A young man calmly reveals a plan to betray someone under the night sky. A wounded woman confidently challenges her opponent, questioning their strategy. Someone confirms a decisive decision. The young man smiles quietly under a starry sky. A character reveals secret evidence unknown to others. A young woman reels in shock as uneasy murmurs spread through the crowd. Soldiers freeze in shock under an archway as something unexpected occurs. A young man urgently calls out under the night sky, alarmed by the situation. A wounded woman collapses, supported by one as another rushes in alarm. A declaration of success is made. Surrounded by knights, a man stands resolute under the starry sky amid mounting tension. A stern young man demands explanations from an unseen figure. A young man anxiously explains witnessing unusual actions involving a woman. A bloodied woman recoils in shock after hearing a masked person was involved. It's revealed she suddenly tried to kill him. One young man confronts another about harming someone to save himself. Demands for proof arise, suspecting a check was performed. Recognition dawns that a mark on their bodies is a crucial clue. The group orders a bloodied woman searched. She and her protector react defensively. Two magicians protest a harsh decision by their captain at a construction site. A character draws a sword determinedly beneath a dramatic sky. A projectile narrowly misses two startled young men at night. A stern man announces the prince's presence, standing sword ready. A young man insists on healing before continuing investigations. A firm gesture halts two knights bowing, awaiting further orders. A distressed blood-stained woman is questioned about suspicious circumstances. Uniformed figures report their search found no results. One urgently demands immediate healing for an injured person, rebuking suspicions. A young man stands under the night sky, questioning if he was lied to. The young man calmly denies accusations beneath starry night. Two figures face each other. One trembles, the other recoils in surprise. A blonde-haired boy approaches a wounded person, breaking tense silence. A woman recoils as a glowing hand touches her wounded shoulder. Two startled young men freeze as a menacing cloaked figure confronts them. A magical seal activates on a woman's neck, signaling a critical moment. Presence of a mana seal is realized. A bruised woman glares upward in anger, demanding explanations. A young man realizes others were checking for a specific mark. Cold walkers bear secret marks and attend special training known only to managers. Interrogation of a manager revealed this truth after a year of questioning. A character asks others if anyone knows the mark's meaning under the night sky. A nervous character admits first sight of the mark and anxiously queries another. Standing outside at night, he admits the mark's meaning is unknown. The object remains valid evidence, declares a voice. A wounded woman is ordered healed before interrogation. One young man urgently requests a mana prison while visibly anxious. A knight calls from the rooftop, catching a blond man's attention. A young man questions what will happen if his suspicions are true. A young person calmly announces the emperor will give a reward. A man in blue uniform is shocked upon hearing a child defeated a third-class ivory tower magician. Two men acknowledge surprise at an unexpected skill displayed. A man in uniform queries his superior about a child's reputation during a late-night conversation. A young man judges the person behaves with uncharacteristic maturity. One character suddenly grabs another's arm to stop them. A military man decides to meet and talk before making final decisions. A commanding figure orders a subordinate to bring someone forward. A young man bows, respectfully answering a royal summons. One of the magicians sent by the ivory tower is revealed as a skilled spy from Coldwood. A significant victory is discussed in a lavish room. A composed young man modestly replies to a compliment. A high-ranking officer announces a formal reward. Someone politely offers assistance. He senses someone investigating his true intent. Someone reveals their true intentions in a tense moment. He hesitates, weighing whether to reveal a truth. A young person requests permission to visit the old ivory tower site en route to the castle. A young man reacts in surprise learning of the old ivory tower's site. Someone questions why another wants to visit a place offering little. A character expresses strong desire to see a place heard of only in stories. A young man silently reflects on an unexpected modest request. Someone reflects on another's immaturity. The young person agrees to lead the way in a richly decorated room. The boy confidently predicts he will reach his goals sooner than expected. A secret item lies hidden beneath the old ivory tower's remains. A book entitled Dragon Language Book is revealed. A powerful book containing the dragon language core is vital for time magic research. The narrator recalls discovering this before dying in a previous life. He reflects on only grasping a small part of complex knowledge. The young boy silently wonders how much he can understand in this life. Footsteps echo through a quiet forest under the moonlight. A knight escorts a carriage steadily through the forest. A woman gazes out, amazed at how far she has traveled from home. A blonde woman asks Ian to agree under the starry sky. A young man calmly agrees, smiling by a window at night. A reassuring figure promises to guide Lady Phage upon arrival at the capital. A confident man boasts about his long alchemist career as a skeptical boy listens. A woman thanks someone warmly on a train. A young character quietly judges someone with irritation. A young traveler sits on a train, turning toward the window at a tapping sound. A uniformed knight announces their arrival to someone off-panel. A ruined temple appears under the night sky, revealing destruction aftermath. A man informs another they will stay for 2 days. An official order is announced. The young man grants permission to explore the area. A uniformed man instructs the group to follow him as they move out at night. Someone offers to guide the guests to accommodations. Snow falls gently over a quiet village with stone houses and a windmill. A peaceful village street glows under lanterns at night. 3 villagers bow, expressing deep gratitude to a royal visitor. A confident young man laughs off crowd attention as his composed companion stands behind him. A young character stands silently amid someone nearby laughing loudly. A contemplative figure quietly observes the village at dusk, reflecting on the leader's kindness. A uniformed man recalls past events before facing a cloaked figure in an ornate hall. A hostile, dark demeanor is described. Ian steels himself to face the tense situation ahead. 2 figures wait silently as tension fills the ornate room. The narrator reflects on always having Ragnar's unwavering support. He notes how Ragnar acts differently toward non-royals and non-nobles. A young man in uniform stands outside at night, smiling confidently. The young man realizes the emperor favors the first prince as his name is called. One young man asks when the other will leave for the old ivory tower. One admits he also wanted to visit as they converse outside. He plans to explore the underground areas at dawn, suggesting going together. A shy character agrees to team up after a surprising offer. A young boy excitedly pumps his fists in gratitude. 2 walk together at dusk, discussing Douglas's fondness for Ian. Nervously, a young man approaches a surprised woman in the rain. 2 talk outside, remarking on Ian's surprising maturity for his age. A woman reflects on someone maturing too quickly. A young person struggles silently to fill the void left by a father. A man asks if someone's husband was also a magician based on a resemblance. She explains calmly that Fran was an ordinary person. A man disappeared before Ian was born after leaving for work. His belongings returned home 5 years later. A character worries about recent changes in Ian. A young man and woman stand silently, avoiding each other's gaze amid tension. She decides not to voice her thoughts and withdraws. Someone dismisses a concern outside a stone house at night. A journey begins, guided by wind and stars. Someone steps quietly through tall grass, approaching cautiously. After the Unification War, a lone figure leaves the ivory tower and emperor behind to begin anew. A character wonders if entering the ivory tower in the past was coincidence. A lone figure approaches an illuminated altar, drawn forward by unknown forces. A lone figure enters a sunlit overgrown cathedral, surveying an abandoned throne. The young person notes, familiar surroundings remain unchanged. 3 centuries ago, war erupted between the ivory tower magicians and dragon-descendant Dragonians. A powerful figure unleashes a gargoyle army and dark magic threatening Empire's destruction. The Imperial Prince and high-class magician Mitchell Greenriver lead magicians to defeat the Dragonians and gargoyles, securing peace. The victorious leader declines the Emperor's throne offer. A new tower now stands in the capital, replacing the old one. A lone figure surveys the devastated ruins, noting the abandonment. A cloaked figure searches ancient ruins, scanning surroundings intently. A glowing hand activates magic on a stone surface, emitting bright light. The cloaked figure steps onto a glowing stone platform amid ruins. A hidden stone staircase is revealed, leading down into darkness. A lone figure descends shadowy stairs cautiously into the unknown. A hand conjures a glowing orb, illuminating darkness. A young man reaches toward radiant magic light in a dim hallway. A powerful demon, formed of pure magic, awakens from the depths. A lone figure confronts the gargoyle in a glowing chamber. A young person reacts in surprise upon first seeing a statue. A massive stone dragon awakens, snarling with glowing eyes. A monstrous beast roars violently, blood spraying from wounds. Realizing underestimation, the young man tenses, recalling the gargoyle's surprise appearance. Something presumed extinct for 300 years has been discovered hiding here. A blinding energy explosion erupts atop a stone pedestal. A monstrous creature dives, catching a startled character off guard. A concentrated figure conjures a glowing blue water sphere above their hand. A young mage launches a massive surge of blue magic skyward. A towering gargoyle gathers a surge of blue energy for a powerful attack. A devastating magical surge obliterates everything nearby. Debris falls as a character watches a stone section collapse. The protagonist reflects on easily defeating the creature in a past life. A young man steels himself to overcome current limitations through hard work. The protagonist confronts a massive winged creature as a storm rages above cliffs. A cloaked figure faces a growling monster. A monstrous creature slashes downward with claws. Crouched on rune-covered ground, the young man prepares for challenge. Massive ice spears fly forward, unleashed by powerful magic. A dragon hit by ice spears crashes through the sky in pain. Lightning-infused magic erupts from a spellcaster's hand as screams echo. The caster focuses as magical lightning crackles behind. A powerful spell strikes a distant fortress, unleashing destruction. The protagonist defeats the gargoyle and pauses to catch his breath. A young man waits intently as a fated event approaches. A cloaked boy discovers a hidden stone trapdoor in the rain. A massive black pit suddenly opens in the ground. The young man stands beneath starry sky, looking ahead with calm resolve. Internally, he notes the situation unfolds just as before. A spell is cast, causing the figure to land gently as glowing text appears. The lone figure steps forward through mist and rain with determination. A character stomps the ground, unleashing a power surge. A cloaked figure approaches an illuminated pedestal where an ancient book rests. The protagonist stands quietly under starry sky, deep in thought. An ancient scroll containing the dragon language is revealed. A cloaked figure discovers a closed book on a stone pedestal in a dim chamber. A young man startles as he realizes a dragon is present. A mysterious voice suggests the first magician's involvement. A figure examines an ancient book, yearning to finally decipher the dragon's language that once eluded understanding. A character reacts in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Someone frantically flips through a book and realizes that all its pages are blank. A cloaked young man anxiously searches through a large book in the dim corridor. A young man freezes as he suddenly realizes something important. A character kneels within a glowing magic circle, realizing the spell has failed because it was already used. A character presents a large, ornate book beneath the night sky. Someone desperately wishes to revisit the dragon's language from a past life. A young man vows to do whatever it takes to protect those he cares about. The cloaked figure freezes in shock, stunned by an unexpected revelation. A panicked girl clutches her throat as she discovers she cannot make a sound. The panel explains that the dragon's language is a magical language powered by mana, not just vocal sound. The young man concludes his research after analyzing the book. It is revealed that returning to the past is impossible without the lost dragon's language needed for time magic. A young man contemplates the possibility of repeatedly turning back time. The character silently reflects, her expression serious and contemplative. Someone acknowledges that their prior knowledge helped them avoid a dangerous situation. A solitary figure stands beneath a ray of light, contemplating the start of a new life. The group approaches the capital of Green Riverdium, its grand cathedral visible in the distance. A royal procession arrives as a carriage escorted by guards enters the city gate. A young man arrives in the capital and looks out from his carriage at the busy city. Armored guards remain alert while escorting a locked cart through the town. A character worries about what could happen if Cecilia escapes and encounters another cold walker. A girl sits silently by the barred window, hugging her knees and lost in thought. Anticipation builds as the Coldwood Empire prepares to intervene. A character silently worries that their knowledge of the Cold Walkers will soon be exposed. She senses that trouble is coming and grows increasingly uneasy. The young person pauses, lost in thought. A young man on horseback suddenly notices something unexpected in the busy city square. An older man in ceremonial robes raises his staff and orders the group of hooded figures to stop at the castle gate. A knight riding through the crowded city square suddenly notices something alarming. An elder is addressed as the tower leader in a grand hall filled with robed figures. A uniformed man confronts someone blocking the path of a high-ranking individual, demanding to know their authority. A royal command is delivered, raising the stakes for everyone involved. He silently steels himself, preparing for what comes next. An older man formally announces that all surveillance authority over Cecilia and related matters is being transferred to the Ivory Tower. A young man in uniform questions the suspiciously early receipt of the command paper before the spy's arrival. An older man questions why the situation has not been addressed more quickly. An elder man with a staff tells a uniformed man to rest as the ivory tower assumes responsibility inside a grand stone hall. He clenches his jaw in the rain, struggling to contain his emotions. Two officers argue in the plaza over whether to surrender the accused girl to the tower leader. A stern man warns the others to watch their words until the truth is revealed. A tense observer clenches his fist while watching a white-haired figure with a glowing staff walk away. Three armored soldiers argue beside the royal carriage, frustrated that their captive is being taken from them by imperial order. He studies the situation carefully, trying to understand the motives behind the actions he observes. The magician is taken to the underground prison, where escape is nearly impossible. A sudden commotion draws the woman's attention, but the young man quickly reassures her that nothing is wrong. The boy sits back, relieved that one problem has been resolved. A surprised character quickly reacts after being addressed. The group is informed that there will be a detour before going to the imperial palace. The scene shifts to a luxurious mansion behind ornate gates, introducing a new setting. A young boy pauses in shock as he notices something unusual near the decorated carriage. A character recalls receiving a mansion from Ragnar after advancing to the 5th class in a past life. One character asks for the other's opinion while they stand together on the icy ground. A decorated officer announces that the grand mansion has been personally granted by the king. A young man bows deeply and expresses immense gratitude to the noble, who laughs off the formality. The narrator reflects on receiving the mansion 14 years earlier in this life compared to their previous one. He walks outdoors, quietly recalling his positive impression of the mansion. A uniformed man orders another to leave their family behind and accompany him to the imperial palace. A character reminds another that they must now greet the king in the capital. She looks down in silence, visibly embarrassed. One character politely asks for permission to tour the mansion with their mother, and the other readily agrees. A young boy enthusiastically thanks someone outside. Sunlight illuminates the grand building's ornate exterior, introducing a new setting. A magnificent chandelier illuminates the grand staircase in the luxurious hall. A woman is astonished as a young boy eagerly awaits her reaction to the grand surprise. A calm person announces that this will be their new home, leaving a blonde woman visibly shocked. The narrator recalls inheriting the mansion after their mother's death. Amazed by the extravagant interior, the group stands in awe at the scale and luxury of the residence. The magician reflects on his inability to revive his mother despite all his power. A young man explains that the item is intended for use by royalty. A woman and a boy walk together through a sunlit hall as the boy reflects on his renewed purpose. The protagonist confidently acknowledges that he is now capable of handling everything. The woman listens intently as the young boy eagerly awaits her response, hoping for reassurance about his progress. He recalls the happiness on his mother's face, a sight he never witnessed in his previous life. Someone gazes in awe at the expansive and stunning view. A woman stands in the vast hall, overwhelmed by the daunting task of cleaning it. The protagonist stands frozen, struggling to process the shocking revelation. A startled woman turns toward the anxious child who approaches her in the ornate room. A character pledges to relieve their mother from all housework, while a grand mansion stands beneath a clear sky. The scene shifts to the imperial palace of Green Riverdium, establishing a new setting. The character steadies himself, feeling nervous about what is to come. He reflects on never having met the emperor, even in his previous life. After graduating from the academy, a new understanding of the world began to form. He was already on his deathbed. A formal portrait of a distinguished man is prominently displayed in an ornate golden frame. The emperor receives widespread praise for his wisdom and decisive actions. He expresses his interest in learning a new skill as he walks down the ornate hallway with the attendant. A character stands by the window, silently observing the elaborate building outside. A character silently contemplates the prince's palace. Someone wonders what that guy is doing right now. The 5th prince is introduced as the emperor's son who inherited his cold-hearted nature. The young man stands in silence, lost in thought as he clutches a red rose. A character recalls a deep rivalry with an old friend while preparing to face them. A young man walks through the empty hall, wrestling with the weight of an impending reunion. Sunlight streams through an ornate hallway, setting a calm scene. A formally dressed attendant leads the protagonist toward the ornate golden doors. A composed attendant opens the grand doors and announces that the king is waiting. A formally dressed attendant opens the palace doors and announces that the king is waiting. A stern ruler listens as a younger man stands before the throne in the grand hall. A young man kneels and offers a respectful greeting to the royal audience. A commanding voice orders the kneeling figure to raise their head. A young man pauses in silence, deep in thought. A stern man in a military uniform formally announces the arrival of the hero of the North. Someone acknowledges rapid accomplishments. A young man bows his head and expresses gratitude to the monarch. A stern man seated on a grand throne chastises someone off-panel for lacking manners. A composed man in formal attire encourages someone to stand in the ornate room. Someone harshly insults another's lack of manners. A character silently recalls a past encounter where similar words were spoken. A determined visitor enters the sunlit hall and stands before the commanding figure seated on the grand throne. A young man in regal attire stands by the window and offers one of his royal mansions. A young man in a blue and white uniform waves goodbye with a confident smile. A young man stands nervously in an opulent mansion, unsettled by the grandeur, as he wonders about the presents before the emperor. A man in ornate clothing demands to know if the other person likes what he is offering. The young man expresses his fondness for the offer and mentions that his mother was happy as well. A mustached man with golden eyes responds with interest after hearing new information. Someone urgently asks if the other person is aware of important information. A man in the palace questions his reasons for sending the heir to fetch someone and gifting them a mansion. Someone silently questions whether to take a more direct approach. He silently contemplates his next move, weighed down by recent events. Ragnar is known for speaking openly and directly, much like the emperor. Someone resists acting, their hands clenched tightly in hesitation. Determined to achieve their goals, the speaker resolves to continue acting like a 12-year-old. A young boy contemplates whether he should act more childlike to avoid drawing attention to his unusual talent. A man in a decorated uniform questions if another person's magic ability surpasses others. A figure challenges the others in the throne room by questioning if the situation is truly resolved. A young man in ornate clothing stands silently in the shadows, withholding his thoughts. The young man silently struggles to process the situation, his anxiety evident. A young man stands before the throne, formally confronting his stern father. A man in a decorated uniform questions a child's understanding with a doubtful tone. A decorated officer quietly observes as someone unexpectedly steps in to protect another person. A stern man in a decorated military uniform agrees to support the heir. Someone is being praised for their exceptional talent and for helping to catch a spy. The ruler invites the person standing before the throne to state their desired reward. The man in military attire offers to fulfill any request. Seizing a rare opportunity, the young man reflects on the power now within his reach. A character asserts their identity as a child. A young boy requests permission to look around the ornate room. Alert and cautious, the character quickly scans the surroundings. A character expresses a desire to explore the palace and share their experiences with their mother. The young man looks around in awe, taking in the palace's splendor. One man explains that a young person's wish is to see the old ivory tower, noting his curiosity. Someone begins to make a suggestion. A young man smiles with hidden intent, his expression partially concealed by shadows. A man in a decorated uniform reluctantly agrees to hand over the seal. An attendant hands over a seal and explains that it grants access to most areas within the palace. Someone suggests asking another person for guidance. A pair of hands raises a glowing golden artifact, drawing attention to its significance. A young man calmly expresses that he is satisfied with what he has. A man in ornate military attire sits on the throne and declares he will give a personal reward. A young man commands the maids to bring something into the grand room. A mysterious voice promises a reward. A treasure chest overflowing with gold coins is discovered. A group of maids is formally assigned to ensure comfort at the mansion. A young boy breathes a sigh of relief, realizing his mother won't have to worry about cleaning. A man expresses gratitude to the monarch seated on the throne. A young man steps confidently through the ornate golden doors, making a formal entrance. The young man senses suspicion instead of the usual curiosity from the other person. A character grips an ornate golden card while reflecting on someone's behavior. While walking through the golden hallway, the character recalls Ragnar's belief that suspicion is essential for leadership. Pressed for time, the character decides to address only the most urgent matters. The scene shifts to a grand garden pathway lined with royal banners and a distant fountain, establishing a tranquil setting. A uniformed guard stands watch outside the gated entrance, scanning the area for any signs of trouble. A young man approaches the guarded entrance and asks for directions to the garden. A young man presents a glowing royal token to the guard and prepares to guide him as instructed. A character plans to discreetly visit a specific location under the guise of sightseeing. A lone figure arrives at the Empire's sanctuary, pausing in awe before the grand structure. The young man pauses in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed forward as tension builds. Someone expresses their comfort with the place. Access to the hall is strictly limited to members of the royal family. He promises to return when he has the power to do so. A man in an ornate military uniform pushes for confirmation with a pointed question. A brazier burns quietly against the stone wall, casting flickering light. A wary figure cautiously peers around the corner, spying on the dimly lit hallway. A guard sleeps soundly in his chair beside the flickering torch. A man discreetly casts a subtle spell on a guard while the other guards remain alert. A young man conjures a glowing orb while questioning if something was near the first emperor's coffin. Someone searches through a dim crypt, expecting to find something nearby. A young man abruptly stops casting as a glowing magical orb hovers above his hand. Someone reacts in alarm, eyes wide with shock. A young man stares in amazement at a glowing orb of light hovering above his hand. A determined character locks on to a crucial discovery. A rare cluster of stone heart mushrooms is revealed in the dimly lit room. A powerful ice spear shoots forward, blasting mushrooms out of its path. A young man inspects a glowing magical mushroom with satisfaction under the night sky. A young man trying to sneak out at night is abruptly stopped by someone's sudden question. Startled by a sudden flash of energy behind him, the young man whirls around to confront an unexpected presence. A figure extends a hand toward the glowing blue light, casting a disabling spell. A lone figure sneaks cautiously through the shadowy mausoleum, staying alert among the stone coffins. Someone is startled by unexpected news in the quiet hallway. Someone reluctantly agrees, their nervousness evident. He stands alone, visibly anxious as tension mounts. A figure steps onto the stone floor, signaling their arrival. A nervous attendant hesitates in the doorway, expressing discomfort about the location. After a tense moment, the young man leans against the wall and lets out a relieved breath. A critical revelation is made that, with only 3 descendants remaining, none of them can be Ragnar. Someone observes that the location is rarely visited or passed by, emphasizing its isolation. The blonde-haired character firmly states that sound cannot escape from the room, ensuring privacy. The princess assigns herself to manage the sanctuary while directing the other person to inspect its magic. A crucial name is announced, shifting the focus of the scene. He stands silently, lost in deep reflection. A shocking revelation discloses that the first prince has a blood-related younger sister. A cautious young man urges the surprised woman to inform the ivory tower. A determined woman forcefully rejects the proposed idea. A blonde woman urgently warns that the ivory tower is dangerous. A determined girl reassures the exasperated boy that their actions are justified for the sake of the king and her brother. A character acknowledges the situation with calm resolve. A character pledges to provide steadfast support until the end. One character checks the other's progress with basic spells, and receives a confident response. A blonde character calmly demonstrates how to control mana by holding up a finger and guiding the flow. A blonde woman conjures a glowing orb of light with her outstretched hand. A boy is suddenly startled by something unexpected. The princess demonstrates a powerful magic sphere while another character struggles to produce a smaller one, prompting an explanation about their lack of experience. After the eldest prince was executed and the new emperor took power, she followed her brother and ended her life in silence. He realizes that the woman had secretly been a magician, questioning why she kept it hidden. In the Green River Empire, concealing one's magical potential is considered a crime. Echoing laughter fills the empty, dimly lit hall as blue lights drift between stone pillars. Private magic education is also conducted outside the ivory tower and the academy. A playful request for advanced attack magic prompts a nervous reaction as 2 people discuss training near a glowing magical orb. Haley quickly turns her head, alert to an unexpected presence nearby. One character turns to another in the dim hall as they are asked if something is wrong. An anxious character worries they have been seen after hearing a suspicious noise. The man signals the end of the meeting and reassures the group in the grand hall. Access to this grand palace is restricted solely to royalty. The boy stands outside, processing the many revelations he has uncovered today. The young man gazes upward, lost in serious thought. Someone is shocked to discover that Harry Greenriver is a magician. She weighs the consequences of concealing a dangerous secret from the ivory tower. She grows tense, suspecting the tower's alliance with Ragnar is the reason for caution. Someone reflects on having spent a significant amount of time in a peaceful garden at sunset. A guard steps forward and asks the magician if he has finished exploring. A long-haired individual smirks with quiet confidence. The young man confidently signals that he is fully prepared to proceed. Someone confidently declares their satisfaction. The scene shifts to a grand mansion surrounded by ornate gates and blooming flowers at sunrise. A man enters the room and is greeted by 2 people standing near ornate doors. 2 young men discuss the whereabouts of their family members and activities within the mansion. A young boy rushes onto the enormous balcony, marveling at its size while an older boy watches him in surprise. The young man affirms the other man's statement in the well-decorated room. Someone asks to speak with Mr. Rito in private. In the lavish hallway, one boy approaches while another stands guard at the ornate door, tension rising between them. A young man urgently asks someone to create a secret potion for him. A man nervously asks about the secret potion. A hand presents a crumpled bag containing several mysterious gray stones. A man warns about the deadly effects of the stone heart mushroom as another person displays it. A character questions the risky request to make a secret potion using a dangerous mushroom. A man questions whether creating a secret potion is truly possible. An adult man introduces the concept of interrogation magic to a surprised boy in the elegant room. A tense man reluctantly admits the truth. A determined boy requests a secret potion to avoid dangerous magic, startling his companion. A difficult request is being discussed as one person considers whether immediate action is needed. The young man insists they should act as soon as possible. One man carefully studies the other, silently weighing his next move. Someone announces that the ivory tower has sent an important message. A young boy approaches a maid to receive a sealed letter outside a decorated door. A young man silently reads a letter deep in thought. A hand holds a letter addressed to the magician, signaling the arrival of an important message. The ivory tower is eager to arrange a meeting, just like the royalty. The narrator explains that the meeting should properly occur on the day of official academy enrollment. A critical question is raised about the challenge of teaching a highly skilled magician with beginners. The young man silently studies the contents of the letter under the warm light. A meeting is proposed to take place in 1 week's time. A request from the ivory tower is presented, urging acceptance as a recognized magician. A stern young man hands over a document, declaring a strict 1-week deadline. A boy demands quick results from a nervous man, who hastily agrees to complete the task within a week. One character realizes they must sacrifice sleep, slumping in defeat as another silently watches. One character solemnly entrusts an important responsibility to another. A young man anxiously scans his surroundings, sweat forming as he reacts to something off-panel. A horse-drawn carriage moves steadily along the forest path. Someone sits in silence, deep in thought. A character examines a potion made from stone heart mushrooms that will regulate their heartbeat for 2 hours. 2 hours remain as the young man waits in quiet anticipation, lost in thought. The carriage moves steadily as the young man gazes out the window in silence. A towering, ornate structure comes into full view through the window, dominating the bright skyline. He quietly recalls the moment he abandoned everything and left this place. The carriage arrives at the entrance of the ivory tower. A young woman notices the arrival of an important guest and greets him. A woman warmly welcomes a newcomer as they arrive at the entrance of the grand ivory tower. Someone directs another person to proceed. A friendly woman offers to lead the visitor to the owner. A grand, empty hall is revealed, illuminated by ornate chandeliers. The group enters the first floor of the tower, known as the entrance hall, as one character explains their location. A young boy pauses thoughtfully beside a girl, holding a blue garment as their conversation momentarily stops. A woman and a boy enter the grand hall as the boy notes that the place remains unchanged across time. A glowing golden plate draws everyone's attention in the center of the grand ceremonial hall. A girl explains that the device in the tower is a mana elevator, which allows people to travel between floors. A golden magic platform allows high-tier magicians to access the highest floor directly. A booted foot steps onto the glowing test plate as instructed. A robed figure informs the other person that the high-tier magicians await in the owner's room on the highest floor before taking their leave. A young boy stands resolutely within a glowing magic circle, tightening his grip on a cloak as he prepares for a ritual. A massive pillar of golden light crashes down inside the cathedral. Bathed in golden light, a young person examines a mysterious object in their hand. A person with light hair quietly drinks from a glass bottle. A young boy stands anxiously beneath a column of magical light as an extraordinary event unfolds. The young man silently contemplates a crucial decision, his gaze unwavering. A lone figure approaches the imposing door, footsteps echoing in the silence. A massive stone door slowly opens, flooding the area with blinding light. Footsteps echo as someone approaches across the tiled floor. A young man enters the room and receives a calm welcome. A distinguished man formally welcomes a guest to the tower. The older man gestures firmly from his throne, instructing the young man to sit across from him. One man addresses the tense group gathered in the library. A young man steps into the library, facing 4 adults who watch him intently. A requirement for all magicians joining the tower is being explained. A young boy inspects the ornate chair with focused attention in the sunlight. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the protagonist realizes others are trying to ensure compliance. A character gestures toward a glowing magical status screen, expressing admiration for another's impressive abilities. An older man seated on a throne studies a magical text, his suspicion growing. A voice declares that their bond through mana is stronger than blood. He insists they eliminate any doubts without delay. A young man anxiously confronts the threat of being tortured as he sits nervously on the grand chair. The man seated on the throne firmly rejects any suggestion of violence within the tower. The group prepares to begin their interrogation. A man commands someone to simply answer his questions, his intense blue eyes reflecting his determination. Someone prepares to begin the confrontation. The formal meeting begins as the group assembles around the table. A glowing magical text reveals the subject's birth year, zodiac, and family background in a grand, illuminated room. Someone demands to know if the information provided is accurate. The young man firmly admits that all the statements are true. An older man seated in a grand chair asks about the relationship with the alchemist Ridio. The young man explains that he sought an alchemist to provide medicine for his weak mother, following the Lord's recommendation. One character anxiously explains his fascination with the old ivory tower as another presses him for the real reason behind his visit. One man questions the other about a magician named Cecilia, and the other responds affirmatively. The man demands confirmation from the witness about seeing Cecilia conspiring with a masked individual and attempting murder, while noting her ongoing silence. A weary young man slumps in his chair, relieved to have survived a recent ordeal. An elder calmly denies ever being taught magic while under scrutiny. Several powerful spells are listed, including Fireball, Spirit Summoning, and Frost Nova. A young man unleashes a surge of swirling fire magic from his hand. A young mage questions how the other person knows so many skills. A cloaked young man demands a plausible answer while standing among towering ice crystals. Someone sarcastically questions another's intentions. He sits alone, quietly recalling memories of important people from his past. Someone describes imagining fire on their palm as an example of magical thinking. A hand unleashes a powerful fireball, crackling with intense magical energy. Someone confesses to having imagined something. A boy sits on a throne and conjures a small magical flame in his hand. 3 men sit on ornate chairs as 2 of them react with shock and disbelief to unexpected news. In a lavish office filled with glowing digital runes, 2 people engage in a tense discussion over critical information. The results from the Ivory Tower's strongest detection magic confirm that the boy is telling the truth. The legendary first magician is introduced, establishing a mythic presence. He wonders if the person before him is truly a reincarnate. He questions whether the man's magic is powerful enough to evade even advanced detection spells. Someone questions how a small child could possess such an immense amount of mana. A wary man sits on a grand throne, intently observing something suspicious. A woman abruptly stands up from her chair, fists clenched in frustration. Someone snaps in frustration, demanding an end to the pointless questions. Haley faces her opponent with unwavering determination, ready to confront them. A resolute woman interrupts the conversation to demand a direct answer. Someone off-screen urgently shouts for Helene to calm down. A concerned young man questions if everyone is here to see the tower's owner. A red-haired woman confronts the blonde-haired person and demands to know their true identity. A woman demands the nervous boy reveal his identity. A frustrated character challenges the credibility of someone's statements. A young man reflects on a woman's personality, appearing wary as he contemplates her nature. Someone invokes the name Helene. The narration reveals that someone held the title of youngest fourth-class magician before the speaker surpassed them. A stern woman with red hair stands her ground, ready to confront her opponent. A young boy confronts someone, questioning if they already know the answer. A red-haired woman reacts in shock to unexpected news. A character points out the glowing magical writing suspended in the air. A boy sits on an ornate chair and announces his name, birth year, and zodiac sign. A frustrated figure slams their fist onto the table, demanding to know if the message was read. A furious figure snaps in outrage, glaring intensely as they clench their teeth. A stern man seated at the ornate desk interrupts the confrontation, bringing the tense exchange to a halt. A stern man on the throne prepares to ask a final question. Someone brings up a rumored accident that occurred during the mana reaction test. A man forcefully seizes a woman's wrist as she pulls away in alarm in the middle of the village. A voice reminds someone about the soldier who insulted them and their mother, asking if they remember the one named Jonathan. A young man sits in silence on a grand chair, his posture heavy with unspoken tension. The following day, the soldier was discovered dead. When the body was found, faint traces of mana were detected on him. Someone brings up the topic of the soldier's death, signaling the start of a serious conversation. An intense man seated on a throne demands to know if someone is connected to the issue. A boy sits in deep thought, acknowledging the formidable authority of the tower owner. He remains cautious and always prepares for unexpected outcomes instead of relying solely on his magic. He remains calm despite being suspected of murder. He worries that controlling his heart rate will only make others more suspicious. He decides to end the effects of the medicine now that the final question has been asked. A character narrows his intense blue eye, gathering determination for what comes next. Someone prepares to deliver a crucial answer. Someone denies any knowledge of the situation. A young boy sits upright on an ornate throne, placing his right hand over his chest in a resolute oath. Three men stare in shock as blue magical energy bursts forth in front of them. Both characters tense up, reacting sharply to an unexpected event in the rain. Hidden behind the ornate throne, someone questions whether they have been deceived. An older man seated in a grand chair interrogates someone about their involvement. The boy firmly confirms his answer. The older man acknowledges the truth and thanks the other person for their honesty. The man calmly admits he fabricated the story about finding mana traces. Someone announces that a person died after tripping on a bridge. He sits in silence, deep in thought. The protagonist politely explains that he cannot leave yet because he still has important matters to handle. A unique and mysterious power is being described as something never before witnessed, even within the tower. An older man advises the group to act with greater consideration. The group discusses current limitations and the potential for future growth. A device called a mana battery is introduced. A character explains that the large orb is a crucial part that powers most of the tower. A character explains that the orb changes color as it accumulates more mana. A young man is told to pour all his mana into something, prompting his cautious curiosity. An older man explains that the purpose of the test is to determine someone's limit. The man steps closer to the ornate orb, ready to begin the test. The panel reveals that the store can contain mana up to the level of a third-class master. The boy decides to infuse the orb with power equivalent to a second-class master. A character carefully plans to reveal only a portion of their abilities to avoid suspicion and secure a favorable placement. He pauses in silence, lost in deep thought. The protagonist reflects on his past, acknowledging he was only an 8th-class magician and not someone destined for historical greatness. A young mage channels energy into a glowing orb as a mysterious figure with a staff watches closely from behind. A figure reflects on a life shaped by careful observation and calculated decisions, hands resting on a glowing blue orb. A solitary figure stands in the darkness, resolutely deciding to forsake power, authority, and glory. Someone expresses a willingness to sacrifice everything they possess. A silver-haired boy channels energy into a glowing blue magical sphere. Someone admits that magic is all they truly understand. A blue-eyed boy unleashes a powerful hidden energy, radiating an intense aura. An unseen force asserts absolute dominance over all others. A young man unleashes a surge of powerful magic into a glowing blue orb. A powerful force shatters the massive magical barrier, sending energy swirling through the air. A massive blue crystal explodes, scattering shards across the area. Three men are suddenly blasted by a strong gust of wind and instinctively shield their faces. A surge of bright blue magical energy fills the cathedral-like room. Breathing heavily, the exhausted figure stands before the large, cracked stone pedestal. Struggling to catch his breath, the young man tries to recover after a surge of energy. An older man pauses in tense silence, observing the situation with a serious expression. 3 adults brace themselves anxiously against a sudden, powerful gust of wind. Someone reacts with shock and disbelief at what they are witnessing. A confused character questions the situation, trying to make sense of what is happening. A hand presents a powerful mana battery capable of storing a third-class master's mana. A woman holds a small object as a man realizes a crucial truth in the midst of swirling energy. A sudden realization hits as someone is revealed to possess power greater than a third-class master. The boy steadies himself, preparing to face the challenge ahead. Sunlight spills over the empty balcony as a new day begins. A figure slams a fist onto the table, stunned by the confirmation of the rumors. A man informs the group that the newcomer is a 4th-class magician, making him equal in rank to everyone present except the owner. He notices that the man's response to questions about Jonathan's death strongly suggests he is lying. A frustrated man demands an explanation in the corridor. A group of adults urgently strategizes to contain a rising threat before it escalates. An older man debates canceling academic requirements and immediate control to address a pressing situation. A man criticizes the idea of Ian attending the academy, calling it a waste of time. A warning is given that one student poses a threat to the others. One character voices concern about how even experienced magicians feel overshadowed by a stronger rival, raising doubts about the confidence of newcomers. There is uncertainty about whether Ian Phage killed a soldier or saved a life. The older man firmly dismisses any concerns as irrelevant. Despite detection magic finding nothing amiss, uncertainty remains about whether deception could still succeed. The leader reminds the group that protecting the tower is their highest priority. A hooded figure channels intense magic, forming a glowing orb between their hands. The importance of the tower increases with its status. A proposal is made to formally recognize Ian Phage as the 12th high-class magician and to announce the emergence of a 4th-class magician. An older man recommends that, due to his exceptional talent and young age, the boy should receive special education from a high-class magician. Someone asks the group for their opinions. 3 individuals reach a formal agreement during a serious meeting. An older man sitting at the ornate table expresses his approval with a calm demeanor. Someone begins to announce who will be responsible for Ian Phage's education. A hand is raised, signaling the start of an important announcement. Someone makes a firm decision to take action. Someone stands before the majestic magic tower, amazed by their swift recognition as a high-class magician. The boy processes how quickly the unexpected event occurred. A startled young man quickly turns as someone urgently calls out to him in the garden. 2 characters exchange a hesitant greeting after hearing recent news. One character awkwardly admits to being a 4th-class magician. A girl reacts with astonishment to the news of someone becoming a high-class magician at only 12 years old. Someone hears a shocking rumor and reacts with confusion. A cheerful girl announces that she has been appointed as the supporting magician for a year. A young man stands outside and respectfully tells his senior to speak more comfortably. A girl with glasses bursts onto the scene, energetically announcing her presence. A flustered student volunteers to take responsibility and guide the newcomer around the Ivory Tower. A grand building comes into view as the group arrives at the Ivory Tower's Magic Academy. A woman informs a boy that instead of enrolling today, he will undergo special training from high-class magicians. Frustrated, he realizes the so-called special training is just a ploy to force his loyalty. A young person looks ahead, reacting with surprise to something unexpected. A group of academy students gathers as one member addresses the others, recalling memories of their friendship. A young man pauses before the ancient ruins, silently recalling his own memories of standing in that very spot. A solitary figure mourns at the graves of those assassinated by a Colwood spy during the First Unification War. A young man decides he should introduce himself despite feeling uncertain about forming a close friendship. A cheerful girl introduces the personal laboratory. She proudly reveals the freshly cleaned room, surprising the person beside her. The ornate double doors swing open, flooding the space with bright light. An empty, sunlit study filled with alchemical equipment is discovered. He looks around the ornate room, recognizing it from his past life. A woman explains that the tower, originally built for 24 high-class magicians, now has many empty rooms due to their reduced numbers. A woman informs someone that the owner has arranged a private room for them. A polite attendant tells the reserved boy to wait, while she goes to fetch the magician in charge. The closed, ornate door stands before the boy as he waits in anticipation. A blonde-haired young man stands silently in his formal cloak, lost in thought. A hand rests on the old surface as the character returns to a familiar place after a long time. A boy stands in the sunlit room, silently recalling the last time he was here. The protagonist notes that he has acquired the room 7 years earlier than before. The young man steels himself, ready to carry out an important task. A new force is to be established within the Ivory Tower. A young boy silently vows to achieve his goal within 6 years. The protagonist decides to act quickly before Ragnar comes under the tower's protection. A robed figure envisions the rise of a new force capable of challenging Ragnar. A decision is made that someone will be under Herbert's protection. The narrator questions whether power in this place truly comes from loyalty to its owner. A powerful staff is presented, inspiring all with its overwhelming force and prestige. Someone considers the possibility of surpassing the owner's class and reaching even greater power. A determined figure declares the intention to one day seize complete control of the tower. The boy acknowledges his current limitations and decides to behave until he grows stronger. A young man jolts in shock, reacting to a sudden event above him. Someone steps onto the tiled floor and calls out to announce their presence. A young man turns around, visibly confused by something unexpected. A character forces a nervous smile, reacting tensely to the situation. Someone declares that she was sent. A red-haired character enters the brightly lit room, announcing their return after a long absence. A red-haired woman gives a confident, knowing smile. A furious figure hurls an insult at the protagonist. A confident woman confronts someone off-panel after a long absence. A young woman realizes that Helene has been sent, heightening her anxiety. A young woman cries out in shock. A red-haired person angrily accuses a brown-haired person of cleaning up the broken battery. A red-haired character acknowledges that their opponent possesses depth beyond arrogance. A red-haired woman confronts the boy, insisting that he must already know the truth. A woman explains that lessons usually taught at the academy will instead be taught inside the tower by its owner. A young man silently processes the harsh message that others might lose confidence if someone like him joins them. A hand snaps its fingers, signaling the start of a crucial action. A book suddenly floats in front of the bookshelf, surrounded by magical sparkles. A red-haired woman questions the usefulness of the floating books around her. Books crash to the floor as someone stands over them, startled by the sudden chaos. A red-haired woman tosses a book aside in the library, refusing to take responsibility for teaching the subject. A red-haired woman leans in and demands to know if the boy has defeated her. The speaker recalls having high expectations for Cecilia due to her strong reputation in magical combat. Someone realizes that a woman's actions revealed her as a spy instead of an ally. A character interrupts, expressing shock at what just happened. The character narrows his gaze, steeling himself with unwavering determination. A determined young man orders his group to defeat Cecilia. A confident woman prepares to teach a lesson to the attentive young man seated before her. The story explains that magicians are classified into different types. A magician conjures a powerful flame, ready for combat. A magician specialized in supporting others is introduced. A magician dedicates his life to mastering spells, studying intently before a glowing magical circle. A red-haired woman coldly dismisses the others as insignificant. A defiant character demands to know how they are perceived. A poised woman gestures gracefully to welcome someone. The boy answers decisively, selecting the first option without hesitation. A confident woman boasts that no one can surpass her in that field. The woman asserts that she stands apart from magicians who focus only on elegance. A determined mentor steps forward and prepares to begin teaching his method. Someone firmly orders the others to follow. A red-haired woman smiles gently at a blonde-haired person as they stand quietly together. A young man delivers an ultimatum, making it clear that refusal is not an option. A marble archway stands empty beneath a clear blue sky, establishing a calm setting. A red-haired woman explains the task to a cloaked figure outside. A red-haired woman stands in the garden and boldly challenges her opponent to prove themselves. He quietly reflects on how she resembles someone from his past life. He remembers how she used to provoke him by constantly challenging him. Determined to change the outcome, the protagonist resolves to intervene before anything can begin. With unwavering resolve, the character steels himself, preparing for a decisive action. Someone urgently asks what the challenge is. Several onlookers anxiously question whether it is too dangerous for him to fight her. A composed woman addresses the gathered crowd, signaling the start of the main event. A teacher encourages the student to go ahead, offering to wait. He calmly brushes dust off his shoulder. A resolute boy throws off his cape and steps forward, questioning his opponent's certainty. A red-haired woman teases someone with a playful question about who is truly worried. A hand reaches forward, initiating a crucial move. The young man firmly accepts the challenge, his arm outstretched and surrounded by a blue magical aura. He takes a deep breath, steadying himself as blue energy gathers at his back. A red-haired woman questions if a barrier will be set after noticing signs of prior experience. A determined figure prepares to confront the magical barrier. A powerful woman threatens her opponent, while summoning blazing orbs of fire. A surge of hidden power ignites as intense blue eyes fill with determination. Ice magic surges upward, trapping the opponent's legs and halting their movement. A character is suddenly trapped inside a glowing blue ice prison, unable to move. A red-haired character stares in shock at a young boy frozen inside a large crystal of ice. A red-haired woman confronts someone with irritation, her energy flaring as she challenges their remark. A red-haired woman mocks the boy trapped inside the giant ice block, questioning if he plans to stay there until his mana runs out. A powerful ice barrier activates, encasing the user in suspended animation and leaving them unable to cast any other magic. A frustrated woman vents her disappointment, while a shimmering magical barrier stands between her and the person she's addressing. A red-haired character quickly turns, reacting to an unseen disturbance. 3 startled characters react as a sudden, mysterious noise interrupts the scene. A woman recoils in shock as massive ice spikes erupt before her. A startled character stares in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. A young man is suddenly trapped inside a massive block of ice. He makes a silent, resolute decision as determination hardens his expression. Someone is shocked to see movement inside the ice block. A figure steps forward with hesitation, their boots barely making a sound. A red-haired woman stands firm in the rain surrounded by towering, jagged plants. Startled by an unexpected threat, the red-haired character whirls around in shock. A massive impact violently shakes the ancient stone archway in the forest. A violent surge of energy rips open the ground, creating a jagged fissure. A woman with red hair braces herself as dark energy lashes toward her, engulfed in a burst of fire. Amid raging flames, the character struggles desperately to contain the chaos but realizes her efforts are futile. Gripped by desperation, someone realizes they are on the verge of defeat. Someone urgently prepares to retrieve the unconscious boy trapped inside the ice block. She promises to find a way to help him escape. Someone internally questions the situation, trying to understand what just happened. A character is stunned to realize their opponent could move and use magic while trapped inside the ice block. A red-haired woman recoils in shock as a dark, blade-like object suddenly lunges toward her. A character with fiery red hair jolts in alarm, reacting to sudden danger. A scream of terror erupts, shattering the tense silence. A red-haired character struggles as thick vines wrap tightly around them. The young man braces himself, ready to face the challenge ahead. A red-haired character acknowledges that the rumors about exceptional magical talent are true. A restrained figure sits on the ground and admits defeat. The restrained figure impatiently demands to be freed from the vines. The protagonist decides to prolong the confrontation, unwilling to let it end so soon. A red-haired woman is suddenly restrained by animated vines as a man approaches her. A red-haired character nervously admits defeat, clutching their hands as they look ahead. A young man raises his hand confidently toward the sky, ready to act. A hand surges with golden magical energy, unleashing a powerful spell. A powerful force descends rapidly from the sky. A red-haired character is suddenly restrained by thick, green vines and reacts in shock. A surge of magical energy erupts as one participant demands that the confrontation remain a proper duel. A red-haired woman urgently cries out in alarm. A character steps forward and forcefully orders everyone to stop. A surge of lightning is unleashed as a powerful attack begins. A resolute boy points forward under the glowing sky, issuing a silent command. A male character's eyes widen in shock as he suddenly realizes something crucial. A group of students stands together, visibly anxious as they react to a tense situation. A tree branch catches fire, sending sparks into the smoky air. Magical vines restrain one figure above as another stands below, having just struck the ground to break the hold. The red-haired character bursts into relieved laughter after realizing they survived. A red-haired character exhales sharply, bracing for confrontation. A frightened girl warns a calm boy to stay back as thick vines separate them. Someone off-panel calls out to Lady Helene, causing the red-haired person to look over in alarm. One character grabs the other's wrist and demands to know if there is anything else, increasing the tension between them. Someone asks if they can be taught. One person clasps hands with another, offering silent reassurance. A red-haired character collapses to the ground in despair. The character gives a subtle, confident smile, signaling self-assurance. The young man turns away and leaves after addressing the captive bound against the tree roots. A silver-haired figure walks away in silence while a red-haired person sits and watches. Someone steps forward quietly, heightening the tension. One character awkwardly apologizes, leaving the other surprised and uncertain outside. The boy calmly asks the group to move aside as he walks forward. A majestic tower rises into view as the sun sets behind it. Someone in a white garment steps forward, entering the scene with purpose. An older man urgently asks a younger man for an update on Helene's condition in the stone hallway. Two men discuss the worsening condition of someone who has been refusing to eat. A man glares intensely from the shadows, his determination clear in his narrowed eye. Someone condemns the reckless actions involving a 12-year-old and disrespect toward a higher authority. The plan to humble Ian Phage backfires when Helene is unexpectedly defeated by him. Someone realizes that their attempt to control him was doomed from the start. A chained wolf snarls and struggles to break free. An older man tells his companion they will need more time to turn someone into a useful tool as they walk down a stone hallway. A large ornate door swings open, flooding the area with bright light from beyond. A uniformed character greets someone while reading an open book. An older man enters the room, apologizing for his late arrival. A young man in a military uniform pauses his reading as someone formally addresses him. A hand lifts a closed book, drawing attention to its significance. A cautious older man asks for more information before proceeding. A man in a decorated military uniform stands confidently, smiling in the warm light. Someone begins to bring up the topic of the magician. A blond man in a decorated military uniform stands with arms crossed, silently asserting his authority before an ornate desk and throne-like chair. A commanding voice announces a name, capturing everyone's attention. A grand building stands beneath a clear sky, introducing the setting. Someone steps forward with determination. A boy eagerly announces that he is ready to leave. The man signals to the child that it's time to leave. A man informs a boy that he is taking Douglas to the academy. A young man cheerfully announces his departure to his superior by the ornate door. Someone approaches the ornate double doors. A boy pauses mid-reading, lost in thought as he sits quietly in the decorated room. Today marks Douglas's first day at school, prompting a moment of reflection. He secured the highest rank among applicants, and was immediately admitted to the Royal Alchemist Academy. Two men arrive at the ornate carriage, one smiling brightly at the other. Someone acknowledges that his talent is extraordinary. He easily studies the advanced curriculum, already familiar with its contents. A hand raises a closed green book, drawing attention to it. The boy sinks into the armchair, realizing he has some time to himself. After turning back time, the protagonist has been relentlessly pushing forward without pause. The character steps forward, ready to take action despite the lack of movement from the other side. The boy realizes he must let his body mature to fully regain his power. A clenched fist on the bed signals an internal struggle over whether to rest or take action. A young man pauses as knocking sounds come from the decorated door. A maid enters with a tray and formally addresses the man off panel. A sealed invitation from the palace is delivered. The boy receives an envelope and reacts with surprise upon realizing it is an invitation. He is startled as he reads the unexpected contents of the letter. He examines the sealed envelope and recognizes the distinctive crest. A young man is shocked as he reads a letter revealing unexpected news about the first prince. A carriage arrives at the castle under the moonlit sky. A young man arrives at an unfamiliar location and surveys his surroundings. Mages without noble birth are excluded from attending these parties. A young man stands indoors, questioning another character's decisions with a confused expression. A character expresses surprise that the prince is personally organizing a banquet. The solitary young man recalls how his withdrawn behavior and lack of social engagement led to his political isolation among the nobility. The fifth prince established strong alliances with influential nobles, making himself a central figure in the social scene. As a result, he seized most of the first prince's political power. The first prince often disregarded the emperor's advice due to his laziness and impulsiveness. A character considers how another's unexpected initiative might work in their favor. A withdrawn character reflects on past isolation and quietly sits alone in the corner. An attendant greets the protagonist at the ornate entrance with a formal handshake. The grand doors swing open, flooding the room with light as someone enters. The scene shifts to reveal a majestic, empty palace hall with a grand staircase and chandelier. Whispers spread among the ballroom guests as one woman reacts with surprise and others continue their quiet conversations. 3 elegantly dressed figures gather in the ornate ballroom, quietly engaging in conversation as anticipation fills the air. A young man stands in the ornate room, feeling uncomfortable. A man formally announces the arrival of the first prince to the gathered audience. 4 elegantly dressed figures bow their heads together in a lavish hall. Someone enters the scene with a determined step. A well-dressed man quietly surveys the area from an ornate balcony. The host stands before the guests and expresses his gratitude for their attendance at the party. A formally dressed man steps onto the ornate balcony and announces that he will host a banquet in place of the emperor. A well-dressed man stands before the banquet attendees and announces that he will introduce someone to the gathering. A young man exudes confidence as he smiles calmly, signaling his readiness for what comes next. A worried young man anxiously questions someone's intentions. A noble young man announces the arrival of the youngest 4th-class mage in the history of the Ivory Tower at an elegant event. A host extends his hand to greet an important guest from Moglian. A young man snaps to attention as his name is called out unexpectedly. The scene shifts to a lavish, empty ballroom illuminated by a grand chandelier. A man in ornate clothing extends a warm welcome to the newcomer. A noble publicly introduces a newcomer at the banquet, prompting an awkward exchange of thanks. Realizing the scheme's intent, the character becomes alarmed upon understanding it was designed to align her with the first prince in the eyes of the nobles. Realizing the emperor is behind the plan, the character pauses to reconsider the situation. Someone brings up the incident that happened in the Ivory Tower. A man boasts about being instantly ranked as a high-class mage, laughing at how shocked the elders must have been. A man in a blue uniform recalls his initial doubts when he first met a young, unremarkable-looking newcomer in Moglian. 2 groups confront each other in a tense outdoor meeting as one participant internally mocks the opposition. A young noble expresses amazement at another's impressive abilities. A young man reflects on how meeting someone turned out to be a significant and positive decision in his life. The young man offers a reassuring smile, radiating warmth. A confident man announces that he has someone to introduce. A nobleman leads another person forward through the grand hall. A young man is startled as he suddenly notices something unexpected in the ornate room. A regal man leads the way while another young man reacts with surprise. The young man recoils in shock as something unexpected happens in the ornate room. Haley introduces her younger sister to the group. Haley greets Ian and introduces herself. A young man receives formal recognition for his growing reputation within the palace. A woman warmly invites her guests to lunch so they can discuss achievements in Moglian. One character hesitantly offers to share stories about magic and monsters, while the other expresses keen interest in hearing more. Haley expresses her wish to have a meaningful conversation with Ian. A formally dressed group exchanges polite farewells in the ceremonial hall before the banquet begins. A young man stands apart, feeling isolated as a lively group enjoys conversation at the lavish party. A young man pauses in silence, lost in thought. 3 people gather near the staircase and engage in a quiet conversation. A blonde woman appears transformed and draws the attention of everyone in the formal setting. A finely dressed man welcomes guests at the banquet, while maintaining his composure despite visible nervousness. A young man quickly exits the crowded ballroom to avoid potential trouble. A young man hesitantly enters the room while another figure watches from the foreground. The protagonist freezes in shock, eyes wide as he reacts to an unexpected revelation. A young man steps onto the balcony at night and calls out for Sir Oliver. A young man in formal attire pauses among white flowers as someone calls his name. One young man compliments the other's formal attire in a sunlit hallway. A troubled young man explains that he is following an order from His Highness. Two young men stand in tense silence on the balcony, locked in a wordless confrontation. Two men confront each other in tense silence as snow falls around them. Two young men stand on the terrace at night, one expressing regret about coming after hearing unsettling rumors. A young man in an ornate uniform questions the rumors he just heard. The High Magician of the Ivory Tower is introduced. A captor questions the restrained prisoner about defeating a woman. A character recalls the prince's earlier remarks and brings up news about actions taken at the Ivory Tower. A young man contemplates the surprising rumor about the Ivory Tower under the night sky. A man in military attire questions what knights could accomplish in such times without sufficient information. He pauses in silence, deep in thought as he considers his next move. A new theme about age is introduced. The Green River Empire is dominated by a handful of powerful magicians at the peak of magical strength. Knights are dismissed as mere ornaments, their discarded swords and shields symbolizing their lost value. Someone expresses surprise at the rapid magical accomplishments and recent victory over a renowned magician. A young boy casually deflects a compliment about his maturity with a modest response. A nobleman confronts the attentive listener in the hallway, emphasizing the unusual favor shown by the first prince and insisting on verifying his loyalty. One character demands to know which side the other will choose as they kneel on the balcony under the night sky. A resolute figure dismisses the young man's reputation and questions how he achieved such power. A serious man voices his concern about the Ivory Tower's public support for the fifth prince and directly seeks clarification. A conflicted young man questions his allegiance to the Ivory Tower, feeling the impossibility of giving a clear answer. A knight insists on receiving an important answer as he stands solemnly on the terrace at night. Someone questions whether the other person is a friend or an enemy. He steels his resolve, eyes sharp with unwavering focus as he prepares for the challenge ahead. Unsure of his future, the young man reflects on the legacy of a loyal knight. A character debates whether to give a hint to Sir Oliver while gazing at the night sky. A young man firmly declares that he will never side with the fifth prince. A young man freezes in shock as he reacts to an unexpected revelation. Using a discreet spell, the kneeling man assures the woman that their conversation cannot be overheard. Two young men calmly agree that the answer given is perfect for the moment. One character asks to make a request, while another questions what kind of request it will be. The young man insists on sparring until he receives a clear answer, seeking to become stronger. The young man questions whether he is being asked to teach how to fight against magicians. Someone worries that the sword might become a threat to them. The young man reluctantly admits he cannot fully disagree. A young man confidently teases another under the starry night sky. The young man firmly rejects the proposal, stating there is nothing to gain from it. The young man straightens his collar and prepares himself for what lies ahead. A pair of hands reveals a glimmering necklace with a teardrop-shaped pendant. A uniformed man explains that the queen gave him a royal token when he was appointed as the first prince's bodyguard. A young man explains that the enchanted necklace has the power to clear the mind. A long-lost royal treasure, once shrouded in secrecy, is finally revealed. It is revealed that the queen was the last person to possess the object. One character hands over a necklace, insisting it will serve the other better. A young man explains that the deceased queen gave him a gift to help him serve his master better. The man confidently explains that his offer aims to better fulfill the request. A young character silently weighs the gravity of a difficult decision under the night sky. One character firmly takes the necklace from another's outstretched hands. He smirks with quiet confidence, his determination clear in the sparkling light. Two young men face each other on a balcony as a massive magical explosion erupts behind them. Two figures stand side by side, visibly shocked by something unexpected happening off-panel. Two young men confront each other on a balcony as a massive explosion erupts behind them. Two figures stand side by side, both recoiling in shock at something unexpected off-panel. Two characters recoil as a massive fiery explosion erupts just outside the building. A character's eye widens in shock upon realizing something unexpected. A young man in a decorated military uniform urgently shouts a warning to his royal superior. Two men rush into the grand hallway, urgently searching for the missing royal. A character quickly turns their attention toward an urgent call. A man steps protectively in front of a startled woman as the crowd reacts in shock to an unexpected incident in the palace. Two uniformed men rush over to check on the prince and princess, who confirm they are unharmed. A young man in a decorated uniform rushes forward with two attendants, urgently checking on the prince's condition. Inside the ornate hall, one man quickly checks if his superior is hurt, while the other insists he is fine and demands an update on the situation outside. A young man urgently reports that multiple explosions have struck the palace and all available forces are being deployed to locate the source. He notices the emergency communication orb and reacts with concern. An emergency communication orb from the royal palace appears. A vast network links the central structure to the knight headquarters, army barracks, and the ivory tower. All available forces are being directed toward the palace. Realizing the emergency orb has been activated, someone understands that all soldiers and magicians will converge at the palace. Amid swirling dust in the ruined hall, suspicion arises that the explosion may have been deliberately targeted. Haley abruptly turns her head, sensing a sudden disturbance nearby. A sudden realization strikes, leaving everyone in shock. A mage swiftly conjures a glowing magical barrier to defend against an imminent threat. A powerful magical barrier appears as one figure casts the spell while the others watch in shock. One figure questions the princess about her ability to channel mana into the barrier as the magical shield glows behind them. Haley reacts with shock as she receives urgent news and demands an immediate response. A girl anxiously demonstrates her magic as she is asked to maintain a glowing barrier. The young man turns and walks away, leaving the distressed woman behind in the tense atmosphere. A man steps forward and demands answers from the two startled maids in the ornate room. A young man urgently questions the startled maid in the ornate hallway about the whereabouts of a servant girl named Isabel. A nervous maid hesitantly explains that the other woman, assigned to the detached palace, wanted to attend the banquet. A character quietly confirms an earlier suspicion. The true objective is revealed to be Cecilia. A captive stands restrained as a plan to infiltrate the ivory castle during a distraction is revealed. He decides to prevent his secret from reaching Coldwalker, regardless of what happens to Cecilia. A heavy thud echoes through the deserted stone hallway. A determined figure strides purposefully down the empty street at night. A hooded figure appears in the cell, startling the prisoner with an unexpected greeting. A young woman abruptly turns, startled by the sudden presence of someone else in the room. A hooded figure reveals his face, announcing his identity. A silver-haired figure in a cloak criticizes another person in the dim room for failing to meet expectations. A frightened woman pleads for someone to rescue her from behind the prison bars. A cloaked figure pauses in the corridor to announce they need to check something. A woman grips the cell bars in frustration, realizing she has been outsmarted. A determined vow is made to eliminate Coldwalker and everyone associated with it. A silver-haired person urgently asks if the information is true. A character reveals that someone possessed knowledge of a mana seal unknown to both him and his listener. A secret about the Coldwalkers is revealed outside the prison cell. The two characters quickly prepare to leave the cell as their conversation ends. A silver-haired person responds thoughtfully to the conversation. A heavy prison gate slowly opens in the empty corridor. A woman suddenly turns, startled by something unexpected. A terrified woman recoils as a bloodied sword is thrust dangerously close to her face. Blood splatters across the shocked character's face as they witness a sudden violent event. A stoic figure stands over a kneeling opponent, holding a bloody dagger as the wounded victim collapses. A solemn figure recalls the group's lengthy debates over what actions to take during the imprisonment in the ivory tower. A wounded magician learns he was considered for rescue due to his rare abilities. A cloaked figure stands over a lifeless body in a pool of blood, marking the grim outcome of their confrontation. A character gently says goodbye, signaling the end of their meeting. The character whirls around in alarm, startled by an unexpected threat behind them. A masked figure launches a swift and forceful sword attack. A dagger slices through the air at high speed. A character is suddenly struck in the eye by a thrown dagger, causing blood to streak down their face. A suspicious young man confronts a mysterious floating device, demanding to know its identity. The character stares ahead in silence, processing intense emotions. A shadowed figure coldly approves the removal of Cecilia, expressing relief at having one less obstacle. A young man is suddenly immobilized as ice encases his feet in the prison-like room. A cloaked figure approaches a young man in front of a locked cell door, initiating a tense encounter. A young man stands alone and swears to kill his enemy himself. A frightened man pleads desperately for his life in front of a jail cell. With determination, the protagonist prepares to confront the suffering endured by their classmates. One captive denies killing anyone while nervously hinting at future danger, trapped in an icy prison as their interrogator presses for answers. A young person quietly reflects that 10 years remain before a significant event occurs. A young man struggles desperately as he is rapidly trapped in jagged, magical ice. Someone makes a determined vow to restore everything. A hand reaches out and makes contact with the glowing blue crystal. A young man calmly manipulates floating blue crystal shards with his magic. She endures the pain in silence as crystals float around her wounded face. Two figures walk quietly side by side along the cobblestone street. A hand exposes a glowing mana seal on the boy's neck, confirming its presence. A character suddenly reacts to an alarming sound in the dark hallway. A startled man and his hooded escorts recoil in shock as something unexpected happens in the corridor. An older man anxiously demands an explanation for the unexpected situation. Amidst a scene of collapsed bodies, the protagonist recoils in shock upon noticing an eerie blue symbol glowing on one figure's neck. A glowing magical sigil appears on a character's forearm, casting blue light. A furious fist slams onto the table as someone urgently announces that 2 people have already gone missing within the palace. A man on the throne angrily demands an explanation from the robed figure about the palace's security failures. An official demands accountability for a promise to eliminate corruption in exchange for granting investigative authority. A stern man announces the complete withdrawal of all authorities from the ivory tower. The mage bows in the throne room and agrees to share all gathered information with the knights and soldiers as ordered by the monarch. A man in a decorated military uniform dismisses his subordinate, signaling that more tasks await. The older man bows respectfully before the assembled group. A court official summons the magician to appear before the king. A character steps confidently onto the illuminated path, ready to move forward. A stern man with golden eyes confronts someone as their paths cross again. A distinguished guest from the north is formally announced as he enters and bows in the grand hall. The uniformed man commends another's competency for helping protect the empire. A high-ranking figure acknowledges that someone's timely intervention prevented sensitive information from falling into enemy hands and saved the empire from disgrace. A uniformed official formally acknowledges the young man's achievements before the assembled audience. A distinguished man steps forward in the ornate hall and presents a reward box to the attentive boy. A mysterious jeweled blue garment is discovered inside an open drawer. A young man discovers a powerful robe left behind by his ancestor, the imperial family's sole magician. A stern man in a military uniform explains that, due to the terms of a testament, he can only lend an important item to someone outside the imperial family. Someone offers to lend something valuable until the recipient's final moment, or until they no longer desire it. A legendary magician who saved the empire and became Tower Master is introduced, depicted in his iconic robe. Someone explains that wearing the robe does not require changing clothes. He offers a chance to try it on immediately. A blue cape flutters dramatically in the wind, signaling a tense moment. A young man stands silently before the ceremonial arch as white petals fall around him. A uniformed man laughs from his throne-like chair, mocking how oversized the attire looks on someone. A character suddenly realizes the robe is inscribed with magical spells. The young man declares that he will adjust it to fit his body immediately. A figure channels a surge of blue magical energy, signaling the start of a powerful action. The young man concentrates as magical energy gathers around him, signaling the start of a powerful spell. A group of men stare in shock after witnessing an unexpected feat. A regal man offers an approving compliment to someone off-panel while seated on an ornate throne. A young person in a blue cloak closes his eyes and gathers his focus as sparkles float around him. A royal figure sits on the throne while a cloaked individual kneels to receive the king's favor. Students arrive at the academy as the impressive building comes into view. A well-dressed woman steps forward and addresses the surprised young man on the garden walkway. A formal greeting is exchanged in the garden as one character bows respectfully, and the other gently asks for less formality. One person nervously grabs another's hand, seeking reassurance in a tense moment. A woman hesitantly tries to confess something important outside a grand building. A young man bows and apologizes for his past rudeness, leaving the young woman surprised and flustered. A confident young person assures the listener that their concerns are unfounded. A woman calmly assures someone, her presence radiating comfort. A figure strides purposefully across the tiled floor, signaling a tense entrance. Someone celebrates a major achievement with enthusiasm. The young man pauses, silently gathering his resolve as he faces the next challenge. A high-ranking man acknowledges the significant accomplishment. A uniformed man formally thanks the two young people for protecting the empire and the imperial family. A decorated official commends another person's unmatched achievements during the recent incident. A character begins a formal self-introduction to the assembled group. A tense moment unfolds as someone announces their intention to formally introduce themselves, leaving a shocked character reeling. A nobleman confidently announces his royal lineage, declaring himself the fifth child of the emperor. A wine glass falls and its contents spill, marking a somber moment of reflection. A desperate figure falls to their knees, pleading for mercy before a stern authority by the fireplace. Someone is stunned by a sudden realization. A stern man in a decorated military uniform stands poised in the shadows, preparing to make a grave announcement. A blond young man in a decorated military uniform steps forward and gives a reserved smile, making a confident appearance. A character looks up in shock after hearing Ragnar's name. A decorated officer formally congratulates another character on becoming a high-class magician in the Ivory Tower. A young woman expresses her gratitude for protection against spies in the Mongolian territory while feeling uneasy about meeting someone. A uniformed man invites the woman and young boy to a luncheon in the mansion garden to express his gratitude. A man in a decorated military uniform extends an invitation with a hopeful smile. A character clenches their fist and pounds the ground in frustration. She steps in front of him, firmly blocking the request and insisting he already has plans with her. A well-dressed man suggests meeting tomorrow. A young man in a blue uniform respectfully declines a request from the royal figure. A blonde character silently surveys the surroundings with sharp focus. A woman stands in the garden, quietly processing troubling news. A uniformed man bows respectfully and bids farewell to the cloaked man outside a grand building. Frozen in shock, the protagonist stands silent and tense, struggling to process the unexpected event. A farewell is given as the speaker departs, leaving the scene empty. A group of soldiers marches past two women and a young boy standing together in a garden courtyard. The two characters silently survey the area in front of the grand building. A blonde woman hesitantly calls out to someone off-panel. The girl nervously apologizes for her rash words, and the boy accepts her apology as they both look embarrassed. Someone glances back at the grand building, lost in thought about Ragnar. The narrator recalls meeting someone 2 years earlier than planned, noting that he is currently just a prince concealing his true intentions. A blonde man stands silently among blooming red roses, lost in thought. The protagonist stands firm before a starry backdrop, declaring his determination to stop his adversary's rise to power. A stern man in a decorated uniform issues a menacing warning, ensuring his opponent cannot advance. A determined boy stands alone as a grave prophecy warns of his impending despair and tragic end. A challenge is issued as someone declares themselves an opponent in this life. 5 years have passed. Sunlight pours into the grand library, revealing its towering bookshelves. A young man in a decorated uniform struggles to understand the mysterious book before him. A young man in a decorated uniform complains about the book's confusing and messy writing. A scholarly man presents a book on rulership to the surprised prince in the grand library. Surrounded by towering stacks of books, the protagonist stares at the overwhelming workload before beginning to study. A young student is assigned an overwhelming list of subjects to study while surrounded by towering stacks of books. A boy is confronted with an overwhelming stack of books he must read. A young man in military attire shouts in frustration, abandoning his restraint. A student refuses to study while a worried teacher urges compliance to avoid trouble. One man confirms with the vice master that today is the final sparring session between the Grand Master and Sir Yin. A young man in a decorated uniform responds nervously as he stands before the ornate golden doors. A calm young man predicts that a confrontation is happening elsewhere. A man in a blue military uniform stands up from his desk and prepares to leave the room, while another man waits by the door. The scene shifts to the main training grounds at the 2nd Royal Knights headquarters. A young man exhales deeply, releasing the tension from the previous moment. Kneeling with unwavering determination, the protagonist silently vows to persevere until the end. A figure grips the hilt of a large, ornate sword, preparing to draw it. A single, wide-open eye reveals a sudden realization. Ice spears plunge from the sky as a lone figure braces for the attack. A character slams their foot into the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth. A male character charges forward with his sword, swiftly evading a shower of ice spears. Someone stomps onto the wooden floor with such force that cracks spread outward. The ground splits open as the character braces himself with a sword, startled by the sudden danger. The protagonist charges forward with his sword, rushing into the heart of the battle. A devastating attack crashes into the ground, scattering debris in all directions. A lone figure leaps forcefully across rocky cliffs, wielding a sword and leaving explosive impacts behind. A powerful attack erupts, tearing across the scene with explosive force. The protagonist braces for an attack, gripping his sword and kneeling defensively as fresh claw marks appear behind him. The protagonist steadies himself, sweat dripping as he prepares for the next confrontation. Someone prepares to reveal what will happen next, building suspense. Amid raging fire and destruction, a determined figure stands ready with his sword to confront the threat. A lone figure braces as a massive explosion erupts ahead. The protagonist's eyes widen in alarm as he suddenly senses an unexpected threat. With a desperate cry, the swordsman charges forward and unleashes a powerful attack. A fierce sword slash clashes with a surge of fiery energy. A character realizes they are able to reach their target. Amid swirling flames, the young man grips his sword and prepares to face the approaching threat. With determination burning in his eyes, the protagonist prepares to unleash his final move. The magician stands unmoved as magical flames swirl around him. A massive explosion tears through the scene, shaking everything around it. The protagonist charges forward with determination, launching into battle. A figure in blue is struck in the chest by a sword, blood spraying from the wound. A determined attacker thrusts his sword through his shocked opponent, causing her to collapse backward. The protagonist is suddenly startled by something off-panel. A hand pats a shoulder in recognition of a job well done. A swordsman stands ready to defend while his companion channels swirling magical energy behind him. The young man turns away in silence, lost in thought. He admits defeat, realizing his efforts had no effect. A calm figure in a blue cloak arrives, surrounded by swirling magical energy. A calm young man exposes his opponent's true intent to kill rather than just injure. Two characters shake hands in the castle courtyard as one offers thanks in payment for the necklace. He acknowledges that the assistance he received was far greater than expected. A man acknowledges the other's significant growth, recalling how he sliced a pyroblast in half with a steel sword. One character stands facing another with a sword and asks permission to pose an important question. A serious question about current strength is posed atop the castle walls. The man in the blue cloak admits he is not as strong as others might expect. A title plaque reveals the rank of 5th class master. A character reflects on reaching 5th class at age 26 and recalls aiming for 6th class mastery. The narrator reflects on the inability to speed up the development of the core body and mana heart. He realizes that reaching 5th class magic is currently his limit. Clenching their fists with determination, the character hopes their body will finish growing soon. Someone receives enthusiastic praise for being the greatest magician in the empire. Two young men suddenly notice something alarming near the castle wall. A formal announcement is made on the sparring ground that today marks the final match between the two opponents. A cheerful man in a royal uniform invites everyone to join him for breakfast, promising a great meal. A young man announces the completion of his education and prepares to meet the Tower Master to assume new responsibilities. He acknowledges that the outcome cannot be changed and prepares to accept it. A man in a blue cloak politely declines the group's invitation but promises to join them for a meal soon. A man with long hair and a blue cloak gathers magical energy as he prepares to act. A devastating attack slams into the ground, blasting out energy, and leaving a deep crater. A determined figure strides toward the fortified castle as 3 others watch from below. The young man declares his intention to return, his expression unwavering as he faces the sky. A powerful surge of energy spirals through the sky, signaling the unleashing of a devastating attack. 3 men in distinct uniforms stand together under a glowing light, presenting a united front. A man in a blue military uniform gazes upward, feeling envious of a magical robe that grants the power of flight. A young man on the castle walls respectfully asks the officer for orders. A young man is asked if he feels ready to fight magicians after an even match, and he replies that his answer has 2 parts. Realizing he cannot even harm his opponent, the character acknowledges the growing gap between them. A young man in a decorated uniform calmly considers his strategy against other magicians outside a stone castle. A confident smirk appears as the character silently asserts control over the situation. The protagonist calmly evaluates the situation and determines the threat is under control. The academy tower rises prominently under the clear sky. A large door slowly opens, filling the room with light from outside. A man in a blue cloak calmly greets someone who has just arrived. An elder man reflects on how recently he first heard about the remarkable boy from the north, while a younger man listens in the library. The elder acknowledges that the boy has already grown into a capable young man. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak calmly reflects on aging and reassures the other person they have many years left. An older man reviews documents filled with praise, visibly impressed by the achievements detailed within. A letter arrives, overflowing with admiration for the recipient's value to the empire and the ivory tower. An older man behind a desk commends the magician standing before him, who responds with modesty. An older man with a serious expression hints that the outcome will be revealed soon. An authority figure explains that, unlike typical students, this individual's situation requires special handling on the last day. A composed young man respectfully acknowledges the honor of exchanging final words with the old man in the ornate hall. The older man stands by the grand desk, cautiously expressing his gratitude while holding a sealed box. Someone acknowledges the achievement of becoming a full-fledged magician. A hand reveals a decorated metallic artifact, heightening the sense of anticipation. A young man in a blue cloak receives an official emblem granting him authority over the empire's soldiers and citizens. 2 people discuss the demand and requirements for high-class magicians in various places. A grave older man urgently asks for help, explaining that the number of high-class magicians has sharply declined. He stands before the bookshelf, mentally preparing for the many tasks that await him. An older man informs the younger man in the blue cloak that, as the strongest force in the ivory tower, he will soon shoulder many new responsibilities. Someone emphasizes that this moment marks the beginning of a new situation. A hand reaches toward the glowing magical symbols, activating a powerful spell. The older man offers a critical choice as magical text shimmers in the air. A young person pauses and looks upward, deep in thought. Radmir, the empire's largest port city, is introduced with a view of magical blue runes glowing around a grand window. Benson is introduced as the leading city for iron production in the empire. A young man stands surrounded by glowing blue runes as he contemplates a crucial revelation. A character recalls being sent to Fyric, the northeastern lands, in a previous life while observing a wall inscribed with glowing runes. A mage explains they were assigned to replace someone who died in an accident. He steals his resolve, magical energy shimmering in his focused gaze. The character expresses interest in Fyric while standing before a glowing magical display. An older man in the library announces that the location requesting aid is in the most urgent need. After sending magicians and soldiers, the threat from the Great Plains monsters remains unresolved. An older man hands a document across the desk, asking if a decision can be made today. The long-haired figure agrees to go, accepting the task without hesitation. The scene shifts to reveal a grand stone tower beneath a bright sky, marking the arrival at Fyric. A grand building stands tall against the sunset, introducing a new location. A young man is surprised to hear that someone is being sent to Fyric for their first assignment. One young man urgently warns about a dangerous place, startling the other at the dining table. A tense hand reaches for the sheathed dagger as someone urgently calls out. A woman voices her concern about the potential danger of a particular place. One character reassures the other that the upcoming departure is only temporary and not dangerous. A woman learns that someone will be leaving next week and reflects on how empty the mansion will feel. A young man assures his mother that he will finish his work quickly and return home. A young man eagerly asks the captain to inspect a newly made elixir in the laboratory before departure, hoping it will assist with the upcoming mission. A man is put on the spot as someone questions whether he should address Ian differently now that he is older. A young man, looking concerned, asks what is wrong with the captain. A young man pauses, considering his next idea. A long-haired young man stops drinking, startled by something unexpected. One character jumps up in shock as another calls out across the dining table, drawing everyone's attention. A young man abruptly stops eating, stunned by something unexpected. 2 young women stand side by side, sharing an uncomfortable silence. The young man smirks with confidence, signaling his self-assurance. A joyful boy rushes forward, calling out enthusiastically. A bewildered woman demands to know if Douglas is truly the same person she knew in her previous life. A woman excitedly announces the addition of a new son to the family. A man reacts in embarrassment, clutching his chest and blushing after an unexpected comment. As the group dines together, a debate breaks out over whether to address their host with formal respect or treat him as family. A character defends their importance to the household with confident pride. The protagonist dismisses being called a genius with clear indifference. A woman in a green dress laughs boldly as she boasts about her intelligence. A woman gives a sly smile, while a man silently observes her reaction. A long-haired man stands alone, smiling softly in a tranquil setting. A moment of reflection fills the glowing, spark-filled space. 3 people enjoy a peaceful dinner together, exchanging light conversation. One character firmly refuses to be called brother, while the other looks disappointed. A young man in a blue cloak asks if preparations are complete, signaling the start of an important task. 2 people discuss the plan to visit Fierik after saying goodbye to the Tower Master. A young man casually mentions the mana trap he set up in the mansion while speaking outside. A young man anxiously promises to protect Mrs. Phage with his life. One character hastily corrects himself while the group stands in tense silence. A pair of hands presents a glowing potion vial to someone. A young character admits to making their own version of the half-elixir. He stands outside, expressing uncertainty about the situation. One character whispers to another, who looks confused by the unexpected comment. The protagonist assures everyone that the situation is likely much better than expected. Ian stands outside and quietly expresses his gratitude. Despite still having 3 years left at the academy, Douglas has already secured the future position of Royal Alchemist thanks to his remarkable abilities, and playfully knocks the younger student on the head. The young man tests the mysterious device, confident it will function as intended. 2 people discuss travel plans, with one choosing a carriage to avoid drawing attention. A woman urgently calls out while holding a gift-wrapped box in front of the mansion. A woman hands a wrapped package to a young man as he prepares to depart beside the carriage. A young character explains the contents of the food package, detailing what to eat today and what to save for later. A gentlewoman offers a freshly baked red bean pie to show her affection. A young man thanks his mother for the meal and thoughtfully touches his neck. A woman embraces a man tightly, urging him to stay safe and take care of himself as they part ways. A woman with blonde hair suddenly embraces a surprised young man. The two share a quiet, heartfelt embrace. A man embraces a woman from behind as she quietly affirms his reassurance. A man promises to return soon as he reassures a concerned woman beside an ornate carriage. A cloaked figure announces departure and steps toward the waiting carriage as others watch. A golden carriage approaches, its wheels spinning rapidly. A group of well-dressed individuals waits as a carriage arrives at the mansion. The protagonist sits alone on a throne, lost in deep thought. The character sits in deep thought, urging others to trust in their decision. She tries to reassure herself that her mother will remain safe in her absence. A mansion under palace protection appears. The city's crime rate has decreased. A glowing magical circle activates, unveiling the secret mana trap. Determined to secure the mansion, the character prepares to eliminate most dangers. A character sits in a carriage, silently reflecting while watching the scenery outside the window. A carriage moves steadily along the road as 25 years are marked since a significant event. Enemy forces surge down the mountain pass as the guards prepare for the assault. A horde of monsters charges the fortified settlement as guards scramble to defend the walls. An armored man furiously commands his forces to decapitate the enemies and bring him their heads. Armored soldiers surge into battle under a hail of arrows. An armored rider speeds towards the Great Lord to deliver urgent news. An armored soldier rushes in and urgently reports that something has happened to the supply forces at the rear. A distressed soldier rushes in to report that orcs have attacked the supply forces behind the lines. A red-haired man in armor recoils in shock upon hearing unexpected news. A swarm of goblins and orcs breaks through the defensive line, catching the defenders off guard. A commanding knight orders 2 units to defend the gate with the magicians while leading the first unit forward. A determined armored man leads his group to confront the orcs attacking from behind. A horse charges forward at full speed. A group of armored soldiers charges forward on horseback, ready to confront the advancing threat. He realizes that the attackers are strong enough to wipe out the defenseless supply unit. A determined rider leads a group through the forest at full speed, desperate to arrive before it's too late. Snow drifts down over the silent, misty forest as an eerie wind rises. A man in armor pauses as snow unexpectedly begins to fall in the forest. It never snows in the east. He processes a shocking revelation as his eyes widen in disbelief. Someone moves quietly through the misty forest as sunlight streams between the trees. A group of people confronts towering, glowing ice spikes that have erupted from the snowy ground. A group of armored figures advances through the snowy forest and confronts a massive magical ice barrier. A massive orc-like creature is trapped motionless inside a block of ice. 2 orc warriors stand ready in the snow, anticipating an imminent confrontation. A knight rides through the snowy landscape, troubled by a looming threat. A solitary figure stands atop a frozen peak, surveying the snowy landscape below. A lone figure dashes rapidly over the snowy mountain peaks. Goblins are slaughtered by powerful ice spikes that pierce their bodies. 2 monstrous creatures tense up as they sense an approaching threat in the swirling snow. A giant ice crystal suddenly appears in the snowy mountains, dominating the watchful landscape. A figure steps onto the dusty ground, entering the scene with determination. A cloaked figure faces a group of attackers as spears are thrust toward them, demanding they reveal themselves. A hooded woman arrives in the snowy landscape and offers her assistance. A red-haired knight at the front of the group is suddenly startled. A magician steps forward in the snow and formally introduces himself as a high-class envoy from the ivory tower. A man in armor stands in the snow and reveals his identity. Someone mentions the noble from northern Moglian, Sir Ian Phage. A seasoned knight welcomes a young hero, expressing admiration for his recent victory over the goblin army. A character extends a hand in a respectful greeting. Two figures exchange a respectful handshake in the snow, formally greeting each other. Two characters greet each other with a handshake after a long journey. A red-haired character earnestly asks for a moment of someone's time. Amidst the falling snow in the mountains, a crucial discussion is about to begin. A grand castle stands beneath the setting sun, marking the stronghold's introduction. Realizing the enemy forces are much larger than expected, the man grows anxious. The two assess the unexpectedly intense determination of their opposition while reviewing documents and scrolls. A young man quietly processes troubling news about unrest in the Great Plains. A red-haired man updates another person about submitting 2 official requests to the palace and the ivory tower. 2 critical requests are made, one for provisions and troops to sustain the fight, and another for the deployment of a high-class magician. A young man in a blue cloak considers how to use his magic to resolve the current crisis. A towering ice wall now seals the canyon, buying the defenders some time against the monster army. A red-haired man briefs a blonde woman on their army's exhaustion and dwindling supplies as they prepare for war against the monsters in the Great Plains. A red-haired man laments that without the arrival of reinforcements and supplies, they could not continue fighting the monsters. The protagonist learns that the Empire has delayed the request. A new, long-term solution is proposed to address the current issue in place of deploying troops. The character silently accepts the instructions, his arms folded as he contemplates the situation. 2 people discuss how the ice wall will temporarily protect them as they monitor monster movements from the mountain range. A man asks if the journey to the Great Plains will be made alone. A determined character insists they must investigate the cause and find a solution to the situation. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak surveys the staircase, pausing thoughtfully near a large axe. Amusement fills the room as someone reacts to another's confidence in the quiet library. A weary leader admits that repeated military deployments to the Great Plains have failed to achieve any results. Monsters of different breeds charge forward together, no longer fighting each other. A monstrous creature singles out humans as its targets and attacks ferociously. A character urgently explains that monsters are attacking multiple borders and nations at the same time. A man points out that some nations are less affected by monsters because they have fewer accessible paths. A map reveals the Great Serpent's Gorge as the source of concentrated monster attacks near the Pyrrhic estate. A red-haired man voices his suspicion as he notices something unusual. A hand points to a spot on the map, revealing that the Aboriginal clan at the southern border of the Great Plains is not under monster attack. A long-haired man considers the possibility of an unknown force blocking entry to the area. A plan to investigate the south is stalled because monster attacks in the gorge prevent troops from reaching the South Aboriginal clan. The protagonist realizes that unexpected trouble has arisen in the Great Plains, something not predicted from past experience. A character reflects on how this is the first large-scale attack from the Great Plains despite many previous assaults. The young man decides to travel to the southern border to consult the king of the shamans for information. A red-haired man seriously asks if meeting and speaking with another person is possible. The young man confidently agrees without hesitation. A grand fortress towers over the landscape beneath a clear, starlit sky. A lone figure stands on a rooftop, surveying the vast plains under the night sky. A young man stands beneath the night sky, lost in thought. Someone suddenly remembers that a significant object might still be where it was left. A legendary artifact, passed down to the king of the shamans, is introduced. A legendary staff is revealed, radiating mystical energy. A character sits alone, lamenting the loss of a rare birch staff. 3 nations will unite in 3 years to launch a decisive battle against the monsters of the Great Plains. An ancient map is revealed, displaying hidden locations and cryptic symbols. Most of the monsters will be destroyed in the Great Plains. The 3 nations plan to divide the resource-rich Great Plains among themselves. A clenched fist strikes the floor in frustration as the harsh truth of the Aboriginals' enslavement is revealed. He realizes that something new has happened in this life that never occurred before. He considers that his return may have caused the recent changes. Someone senses impending trouble in the Great Plains. One character promises to find the cause and solution to the ice crisis within 10 days. A man in armor reassures his companion that he will return within 10 days before departing. Someone wishes Ian good luck as he prepares to face a challenge. A desolate, rocky valley stretches under a foggy sky, setting a grim scene. A solitary figure surveys the desolate landscape from the edge of a windswept cliff. The protagonist surveys the edge of the territory where the Aboriginals' land begins. He notices an unusual silence as he carefully scans the area. Noticing the barren landscape, the character observes that no monsters have appeared in the south, unlike the north, and wonders if this area is the source of the change. A lone figure strides purposefully across the rocky ground. One of the warriors suddenly reacts to an unexpected disturbance while the others remain alert. 2 startled men confront the calm outsider who approaches them. A long-haired magician raises both hands and declares allegiance to the Green River Empire, insisting she is not an enemy. A muscular, tattooed man confronts an outsider, demanding to know how he understands their language. The protagonist urgently demands a meeting with the Shaman King, insisting there is no time to explain. One man reacts in shock as he and his tense companions prepare for confrontation in the barren landscape. The Shaman King, leader of the Aboriginals who wield mana as shamans, is introduced. The Shaman King holds the highest rank among their group. A young man urgently announces that he has come to discuss the growing monster threat in the south. A character in blue swiftly catches a spear aimed at their face, halting the attack. A hostile man grips his spear and angrily confronts the outsider, challenging their right to meet the Shaman King. 3 armed warriors threaten to sacrifice the defiant figure if he causes any more trouble. The defiant figure confronts the group, challenging their assumptions about him. The young man defiantly challenges the command, refusing to back down. A fierce man swings his spear down, threatening his opponent with death. A muscular warrior charges forward, initiating an attack on the calm, cloaked individual. A mage summons a glowing ice spear in the snowy landscape. A tattooed warrior launches a fierce attack with glowing blades, forcing the cloaked swordsman into a close combat clash. A spear with a red ribbon crashes into the ground with force. A muscular man with red tattoos threatens to kill his opponent while brandishing a staff. With his glowing blue sword drawn, Ian demands to be taken to the Shaman King without causing a scene. A wary figure confronts an intruder, demanding to know their purpose. The protagonist turns to confront a group of surprised, armed warriors. An elderly man presents a mysterious staff while 2 warriors stand guard at his sides. A tense confrontation unfolds as one character demands to know if the other is the Shaman King. The elderly man calmly confirms his identity. An elderly man, flanked by 2 armored guards, expresses surprise as an unexpected visitor approaches in the barren landscape. A young woman reports that while monsters have invaded the borders of 3 countries, she has not encountered any in the southern region. Someone asks about the reason behind the monsters invading only the north. A troubled elder explains that monster invasions at the borders are frequent, but their cause remains unknown. The long-haired character confronts someone, declaring their statement a lie. The elderly man reacts with shock to the confrontation. He dismisses the attempt at deception, his resolve unwavering. An elder, guarded on both sides, confronts a cloaked figure and urgently demands an explanation for the current situation. 2 armed men bristle with anger as someone intervenes to stop them from advancing. An elderly man expresses amazement at witnessing the Empire magician's lie-detecting magic in action. A young man stands firm and admits the truth to his unseen companion. An elderly man gravely reveals that a prophecy was made several years ago. A vision reveals the plains engulfed in flames as destruction and enslavement are foretold. A young man in a blue cloak freezes in shock as he realizes something unexpected. A group discusses their inability to prevent war, acknowledging their clan's impending destruction but refusing to wait passively for the prophecy to unfold. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared before them. A mysterious woman infused the staff with magic, granted her power to others, and then vanished. The protagonist reacts skeptically upon hearing someone referred to as a lady. A robed figure slams a staff into the ground, preparing to deliver an ominous message. A figure blocks the path with a towering wall of magical flames, warning against any further intruders. A hooded figure orders skeletal minions to kill everyone before they can escape. A horde of glowing-eyed skeletons advances menacingly from the shadows. An elderly man stands before the flames and declares that someone must die here. A character observes the fierce magical flames and questions if it is black magic. A character is shocked to discover that a forbidden power, believed to have vanished centuries ago, has resurfaced. He becomes more determined as his opponents underestimate him. Surrounded by flames, the character refuses to surrender and prepares to fight back. An elderly man threatens to seize the black magic staff by force, challenging anyone to stop him. A surge of magical energy erupts as a hand reaches out, ready to unleash its power in reaction to the provocation. A resolute figure extends his hand, unleashing blue energy as he makes his decision final. A large block of ice appears among snowy cliffs as mist swirls ominously around it. 10 days after the magician's departure, a man in armor worries that the ice wall blocking the canyon entrance may soon vanish. A massive glacier threatens to block the mountain pass, signaling imminent danger. A scarred man pauses in silence as snow falls gently around him. A young knight bows and accepts an order from an older armored man. An armored commander orders his men to set up an outpost at the canyon and mobilize all available troops and equipment, including the catapult and the squad guarding the mountain paths. A young armored man pledges to return to his squad in the snowy landscape. A tense command signals the group's urgent need to hold their ground against the attackers. The armored figure drives their sword into the ground, signaling unwavering determination. The armored figure pledges to defend the territory and its people alongside his subordinates. A determined figure stands amid falling debris, vowing to become the Empire's strongest shield. With unwavering focus, the man readies himself for a decisive moment. A snowstorm grows stronger between the fog-shrouded mountain cliffs. An armored knight orders the troops to prepare the catapult in the snowy fortress. A red-haired man in armor shouts for everyone to get ready. A cloaked figure pushes forward through the blizzard, bracing against the freezing wind with a staff. A cloaked figure struggles to stay upright in the snowy fog, gasping for breath. A red-haired man in armor jerks back, startled by an unexpected shock. Staggering through the mist, the weary mage struggles to stay upright after a fierce ordeal. A twisted staff emerges from the swirling mist. A young man in a blue cloak clutches his chest and urgently warns someone to stop. A character urgently warns not to touch the object under any circumstances. Sunlight fills the empty, ornate room. The character narrows his eye, instantly alert as he senses something important. A bandaged figure wakes up in bed, staring upward in confusion. Someone realizes they are inside the Lord's castle. A young man wakes up in bed, looking confused as he realizes he has returned. A young man sits up in bed, determined to resolve the issue with the staff. A young man abruptly sits up in bed, startled to find himself awake. A stern man in a green fur-collared cloak enters the room and addresses the Lord. A bedridden person wakes up and learns from the others that 4 days have passed. A man in a fur-collared coat checks on someone's condition with concern. Ignoring the doctor's orders, the injured man pushes himself up from the bed, determined to move. A worried individual realizes the staff they brought back is missing. The staff is secured inside a magically protected box, guarded by other magicians. A serious young man stands shirtless beside a glowing chest, calmly acknowledging someone's success. A red-haired man in a green cloak enters and stands silently as a blonde woman turns away. A red-haired man delivers urgent news to someone off-panel with a serious expression. A character explains that the other narrowly avoided death due to severe exhaustion of mana and stamina. Someone off-panel questions what put Ian in such danger after recovering from his illness. A wounded young man urgently demands to know what occurred in the Great Plains. The staff is revealed to be the source of the changes affecting the Great Plains. A young woman slams her magical staff into the ground, channeling intense power. One man explains that the staff is imbued with black magic and was used to control monsters through dark and illusionary spells. A startled man urgently questions the shocking revelation that black magic may have survived for 300 years. Someone brings up the Shaman King. A woman inspects a magical staff, realizing that someone else provided black magic techniques, and that the true culprit remains unidentified. After the Shaman King died and the magic faded, monsters from the Great Plains began attacking the staff's new owner. A young man explains that a curse was likely used to destroy the evidence. A red-haired man questions why the dangerous staff was not destroyed instead of being brought back. The protagonist inspects a magical staff with interest. A weary man questions the motive behind someone's actions. He erases all the magic from the staff and confirms the process is complete. A horn-bandaged figure braces against a sinister transformation as the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. A character reacts in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. A pair of bare feet dangles in midair, revealing someone has been hanged. A surge of anxiety grips the scene as inner turmoil is revealed. A wounded character staggers and clutches their side, struggling to stay upright. A younger man anxiously checks on a weary, disoriented older man. A long-haired person clutches their chest in pain, struggling to stay strong against overwhelming distress. A character is struck by the realization of a dreadful possibility. The red-haired man lunges forward with urgency as the young man behind him recoils in shock. A sudden surge of energy signals a critical change within the mana heart. Clutching a bloodied side, the injured figure struggles to stay conscious. A girl stands in shock, blood dripping from her mouth as she realizes she is gravely injured. A long-haired woman recoils in shock, covering her face as blood splatters behind her. Blood splatters across the tiled floor. A worried man rushes to check on someone's condition through the doorway. A red-haired man urgently orders a servant to fetch a doctor while a blonde person watches nearby. An injured young man wipes blood from his mouth and assures the person off-panel that he is fine. A red-haired man reacts with confusion as he questions the meaning of an unusual term in the ornate room. A woman calmly explains that the glowing mana heart is a normal result of advancing to a new class and reassures that there is no cause for concern. One character anxiously checks on another, who reassures them with a hesitant response. The protagonist realizes that he has advanced from 5th class master to 6th class. A long-haired person with a bandaged chest examines their injury, appearing deep in thought. A character senses a powerful surge of mana that feels completely new. A character gives a subtle, confident smile. After ensuring safety, one character suggests seeing a doctor while the other expresses gratitude for the concern. A man in a green cloak hands a box to a younger man inside a well-lit room. 3 days after the departure to the Great Plains, a letter arrived from the Ivory Tower. A glowing blue orb is revealed inside a padded box. A weary man explains that they are only now able to deliver an important item because the recipient lost consciousness after the mission. A character presents a glowing magical orb, revealing it contains a letter from the Ivory Tower. A woman blocks the doorway, signaling someone to wait before entering. A red-haired man in a green cloak informs the group that he has one more thing to deliver. A messenger solemnly delivers a sealed imperial letter under strict orders. The bandaged man questions the red-haired man, who confirms the presence of a horseman. A paper letter arrives by horseman instead of through the usual Ivory Tower channels, raising suspicion. A wounded figure considers the risks of relying on a message that might not arrive in time. Someone considers the possibility of secret information and decides to read the Ivory Tower's letter first. A pair of hands activates a glowing blue orb beneath a magical symbol. The young man examines the glowing blue orb and studies the large floating screen of magical text. A proclamation is issued directly to the high-rank magician. A magical letter is delivered with instructions to be read only after the current mission ends. A suspicious intruder broke into the mansion, causing a disturbance. The Imperial troops secured your family and assets. She notices a possible intruder and reacts with alarm. One character assures another that the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower are providing maximum protection to ensure their family's safety. A clenched fist trembles in response to the letter's attempt to reassure. Someone reacts with concern after reading a troubling letter and questions Tower Master Herbert's intentions. A young man stands in the rain, bracing himself for the challenge ahead. A young woman exhales in relief, a nervous sweat still lingering on her face. A hand prepares to open the Emperor's sealed letter, setting the stage for the group's next decision. A bandaged man reads a letter addressed to him with a serious expression. A heartfelt letter is sent, expressing gratitude for good fortune and making an earnest request. Someone silently examines a crucial letter, absorbing its contents with intense focus. A high-rank magician receives foreboding news while on a mission. A key figure learns that the three nations will sign a treaty in Demeter to address the monster threat in the eastern Great Plains. A shocked young man realizes the subjugation treaty is starting 3 years earlier than expected. A royal delegation, including high-ranking nobles and military leaders, departs from the palace en route to Demeter. The delegation is composed entirely of people who do not support the crown prince. A young man silently reflects on recent events as the train carries him forward. A hand urgently writes a formal request addressed to a trusted ally of the crown prince. A decorated officer writes an order instructing support for the crown prince at Demeter. An official decree is sealed, granting the highest protection to a family invited into the imperial palace. A young man with a bandaged torso silently studies an important document in a dimly lit room. She withdraws into silence, lost in troubled reflection. The Demeter Treaty marks the beginning of a fierce struggle for the throne. The beginning of the crown prince's downfall is set in motion. A regal man confidently secures an advantageous position for the Green River Empire during the treaty negotiations. Nobles and commoners begin to acknowledge Ragnar's abilities. The crown prince's lack of political knowledge and competence is publicly exposed for the first time. A young man with a bandaged chest quietly reviews a document, while reflecting on his past memories and recent events. Someone wonders if everything happening is part of the Tower Master's plans. With unwavering focus, he prepares to act. There is uncertainty about which individuals are involved in his plans. A horde of monsters surges across the eastern plains, signaling the start of an invasion. A sorcerer king empowered by black magic from an unknown woman leads an army of undead through a burning wasteland. A major treaty between 3 countries is being formed earlier than it was in the past. A suspicion arises that the Tower Master is somehow connected to these events. The intruders at the mansion are likely trying to delay the protagonist. A character silently contemplates a possible theory, still uncertain of the truth. Realizing their secret is exposed, the character reacts with anxiety as dark energy bursts around them. The troubled character considers ignoring the Emperor's request and leaving immediately. A surge of unprecedented magic materializes in the air, astonishing everyone present. A powerful secret about the exclusive 6th class magic is revealed. A tense conversation is initiated as one character formally addresses the other in a private room. A red-haired man in a fur-trimmed cloak invites someone to speak. A long-haired person calmly asks for a favor. A significant place is introduced, known for its freedom, neutrality, commerce, and port. A majestic palace called Demeter towers under the clear sky, establishing the new setting. A crowd crosses the busy bridge as the grand palace looms ahead. A man in military attire grows impatient and suggests calling Ian immediately. A nobleman delivers a stern ultimatum to the prince on the palace balcony. A young man in a formal uniform is reminded that, as the crown prince representing the empire at this meeting, he is fully protected. A young man in military attire admits his unease despite understanding the situation. A regal figure informs the group that most of the empire's delegation, including the Tower Master, supports Ragnar. He frowns, uneasy about the situation unfolding. The young man admits he wants Ian by his side during this moment. An older man raises his staff and declares that the pivotal moment has arrived. An older man stands in the hallway, confident that their long-term plans are unfolding as someone rushes back to the capital. A figure explains that Ian Phage would betray others to protect his family, as they are his highest priority. As the negotiation nears its conclusion, attention shifts to the uncertain future of the crown prince. Someone notices something unexpected. A tense confrontation begins as one man faces another, who reacts with surprise. A group of men notice something unusual flying toward them and react with confusion. A man stands on the palace balcony, suddenly noticing something unexpected. A young man in ornate attire stares ahead, stunned by unexpected news. A figure in a blue cloak urgently calls out from above, searching the crowded palace courtyard. A blue cloak unfurls dramatically, radiating magical energy. A cloaked figure strides into the room, capturing everyone's attention with a bold entrance. A long-haired character in a blue cloak greets the royal figure with respect. A man in formal attire freezes in shock as alarming news causes a tense reaction among those around him. An older man reels in shock as he processes the unexpected news inside the grand building. Someone questions the shocking decision to support the crown prince instead of family. At the same time, events shift to the Green Riverdium's Imperial Palace. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist grows impatient while waiting for the captain to arrive. A boy complains about being stuck in the Imperial Palace due to a suspicious intruder, while an older man urges him to be patient and grateful for their safety. A concerned man explains that the Imperial Knights captured the intruder before the mana trap was triggered. A man explains that any intruder would be instantly destroyed by the powerful magic protecting the area. Someone offers reassurance to Madame Phage. A blonde woman sits alone on a luxurious sofa, deep in thought. A man reassures a worried woman that they are in the safest place because it is where the emperor resides. A woman sits silently on the sofa, lost in her thoughts. A young woman sits in silence on the sofa as a concerned young man approaches her cautiously. A man anxiously wonders if the ivory tower's letter has reached its recipient, and expects the door to open soon. A man pauses and touches his face as he reacts to something unexpected. A long-haired figure bursts into the room, announcing their late arrival. Startled, the young man abruptly sits upright, reacting to an unexpected shock. A woman jolts in shock as a man bursts unexpectedly into the room. A young man in a blue cloak smiles gently as someone calls out to him. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak reassures the three people gathered in the ornate room after a period of worry. A calm woman assures the group that they can relax. The confident character promises to protect everyone. Night falls over Lord Pyrrhic's castle, setting the stage for what is to come. A cloaked figure steps forward in the ornate hall and formally requests something from the stern man in the fur-trimmed coat. A grateful leader promises to grant any request as a reward for saving him and his territory. With a resolute look, the character prepares to respond decisively. A young man in a blue cloak asks to be protected. A man skeptically questions the request for protection. Someone explains that using their magic will put them into a trance, cautioning about possible risks if anything happens during that time. A young man urgently explains that magicians must inject mana into his brain so he can wake up. The narrator explains that the 6th class is so rare that almost no records exist about it. The cloaked figure strides forward with determination. Struggling to advance in magic, the speaker recalls painstakingly creating or searching for spells through obscure ancient documents even after reaching the 6th class. The young man in the blue robe raises his hand, preparing to cast the spell. A mage channels energy into a glowing blue magic circle, activating a powerful spell. Bathed in a magical blue glow, the long-haired character prepares for a pivotal moment. Two silver-haired figures stand together as blue magical energy swirls around them, preparing for a ritual. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak turns abruptly, reacting to something unexpected. A red-haired man catches a blonde woman as she suddenly collapses. A red-haired man recoils in shock, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Someone is shocked after witnessing unexpected magic. Two cloaked figures stand within a glowing magical circle as a red-haired man supports a blonde woman nearby, both watching tensely. A surge of dark magic erupts as the puppet play spell is unleashed. A powerful spell enables a high-level magician to enter a trance and control two summoned puppets capable of casting strong magic. Someone announces their intention to leave. One character collapses, and another rushes to catch them, visibly alarmed. One young man solemnly entrusts his original body to the other as they stand before the ornate doors. The young man rushes forward, overjoyed to see his rescuer arrive. Two characters reunite with excitement, shaking hands enthusiastically. A young man stands before the palace, smiling calmly to himself. Someone arrives on the scene, curious about who is present. An older man confronts two younger figures in ceremonial robes inside a grand hall. An elderly man acknowledges the protagonist's successful but exhausting mission in the grand hall. A high-ranking magician receives praise for his achievement but responds with modesty, stating he is simply fulfilling his duty. An older man questions why someone has returned instead of resting at the ivory tower as instructed. A serious-looking character delivers urgent news about a letter from the ivory tower concerning events within the listener's family. After completing the mission, one man receives a new imperial order outside the palace. He is ordered to join the delegation and assist the crown prince without delay. A hand extends an ornate scroll tied with a decorative cord. An elderly man reaches out to receive a letter from a hooded figure. A silver-haired character carefully examines an official scroll in the bright hall. An official document with a red seal is presented, signaling a significant decision has been made. Someone is surprised that Ian Phage abandoned his family to come here. An older man smirks ominously, clearly plotting his next move. An elder in ceremonial robes firmly refuses to allow entry, despite the presence of an imperial order. A young man angrily confronts someone for defying his father's orders in the palace corridor. An elder warns the royal group that the issue before them affects the trust between three nations. The agreed-upon number of people and bodyguards for the delegation is confirmed and cannot be changed. A senior official questions the abrupt inclusion of a high-ranking magician in the diplomatic delegation. A resolute man in formal attire firmly explains that the emperor would understand their decision to exclude someone from the delegation. He silently acknowledges that the Tower Master is correct. Representatives from rival nations seal a diplomatic treaty with a formal handshake in front of a grand building. He steadies his mind, preparing for the decisive moment ahead. The delegation includes three high-ranking magicians, one of whom is the Tower Master. Adding another high-ranking magician now would destabilize the treaty. The long-haired individual calmly acknowledges the importance of trust and diplomacy, and expresses understanding of the concerns presented. An older man warns the other person to leave the city immediately to avoid causing diplomatic problems. A regretful figure delivers disappointing news in front of a majestic palace under a bright sky. Someone insists on explaining the situation to the emperor separately but raises a concern about what might happen next. A long-haired magician suggests that a high-ranking member could give up their spot in the delegation. A long-haired man earnestly asks to take someone else's place in the ornate hall. A confident figure steps forward and interrupts the discussion about the emperor's orders. A figure steps forcefully onto the marble floor, making a dramatic entrance. A man steps forward in the grand hall and declares that he will give up his spot in the delegation. Four young men stand outside a grand building, visibly tense and sweating under pressure. A man in an ornate uniform reacts anxiously to an unseen event while an attendant observes from behind. Douglas freezes in shock, gripping his staff tightly as he reacts to the unexpected event in the ornate hall. A stern man demands clarification from someone off-panel. A man confidently reaffirms their allegiance to the empire in the marble hall. A calm figure asserts that no citizens would dare defy imperial orders. The delegation prepares to represent the empire, aware that their mission could create diplomatic challenges. The elder offers to give up his position to support both the imperial order and diplomatic efforts. A composed official formally announces his decision to transfer his delegation mission to another man, catching the blonde noble by surprise. A nobleman nervously expresses admiration and agreement for the other's loyalty to the empire. A character urgently commands others to prepare thoroughly for a safe return to the capital. An older man bows deeply and expresses gratitude to the royal figure. A dignified man solemnly calls out to the young man in the blue cloak. A dignified man formally assigns his mission as part of the delegation to someone else, urging them to fulfill it without error. A long-haired figure humbly acknowledges gratitude outside a grand building. A stern, high-ranking magician stands before the ivory tower, introduced as an uncompromising figure whose convictions are independent of the tower's leadership. He only cares about improving his own magic. He easily gained a new ally by offering to teach rare magic spells unknown even to the tower master. One man bows and announces his decision to step down before three others in the marble hall. A concerned advisor warns that the presence of an unauthorized high-ranking magician in the city could create diplomatic issues. An elderly man clutches his staff and forces a nervous laugh after recalling the tower master's words. An older man realizes that the newcomer has already established a strong presence in his domain. Three cloaked figures confer seriously outside an ornate building. A young man is introduced to an audience while two men observe him closely. A stern older man resolves to stop a young adversary from interfering with his plans. A young man in a formal blue cloak stands confidently at the center of attention. A secret plan to transform the empire into the Ivory Tower's empire is revealed. A man in regal attire steps into view before a crowd as a mysterious figure watches from the foreground. A young man pauses in silence, his expression unreadable as he stands in a grand hall. A serious man in ornate clothing tightly clutches a jeweled amulet. A magnificent city called Demidera is introduced as a neutral and independent place, unaffiliated with any nation. A grand building is introduced as the crucial diplomacy bridge connecting the three countries. The narration emphasizes that this institution has represented freedom and neutrality for over a century. The mayor welcomes the guests and invites them to follow him. One delegate asks about the whereabouts of the others, and another explains that all the delegates are in their individual VIP mansions. A figure gestures toward a grand mansion, announcing it as the accommodations for the Green River delegates. A grand mansion is introduced as the private residence prepared for the crown prince. A man in formal attire surveys the candidates, clearly impressed by their abilities. A noble impatiently asks the tower master if there are any other matters scheduled. A composed man announces that nothing is planned until the treaty discussion. The man processes the information with a calm, thoughtful demeanor. A young man in military attire dismisses the assembled group, allowing them to rest. A formal man in a blue cloak orders another person to follow him through the grand hall. A formally dressed group enters the ornate palace hall, their tense focus fixed ahead as they arrive for the ceremony. A royal figure formally addresses the tower master, who responds with respectful acknowledgement. Someone demands a serious conversation, raising the tension. An ornate door slowly opens, revealing a brightly lit room beyond. An official-looking young man and an elderly wizard meet in a grand palace hall, each waiting for the other to speak. An elderly man in an ornate room calmly tells someone they are not to blame for the recent incident. A young man voices his suspicion about the magician who stays close to his brother. A solemn young man stands in the ornate room, visibly irritated by someone's presence. Someone voices their unease about the situation. An older man acknowledges the other person's perspective with calm understanding. An elderly mage advises a stern nobleman that, despite Ian's magical abilities, the meeting ahead will demand diplomatic skills. The narrative reveals that someone will be unable to speak or participate effectively in the meeting due to magical constraints. A skeptical man in formal robes questions the usefulness of a magician at an important diplomatic meeting. A stern advisor dismisses the high-ranking magicians as irrelevant to the treaty discussion. A voice foreshadows that their highness will proceed as planned. The main figure stands confidently, preparing to lead the treaty discussion. The young man sighs and reluctantly accepts that he can't do anything about the situation. One man admits to another that all his attempts to recruit an ally have failed. Someone warns that ignoring this person now will cause serious problems later. Someone urgently requests immediate action to deal with a certain individual. A pair of golden eyes narrows with unwavering determination as resolve hardens. An older man stands in the ornate room and calmly assures someone that there is no need for concern. A voice assures that events will soon align with the ruler's wishes as sunlight fills the empty room. A young man marvels at the luxurious room as he excitedly sits on a lavish sofa. Two men in ornate uniforms stand inside the palace as one enthusiastically talks about the city's lively night performances. A confident figure proposes buying new clothes as part of a secretive escape plan. A commanding figure instructs the captain to send the servants on several errands. A young man sitting on the sofa is surprised as he notices something unusual. A blond young man in ornate military attire anxiously asks what is wrong. The long-haired character glares forward with a stern, intimidating presence, escalating the tension in the room. A frustrated advisor scolds the seated royal about the seriousness of the situation. A negotiation representative's responsibilities and royal status are formally introduced in the palace hall. A young man stands amid swirling flames and delivers a stern warning. A man inside is warned not to go outside, but he questions the urgency since there is still plenty of time. A stern figure commands the anxious individual to begin preparing immediately. A tense confrontation begins as a blond man in formal attire sits tensely while a uniformed man approaches, surprised. Two figures react sharply to an unexpected event, with one turning in surprise and the other exclaiming loudly. A man outlines the speaking order for the delegation, stating that the first speaker is the seated nobleman, and if he cannot speak, the turn will go to the fifth prince. A young man recalls what his father told him as he stands in a lavish room. A political shift is being discussed, with the possibility of the fifth prince taking the lead in the treaty negotiations. A young man winces anxiously, struggling with the possibility of an unwanted outcome. He sits in silence, troubled by his lack of allies and experience, as he anticipates complex political negotiations. Standing alone in the ornate room, the young man despairs over his lack of support. He hesitates, deciding it's safer to remain silent rather than risk embarrassment. A harsh realization emerges about someone's habit of giving up and escaping reality. He stands in silence, deep in thought as he faces what lies ahead. A firm decision is made to reject the current plan. The character pauses in silence, deep in thought. The Crown Prince is identified as a crucial piece in a plan to bring the greatest despair to Ragnar. A young man insists that the prince must take the lead in the treaty negotiations. An anxious young man hesitates, struggling to figure out what to do next. The focus shifts to the importance of granting a single opportunity. A hand snaps its fingers, triggering a decisive action. A composed man delivers the emperor's message of support to the royal figure in the lavish room. This moment highlights the rare opportunity for the Crown Prince to prove himself independently. A secret message is written with a feather quill, revealing instructions to prevent the fifth prince from gaining the upper hand. Someone explains how to take control of the treaty discussions by preparing effective responses. A cloaked figure begins to urgently explain something important to the royal figure, but is suddenly interrupted. The ornate doors close, sealing the chamber in preparation for the upcoming treaty discussions. A nervous young man braces himself on the couch as he receives a forceful command. A stern figure orders the memorization of all the swirling documents. 1 week later, the day of the Demeter three-country treaty discussion arrives. A group strides confidently across the patterned floor, their footsteps echoing through the hall. A nobleman recounts that his older brother vanished inside the mansion for an entire week. A young man in ornate military attire looks worried as he wonders if something has happened to someone. A robed man reports that he kept the Crown Prince's mansion under surveillance but observed nothing unusual. A man receives news that someone rarely appears in the garden and always looks exhausted. A blond man in regal attire strides purposefully toward another blond man in uniform, setting the stage for a confrontation in the Grand Hall. A young man in royal attire greets his elder brother respectfully in the Grand Hall. An elegantly dressed man greets the opposing group in the Grand Hall, initiating a formal conversation. The young man firmly confirms his responsibility in the Grand Hall. The noble-looking man offers a reassuring smile in the ornate hall. A man in formal military attire announces that he will escort the delegation to the conference room. One man respectfully bids farewell to the elder as they stand together in the Grand Hall. Two men stand back-to-back in the ornate hall, each preparing for an imminent confrontation. Three men in elaborate uniforms enter the Grand Hall with determined expressions, ready for what awaits. Three men stride purposefully into the Grand Hall, their footsteps echoing in the silence. A clenched fist trembles with barely contained frustration. Two young men stand in tense silence in the Grand Hall, each avoiding the other's gaze. A young man in formal attire is startled when someone addresses him as royalty in the ornate hall. One young man reassures the other that he has already done everything possible during the past week to prepare. A serious figure assigns responsibility for leading the three-country treaty discussion. The character pauses with a tense expression, preparing to respond. A young man raises his fist in victory, radiating confidence. A dignified man steps forward in the ornate hall and formally announces his role as the arbitrator for the treaty discussion. A man stands before the assembled delegates, declaring that the treaty discussions will be officially recorded under his supervision. Two uniformed individuals prepare to commence the ceremony. The discussion about the treaty officially begins. A young man asserts his authority from a throne-like chair while an elderly advisor stands attentively behind him. A man in a blue cloak confronts an anxious, regally dressed blonde man seated before him. A gloved figure raises a hand to address the group. A nobleman explains that the narrow and dangerous road to the principality makes it difficult to obtain troops and supplies. The group discusses securing magicians, elite knights, and funds through an agreement with the Coldwood Empire. A young man in a formal uniform calmly tries to clear up a misunderstanding. One of the officials firmly states their readiness to restart negotiations if the Green River Empire objects. The discussion begins with the topic of the subjugation force as the character listens intently. Someone urges another person to speak as they practiced. Two men lock eyes in a tense silence, each waiting for the other to speak. A composed man in ornate attire announces that he will speak on behalf of the Crown Prince regarding military matters. A high-ranking officer formally appoints a new general to lead the Empire's forces. A man questions whether the fifth prince is the one in charge and suggests consulting an expert. A young man hesitates, silently questioning whether he should speak. One man formally addresses the other in front of the grand circular structure. The older man calmly agrees to carry out the order. A young man calmly evaluates the Principality of Rose's request, feeling optimistic about the promising start. Someone urges the group to persist with their current approach. He remains silent, lost in deep thought. 5 individuals gather around an ornate table in a grand hall to review a thorough report and discuss the need for more details before moving forward. A composed noble in diplomatic attire makes a pivotal announcement in the formal hall. 2 men sit in an ornate room as one delivers a respectful address. The standing man assertively presents his case while the man at the desk listens with a guarded expression. Sunlight filters through the tall blue-stained glass window, quietly illuminating the room. A tall, ornate door stands illuminated as the story reaches its conclusion. The 2 men stand in the ornate room, silently acknowledging that events are reaching their conclusion. A gloved figure claps their hands together, signaling the start of a direct conversation. A young man in a decorated military uniform criticizes the plan to divide the lands into 3 parts without proper preparation. Someone explains that the value of land depends on its natural resources, and warns that land without anything beneath it would be worthless. 2 men discuss the possibility that political losses could escalate into war during a tense meeting. A young man introduces the most crucial topic of the treaty discussion. Negotiations begin over how the lands and natural resources will be divided after the subjugation. A young man in a military uniform firmly states the Empire's intent to avoid conflict. A group of uniformed men discuss proposals to maintain long-term peace during a formal meeting. A white-haired figure formally addresses the man seated confidently at the table. An anxious young man stiffens as a stern older man stands assertively behind him. A figure raises a gloved hand and offers to share a potential solution. A character forcefully slams both hands onto the table, creating a tense atmosphere. Both individuals in formal uniforms are startled by unexpected news. 2 young men in formal uniforms react with shock to sudden news, one turning sharply as tension fills the air. Someone makes a bold declaration, insisting that nothing can go wrong. A man in formal attire stands facing forward, greeting someone with a warm smile. A young man pauses with a red gem in his hand while an older man silently observes him. A figure slams their gloved hands onto the table, asserting control over the situation. The young man confidently declares he has a foolproof solution. A composed figure formally asks the Crown Prince of the Green River Empire to present his proposed solution to the gathered audience. A man in ornate clothing announces that the Empire's magic tower has developed a spell to detect and measure underground minerals. One man reacts in shock while another stands behind him, observing the tense situation in the ornate hall. A startled older man sweats nervously, shaken by someone revealing unexpected knowledge. A young man in a military uniform demands confirmation from the person seated across the table. A confident man confirms that everyone has already heard rumors about the magician. A man formally introduces the youngest high-ranking magician of the Empire as the creator of a powerful magic. Several people react in astonishment to the display of extraordinary magic in the ornate hall. A man realizes that using magic to detect minerals could become essential in the treaty negotiations. A calculating rival is shocked to realize that the young man has uncovered the true nature of the treaty discussion. A composed man outlines a plan to use magic for mapping resources and assessing the land. A completed map of the Great Plains is presented to outline how the land will be divided among the countries. Several men debate the future use and boundaries of a valuable piece of land around a table covered with official documents. A figure in ornate clothing slams both fists onto the desk in anger. The tense man sits at the table, sweating as he tries to steady himself. One man firmly asserts that no better solutions exist as the other listens in the grand hall. A long-haired character smirks with clear confidence. The young man stands before the ornate doors and declares that he has finished speaking. A magnificent palace emerges under the tranquil sky, signaling a shift to a royal setting. The protagonist stands alone, silently contemplating recent events. Someone urgently calls out to the captain, drawing his attention in the grand hall. A blonde man cheerfully greets a royal figure while a stoic attendant stands behind him. A cheerful blonde strides confidently toward the uniformed captain in the grand hall, boasting about turning the meeting upside down as another man in a blue cloak follows. A young man recalls with amusement how two others reacted poorly to a recent situation, while a woman listens intently. A cheerful character suggests taking a break to enjoy a drink and tour the city, promising to share more information later. A uniformed young man warmly invites his companion to join the group for some fun. A young man in a blue cloak nods silently in the sunlit hall. A young man is suddenly overtaken by surprise and delight as he witnesses something extraordinary. A cheerful figure encourages the younger character to accept a celebratory drink as a sign of growing up. A confident man offers to teach the royal figure how to drink. A blond man steps forward to confront three well-dressed men in the grand hall. A blond man in ornate attire makes a confident entrance, smiling slightly as rose petals float around him. A blond young man turns to confront someone, demanding to know what is happening. A formally dressed man offers sincere praise for today's impressive performance. One man bows in gratitude while the other stands silently, caught off guard. A young man laughs nervously, trying to ease the tension. A blond man stands confidently, expressing pride in his brother's progress. A man in formal attire bows his head as he is told that much can be learned from the treaty discussion. A confident man encourages someone to keep improving and developing themselves. The young man offers support and receives gratitude in return. A figure steps forward with determination on the ornate floor. A man in a black uniform walks away solemnly while three figures watch in silence. A character urgently calls out to the captain, Ian, capturing his attention. Three ornately dressed young men make a formal entrance into the grand hall, their expressions solemn and focused. A young man beams with joy as he celebrates the happiest day of his life among blooming flowers. Two men stand side by side in a grand hall, calmly sharing a confident smile. One character enthusiastically rallies the group to give their all after a week of restraint. A young man in a military uniform listens as someone encourages him to relax and be less strict. An older man reminds the young man that he will soon be an adult and should start accepting drinks from him. The young man suddenly notices something unexpected. Ian stares at his hands as they suddenly glow with blue magic, leaving him startled and confused. The older man recoils in shock as the young man turns to face him, drawing the attention of everyone present. A blond man in ornate clothing freezes in surprise as a man in uniform stands behind him. A hand reaches out, examining the swirling blue magic energy. The young man acknowledges that he can push his magic no further. A young man in ornate clothing demands a clear explanation about someone's limits. The young man politely declines the invitation, suggesting they meet at the Imperial Castle instead. Someone urgently promises to explain everything. He stands alone in the gentle light, quietly lost in thought. A sudden surge of blue magical energy erupts in the Imperial Castle, catching a young man off guard. One man unleashes a surge of blue magical energy while others watch intently. Startled by the revelation, the character realizes they are facing a clone. He realizes in shock that everything was orchestrated by a clone. Someone forcefully rejects the idea that clones could exist. At the center of the hall, he freezes in silence as all eyes turn toward him. Someone realizes in shock that everything was accomplished using only a single clone. A powerful wind surges through the marble courtyard. A stunned man realizes they may have fallen into a trap. An older man smirks with malicious intent, his laughter echoing ominously. A grand palace stands beneath a golden sky as birds fly overhead, establishing the scene. The sun sets over the castle as banners and flags mark its grandeur. A young man respectfully presents an elaborate meal on a tray to his lord. A young man enters the decorated room and delivers a tray of food to the weary red-haired man, who instructs him to leave it on the side. A worried young man asks if Ian has regained consciousness. A man anxiously notes that someone has not woken up despite several days passing. Despite efforts to conserve energy, his condition visibly worsens as he grows weaker in bed. Two hands rest together in silence, offering quiet support in a vulnerable moment. A young man calmly explains that they should inject mana into his brain to wake him if any problems arise. Someone considers calling other magicians to forcefully wake the unconscious person. A character suddenly reacts in shock to an unexpected event. The bedridden man weakly refuses the assistance offered by the two men standing at his side. A red-haired figure anxiously checks if the person in bed has regained consciousness. A long-haired man sits upright in bed and calmly confirms his condition. One young man anxiously checks on the other's condition as they stand by the bed. While lying in bed, the character quietly admits that there are some problems. A red-haired man, clearly exhausted, slumps in place and admits that he feels too weak to move as another voice questions his symptoms. A concerned character quickly offers to call a doctor, but the other interrupts to clarify the situation. Someone expresses their hunger. A man with reddish hair stands tense and sweating, clearly anxious about the situation. One person quietly watches over another who is sleeping peacefully in bed. A blonde-haired character blushes and quietly smiles with closed eyes. A majestic stone building stands beneath a clear sky, introducing the setting. A calm young man proposes they stay for one more night in the courtyard. In the courtyard, one character expresses gratitude by inviting another to a banquet in recognition of their help. A young man in a blue cloak thanks someone for their help in a peaceful garden. The magician modestly insists he was only doing his duty and that any other magician could have handled the situation. A determined man in a fur-trimmed cloak firmly denies the previous claim. A man considers how most magicians would have left for the tower after defeating the monsters. A character in a blue cloak admits he once doubted the other's ability to defend against the Great Plains monster brigades due to their youth. One figure expresses admiration for another's swift resolution of a long-standing problem. A young man in a blue cloak stands outside, silently receiving recognition for his extraordinary strength. A man proposes they complete a task before the other departs. He questions what more could be implied by the suggestion. A red-haired man requests the formation of an eternal esteemed guest pact to secure a powerful alliance. Two chibi characters have a light-hearted exchange as one reacts skeptically to a sensitive question while the other tries to clarify their intentions. A red-haired man formally offers to treat the cloaked figure as an esteemed guest. A man confidently explains that his cooperation is based on mutual benefit rather than gratitude. A person in a blue robe formally welcomes the Empire's only 6th-class magician as an honored guest. One character reassures the other that forming this alliance will bring no regrets for either side. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak hesitates outdoors, uncertain about forming a 1,000-year pact within the Empire. The young man firmly agrees to accept the offer. A confident man in a green cloak stops the younger man's sword, signaling the start of a crucial exchange. A gloved hand presents a ceremonial sword, marking the gravity of the 1,000-year pact. A man in regal clothing encourages someone to proceed with a ceremonial task in the courtyard. A figure forcefully drives a sword into the stone floor between their boots. A man grips his sword tightly and makes a determined vow for his family. The Eastern Territory expresses readiness to support the high-ranking magician whenever needed. A character solemnly pledges unwavering loyalty to stand by the protagonist's side. Two men solemnly swear a binding oath in a ceremonial courtyard, while a third bows respectfully beside them. Frustrated by the ritual, one man complains while the other suggests skipping formalities to end things quickly. A calm newcomer with a staff introduces himself and expresses his intention to join the group. A confident man courteously invites the visitor to inform them ahead of time for future banquets in the Eastern Territory. A determined young man in a blue cloak firmly agrees to take action, gripping his staff as magical energy gathers around him. Two men stand on the stone path, suddenly growing tense as they sense an approaching threat. A blue cape billows as magical energy sparks through the air. A cloaked figure stands on a barren hilltop at sunrise, gripping a staff and surveying the horizon with determination. The protagonist stands alone under the sky, quietly reflecting on the recent series of events. A young man in a blue cloak acquires a valuable magical staff. A mysterious figure once infused magic into the staff linked to the Sorcerer King, signaling the return of black magic after 3 centuries. The young man steels himself and looks ahead with determination. Someone prepares to conduct a thorough investigation upon returning to the capital. A girl in a dress rushes forward across the red carpet. A blonde woman in a pink dress urgently calls out from the top of the staircase as a tense confrontation unfolds below. The long-haired figure in the blue cloak pauses, surprised, while holding a sealed letter and staff. A young man in a blue cloak calmly calls out to his mother. A worried figure rushes down the staircase and confronts the cloaked person at the bottom about their sudden disappearance. A woman reacts with alarm after noticing how thin someone has become. A woman anxiously examines the young man's gaunt appearance and questions if he was mistreated while working. A distraught woman vents her frustration indoors. After something happened nearby, one person reassures themselves about recovering while being gently comforted by another. A young man offers a staff to his mother in an ornate room. A hand offers a mana communicator, explaining it can be used for future contact with the capital. One woman explains that she infused her power into the glowing staff as the other listens attentively. Someone apologizes for causing concern. A worried woman urgently calls out while holding a glowing orb. The young man assures his mother he will remain by her side from now on. A young man urgently calls out to his superior as she stands with a staff-wielding figure in a lavish hall. One of the young men urgently questions the other about a mysterious type of magic he has never encountered before. A young man demands to know how the girl appeared in 2 distant places at once, speculating about possible magic or tricks. The man in the blue cloak asks for questions to be asked one at a time. A calm young man pauses in the ornate hall, preparing to explain the situation. A caped figure declares their advancement to 6th class, leaving the 3 onlookers visibly stunned. 2 young men react in shock as one reveals he now holds the highest magical rank in the Empire. The long-haired character reassures everyone to treat him the same as before and prepares to continue the conversation. A cheerful young man invites someone to join him in testing new potions at the research lab later in the evening. One person apologizes and explains that they will have to postpone their plans to do something together, prompting a surprised question from the other. A character with long light hair reacts silently, looking uneasy. The offer is declined due to a prior commitment. A young man hesitates in front of the large wooden door, visibly anxious. A cautious figure enters the tavern and surveys the bustling scene. A cheerful man greets the newcomer with open arms in a warm, welcoming atmosphere. A blond young man announces that the banquet is being held in honor of the confused newcomer, who experiences a sense of déjà vu. He wonders about the unusual nature of the banquet after being asked to wear casual clothes. 2 young men behind the bar warmly welcome the newcomer as he arrives. A light-haired man is welcomed and guided to a seat as attendants prepare more snacks for the table. A startled person recoils as a glowing box is suddenly thrust toward them. A cheerful young man enthusiastically offers a drink to celebrate the advancement to 6th class. A man proudly announces that he brought rare alcohol into the imperial palace for the banquet. Someone eagerly urges another to drink. A young man quietly reflects on how little alcohol he drank in his previous life. Someone explains that Ragnar avoids alcohol to keep his mind sharp and stay alert. A character swallows nervously, tension evident as a bead of sweat rolls down their neck. One character drinks energetically from a barrel mug while the other two watch in astonishment. One character looks up from the table and asks for Ian's opinion. A bucket is slammed down onto the wooden floor. A young man takes a sip from his mug and remarks that the drink is quite tasty. The young man smiles warmly, expressing his happiness that the other person enjoys the drink. 3 young men eagerly ask the prince to share what happened in Demitera as they sit together in the tavern. A cheerful blonde man enthusiastically interrupts, startling the long-haired man seated at the table. The blonde man stands at the center of the bustling tavern, gesturing animatedly as he socializes with the crowd. The young man sits silently at the table, hesitating before responding. A surprised attendant offers to refill the cup. A man calls out to the blonde-haired individual seated at the table as another stands nearby, holding a bottle and smiling. A drink is poured into a wooden mug as someone cautions against overindulging for a first-time drinker. A young man warns that getting drunk could lead to accidentally attacking the Night Order with magic. A blonde-haired character laughs and reassures his worried companion while holding a wooden mug. A character quietly wonders if it is appropriate for the prince to spend so much time with the knights. A young man assures that the knights can be trusted as he calmly pours a drink. He sits alone at the tavern table, silently reflecting on loyalty and trust. A young man sits in silence, deep in thought as he holds a mug. One character teases the other about not having any friends, prompting a shocked reaction. A young man openly admits he recognized the truth from their first meeting. A man listens as someone reminds him of their first meeting 5 years ago, when a spy named Cecilia was captured. A calm young person stands unfazed after capturing a spy, displaying remarkable control over their emotions. A hand lifts a frothy mug in the warmly lit tavern. A young man sits in silence as someone remarks on his ability to conceal his emotions. He reflects on how he couldn't act his age back then. A sudden, pivotal sensation interrupts his thoughts. A concerned figure observes the young man's isolation and worries about his inability to form close friendships. A young man confidently claims he is skilled at noticing details. A long-haired character quietly admits the truth and sits in contemplation, uncertain how to react. A character quietly admits to having lost a friend, reflecting on the painful outcome. A young man sits indoors, wondering about the identity of Ian's friend. After 5 years of training together, one man prepares to reveal an important realization, while the other listens nervously in the tavern. One character teases the other about acting like a jaded middle-aged man, prompting a surprised reaction and a calm question in response. The long-haired character awkwardly responds with a nervous smile, while holding a mug. A character quietly admits to using magic to keep a youthful appearance despite being nearly 48 years old. A young man nervously backtracks on his previous statement, trying to ease the tension between himself and the startled girl. The young man admits his tendency to hide his feelings and asks for understanding. The young man smirks confidently, his calm gaze suggesting he is unfazed by the situation. One character playfully teases the other over drinks, promising to let them off this time. Under the starry night sky, someone quietly expresses gratitude outside the warmly lit house. Night falls quietly over the medieval town as stars shine above the distant castle. The young man staggers through the doorway, regretting how much he drank. A startled character notices someone's arrival and reacts with surprise. A character crouches against the wall and spots the vice captain standing silently in the doorway. 2 young men unexpectedly cross paths on the dock, one questioning the other's presence while the other laughs and admits he can't handle alcohol well. A young man admits he is hiding to take a break and asks the other person's reason for being there. One young man admits his discomfort with the atmosphere inside as they stand outside together. A narrator introduces Paul Lance of the 2nd Imperial Night Order as a renowned swordsman from a previous life, second only to Oliver. A long-haired character stands in silence, lost in thought while looking out the window at night. Despite being born a commoner, he earned the rank of vice captain through exceptional swordsmanship and loyalty, gaining the trust of both the Crown Prince and Oliver. One character sits on the ground and asks the standing character about their first time drinking alcohol. A young man reflects on his first drink, saying he doesn't mind it as long as it's occasional. A young man expresses gratitude and invites the group to join future gatherings. A long-haired figure acknowledges the Crown Prince's cheerful mood and expresses gratitude for the support, while humbly downplaying personal credit. A composed young man calmly explains that he is subtly influencing events to improve the future. One person quietly observes while another listens, both taking in the group's cheerful mood by the window. He stands quietly, realizing he has grown closer to the others. The young man pauses, quietly reacting to something unexpected in front of him. One man questions the other's attention, prompting an awkward admission as they sit together indoors. A character stands below the balcony, puzzled by the unexpected expression of someone above. A man bursts in and startles 2 others, urgently announcing he has found the vice captain. A young man learns he must accept his highness's drink or risk losing his position as vice captain. One man bows respectfully and heads inside while the other remains outside observing. A young man calmly comments on his lack of drinking experience as the topic is discussed. Someone moves cautiously through the quiet, moonlit forest. Standing alone on the balcony, the figure quietly reflects on memories from a previous life. The figure turns away, leaving the staff behind in the desolate landscape. Significant changes are being foreshadowed against a backdrop of glowing hexagonal shapes. A group of young men celebrate together, one raising a mug and putting his arm around a friend. A blond young man smiles warmly, radiating gentle reassurance. Someone reflects on the impact of their decisions. A solitary figure stands by the frosted window, deep in thought. Someone reflects on how their choices could have changed the course of their life. A man stands alone before the tall windows, silently contemplating his next move. Someone silently wonders about the changes that have occurred. A man in a decorated military uniform sits at his desk, intently reviewing a critical letter. A stern man in a decorated military uniform carefully reviews an official document at his desk. Someone admits they cannot determine the answer right now. A hand reaches out purposefully toward the glowing feather suspended in the night sky. A glowing bird soars overhead as a woman reaches out to a young man surrounded by swirling magical light. 3 people enjoy a relaxed tea gathering in the sunlight. A woman smiles gently, radiating warmth and contentment. Someone internally vows to keep protecting the people who are precious to them. A lone figure stands beneath a sky swarming with ominous birds, bracing for the threat ahead. A solitary figure stands beneath the night sky, deep in thought. A young man silently contemplates his resolve to build a better future as he looks out over the starry night. The game officially begins, marking a new stage in the conflict. A king chess piece tumbles downward, swallowed by swirling shadows. The academy stands quietly under the star-filled night sky. A tense question breaks the silence of the empty hallway. Tension rises as one man asks if the other plans to move forward. One character harshly reminds the other that obstacles must be eliminated before they become a problem. An elderly man solemnly acknowledges someone's accomplishment in the dimly lit room. A young man confronts someone about repeatedly asking him to wait, while promising the development of useful weapons. 2 men discuss the relentless interference of a persistent adversary in their plans. An older man admits he failed to act quickly enough, acknowledging a crucial mistake. A stern man reflects on how no one anticipated the brat's bold first move. Someone stands resolutely in the empty ballroom, making a final promise to wait no longer. A young man stands by the window and questions if this is the last time. The older man firmly announces that today is the last time he will ask the younger man to wait. The older man declares that all preparations are complete. An older man orders the hooded figure to greet the royal presence in the hall. A blond man questions a cloaked figure about the disappearance of a high-ranking magician. A blond man stands frozen in shock, visibly startled by an unexpected revelation. A hooded figure lowers their head, concealing their face in shadow as they speak humbly. A red-haired woman nervously introduces herself to the royal figure. A startled man clutches an ornate medallion as he confronts a looming, dark-cloaked figure. A robed man calmly explains that the distressed woman is his loyal subordinate who only acts on his orders. A calculating man predicts that another person will soon become a pawn in his plans. A worried young man questions the tower master about a possible discovery. The mustached man gives a firm, cold affirmation. A stern older man reveals the existence of forbidden magic in the dimly lit room. A dark force is introduced as black magic is declared. A robed figure confidently predicts that even their troublesome enemy will soon become a loyal servant. The young man firmly tells the other person not to worry as he stands by the window. An older man urgently tries to deliver a message to a royal figure but is interrupted. A determined voice declares the intention to become the emperor as planned. As the sun sets, a grand domed building comes into view, setting the stage for what lies ahead. A white-haired person reviews important documents at a grand desk, quietly noting the mention of 6th class. A character slams their fists on the desk in frustration upon hearing the words 6th class. An elderly man channels a surge of powerful purple energy while gripping a surface with fierce concentration. The stone statue head is destroyed, sending debris flying. A surge of anger erupts as someone reacts furiously to recent events. An elderly man suddenly realizes something crucial, his eyes wide with intense focus. A stern older man strides purposefully into the ornate, golden-lit room. A young man enters the room and hesitantly addresses the tower master. The young man freezes in shock, visibly alarmed by what he sees. An older man stands tensely behind his desk as another figure approaches, setting the stage for a confrontation. An elderly man calmly greets the arriving visitor. One person anxiously asks if something happened, while the other quickly denies it, concealing the truth. An older man stands by the desk, reflecting on meeting someone 20 years ago. A young man recalls a vivid memory from the past while speaking indoors. An older man reveals that he found an abandoned baby wrapped in cloth, smiling at him. Someone fondly recalls moments of watching another person move with enjoyment, sometimes becoming so absorbed that they neglect their responsibilities. 2 figures discuss how a once ordinary child has unexpectedly become an official magician. A young man expresses heartfelt gratitude and pride towards someone who has shown him kindness. An older man pledges to do everything he can to repay a kindness, expressing that the other person is like a son to him. An older man prepares to ask the younger man an important favor in the grand library. A man respectfully accepts an invitation to visit the mansion that evening. An older man smirks knowingly, his expression hinting at a hidden plan. A farewell is exchanged as someone promises to meet again. The deserted town square sits silent under the night sky. A heavy door slowly opens, revealing a brightly lit space. A surprised attendant behind the counter is interrupted while greeting a new arrival. The young man freezes in shock as he processes the unexpected revelation. A young man in a hooded cloak arrives at the large wooden door and is immediately recognized as the youngest high-rank magician from the Ivory Tower. A cloaked figure learns from the shopkeeper that everyone in the area knows about him. A shopkeeper greets a cloaked visitor with evident respect at the counter. The young man hesitates, his anxiety clear as he prepares to respond. A composed figure gently reassures the other person, asking about their purpose here and urging them not to be wary. A hand sets a heavy bag of gold coins on the table, signaling the start of a transaction for information. A young man slides a bag of money across the counter, confirming rumors about generous research funding for high-ranking magicians. The young man agrees to share the requested information, though he appears slightly uneasy. The young man firmly requests to purchase all available information about dark magic. A young man questions someone else about their knowledge of black magic. The character calmly dismisses the theoretical explanation and states that he is seeking different information. A serious character warns that the information might be insignificant or unfounded. A character demands access to hidden, confidential information. A young man offers reassurance as he acknowledges the other person's point. A character reveals they have been closely monitoring a related situation. The young man closes his eyes and quietly reflects, a calm smile on his face. Someone welcomes an arrival, emphasizing that their timing is perfect. A cloaked figure asks the young man if he knows about Dragon's Order. He stares ahead, trying to grasp the meaning behind the mysterious order. The Dragon's Order, a secretive cult that worships dragons as gods, is introduced as the Empire's oldest surviving religious group. The Dragon's Order began as a small cult in a remote countryside village. A man dismissively repeats rumors about a supposed descendant of dragons who is said to possess the cult leader's transcendence. Despite initial disbelief, more people began joining the Dragon's Order, causing it to grow rapidly. No information about the cult leader, their followers, or their goals is publicly available, leaving the organization completely shrouded in secrecy. There is widespread speculation and uncertainty. Dangerous rumors spread, claiming some possess the power to revive the dead or control minds. A young man questions whether the descendant of the dragon truly exists. Piecing together rumors and recent events, the protagonist considers a new possibility. The shopkeeper informs the cloaked figure that the Dragon's Order is connected to black magic. Different factions in the Empire have recently obtained information about the Dragon's Order. A serious young man explains that black magic requires inhumane materials in addition to mana, implying the existence of buyers for such power. A young man speculates that the cult could be using brainwashing and enchantments to manipulate people in powerful positions within the Empire. A hooded figure receives an update about an ongoing investigation from someone behind the counter in a storage room. The hooded figure orders the others to continue their investigation. A hooded figure exits the shop as the shopkeeper expresses gratitude for his patronage. A grand mansion stands quietly under the moonlit sky, setting the stage for what is to come. Sitting alone at his desk, the young man silently contemplates the meaning of Dragon's Order. Sitting by the window, the protagonist reflects on the mysterious cult he never encountered in his previous life. A character quietly recalls encountering the Sorcerer King in the Great Plains. A staff inscribed with black magic techniques is used to cast a spell. A robed figure leads a procession of undead creatures through roaring flames, preparing for a dark ritual. She sits in tense silence, lost in thought. A mage suspects that the Tower Master is linked to the Great Plains changes and possibly involved with black magic and the Dragon's Order. The protagonist sits wearily in a grand chair, reflecting on how much has changed. The protagonist considers that the timeline may have begun to shift even before the return to the past. He quietly reflects on how the distance between his past and present selves continues to grow. He questions whether using the dragon's language caused the current problem. A character wonders if the strange phenomenon is a side effect of turning back time as a mysterious chest emits swirling energy. A sense of dread settles in as the realization hits that opening the box may have been a serious mistake. Sitting at the desk, the man reflects on how relying on memories from his previous life has made him complacent. A hand opens an ornate box beneath the starlit sky, signaling the start of an uncertain future. A young man sits quietly at the table, staring at the closed box in his hands. A hand opens a box, revealing a glowing pendant necklace as preparations begin for unexpected challenges. Someone apologizes for making a visitor come to the building late at night. One character reassures the other as they sit together in a calm, warmly lit room. One character politely asks how he can assist the person in front of him. An older man calmly deflects a question while sitting in his study. A startled young man quickly turns as the door opens unexpectedly. A solemn figure prepares to reveal a secret that must remain hidden from everyone else. An older man with a staff asks the younger man in the library to follow him. A nervous man sits on the couch and anxiously asks where they are going. A hand reaches toward a book on the shelf, signaling the discovery of something important. An older man lifts a glowing book, revealing it as their magical guide. A hand activates the magical book as a blue aura flares around it. An older mage activates a glowing portal using his spellbook. A nervous subordinate hesitantly reports alarming news to his superior in the study. Someone off-panel calls out to Mark, asking what is wrong. An older man urgently opens a glowing portal and orders everyone to enter. A character tenses up and sweats nervously, reacting to something unseen. A lone figure strides purposefully toward the swirling blue portal in the dim study. The young man stands in uneasy silence, facing the older, shadowy figure. A hand conjures a glowing orb of light, illuminating the darkness. A young man shields his eyes, grimacing as a blinding light overwhelms him. A character reels back, clutching their head in shock after a sudden revelation. A robed man begins a magical ritual as energy crackles between him and his opponent in the prison chamber. Two exhausted prisoners sit in silence, separated by iron bars as despair fills the cell. Two weary prisoners endure their confinement in silence behind iron bars. In a dim, stone-walled room, one robed figure coldly explains to his uneasy companion that the people present are merely materials. A shocked young man demands clarification about whether the materials mentioned are actually humans. A character is startled after discovering someone unexpected inside the cell. A wounded young man slumps against the dungeon wall and calls out weakly for someone. An older man informs the group that someone nearly died in a magic training accident. A weary magician explains that most magicians here have narrowly survived missions, accidents, or illnesses. Empty cages hang in the shadows as someone explains that magicians are occasionally sourced from other countries, while other materials come from local alleys. One figure holding a staff mocks the other, calling people like him worthless. A young man considers how the magicians around him lack the skill to advance beyond the lowest rank. A long-haired figure raises a staff while confronting a startled young man in the prison courtyard. An older man explains that the materials support the power of the Ivory Tower's empire. An older man lifts his ornate staff, preparing to unleash powerful magic. Chains and cages pulse with sinister red energy in the dark chamber. A worried character receives reassurance while ominous energy swirls in the barred, red-tinged room. A figure makes a firm promise while a twisted object crackles with red energy nearby. An older man makes an unsettling claim, comparing someone to his own son with a sinister smile. Dark energy swirls around the figure's legs as red sparks crackle ominously. A young man recoils as he is suddenly overwhelmed by swirling dark energy. A bloodied character winces in agony, reacting to a sudden, painful blow. A girl writhes in agony as dark energy tendrils tighten around her. Dark energy erupts around the figure as they struggle to contain its overwhelming force. One character kneels in submission before another who stands over him in a dark, oppressive chamber. An older man sternly orders someone to get up. A weary young man slumps in exhaustion before the barred cell door. A stern young man demands attention as he locks eyes with someone in the dim room. An elderly man demands the younger prisoner identify him, asserting his status as the Ivory Tower master of the Green River Empire. A calm young man introduces himself in response to a question. A second-class magician from the Ivory Tower is introduced. An older man in ceremonial robes reaches out to accept a sword in a solemn atmosphere. The assistant magician now serves under the Tower Master. A sword crashes to the ground at the feet of the figure in white, heightening the tension. A robed figure is pressured to consider cutting off their own pinky finger with a dagger. A young man in a robe carefully inspects and wipes a dagger. An older man stands silently with his staff, observing the aftermath of bloodshed. A stern older man prepares to issue a command. An intense affirmation of parentage is declared. A grand building is revealed under the clear sky. News of the Tower Master's indefinite leave spreads through the empty, ornate hall. One character comments on the recent difficulties and age of another, while the others listen attentively. A young man reflects on the pressure caused by Ian's rapid rise to 6th class and his status as the youngest high-rank magician. The group questions what will happen next as uncertainty about their future grows. Three robed figures debate which royal faction they should support as tensions rise between the Tower Master and Ian. A character carrying 3 red books walks past while expressing uncertainty about what orders will come from the higher-ups. The robed figure steps forward and reaches for the ornate double door, preparing to enter. A composed man sitting on a throne-like chair invites someone to enter. A man sits at his desk and acknowledges the arrival of a visitor standing at the entrance. A young man enters the grand hallway and delivers 2 large red books. A composed man sitting on an ornate chair welcomes a visitor into the room. A messenger enters the study and hands over a requested item to the man at the desk. One man gratefully receives several books from another at the desk, acknowledging the time saved by this help. A young man sits with a closed book and asks about the Tower Master's health. A young man calmly reassures someone while placing books on the table in the library. A young man suddenly realizes something, his eye wide with surprise. Someone notices the bandaged hand and asks how the injury happened. A calm figure reassures the other character that a minor magical accident is nothing to worry about. A long-haired character sits at a desk and expresses hope for someone's quick recovery. Sensing a growing distance, the character grows uneasy about the sudden change in their relationship. Someone reflects on how Marco now feels distant, despite having the same voice and face as before. A long-haired character suddenly reacts to something alarming off-panel. One character begins to share a memory from the past while the other listens attentively in the ornate study. An older man recalls their first encounter 6 years ago when the boy was sent to Mogrian. A man thanks his rescuer for saving the territory lord during a dangerous goblin subjugation. The character calmly acknowledges that the past event occurred. The character grips a large book tightly on their lap, visibly nervous. The young man signals his intent to leave after the conversation ends. The young man rises from his desk and pauses the conversation to step away. A young man reminds someone they were absent during the goblin subjugation. A young man recalls receiving help during his mana reaction test. A character walks across the wooden floor and apologizes for any possible mistake. A long-haired man in black abruptly confronts a startled younger man with a staff in the grand hall. The long-haired character swiftly draws his sword, preparing for a decisive move. A magical staff is activated, unleashing a surge of blue energy. A young man unleashes a powerful spell, causing light to surge around him. A powerful spell is being cast as two men confront each other across a glowing magic circle. A young man clutches his injured arm and winces in pain. A character suddenly realizes imminent danger and reacts in shock. A figure crashes down with tremendous force, sending a shockwave of dust across the ground. A young man clutches his mouth and coughs violently as dark energy engulfs him. A character clutches their face and cries out in sudden agony as their eye glows red. One man collapses to the ground in exhaustion while another stands over him, observing with a staff in hand. A calm man questions the return of a visibly exhausted, breathless person. A disoriented young man leans forward, trembling as he questions why he is here. A young man reveals that he has cancelled all magic on someone who was under black magic control. A worried character urgently insists they must stop him. A panicked man urgently warns that they must stop the Tower Master. A troubled figure urgently asks for an explanation about recent events. A serious character firmly declares their intent to take action. The scene shifts to a calm, sunlit view of a medieval building, establishing the location. A composed older man receives word that a visitor has arrived to see him. Two figures assess the area, confirming that only one person is present and no one else is nearby. An older man calmly issues an order to bring someone inside. An unseen antagonist taunts their target, questioning if the bait was taken. An older man narrows his eye, sharply observing the situation with intense focus. A man calmly admits he used black magic on someone to lure another magician to him. A figure prepares a ritual using red magical energy in a dark, barred room, intent on taming a 6th-class opponent. Someone resolves to obtain new materials if necessary. An older man pauses to contemplate as he sips tea in front of a bookshelf. A faint noise comes from behind the closed wooden door, hinting that someone is approaching. An older man notices someone has arrived and addresses their unexpected visit. A powerful magician arrives to pay a formal visit to a sick elder in a richly decorated room. A man wishes a quick recovery to another man, who thanks him and invites him to sit and enjoy some tea. Two men sit in tense silence across from each other in a lavish library, each holding a cup of tea. An older man calmly explains that Marco is unwell. A character worries about possibly having passed on their illness to someone else. A calm man evaluates someone and concludes there is no issue. Someone expresses relief that the hardworking boy is not overworking himself. Someone reveals that Marco shared shocking news. A hand lifts a teacup in a calm, refined atmosphere. He pauses in deep thought, tension clear on his face. He reveals that there is a portal inside the mansion leading to a secret laboratory. Someone is accused of conducting inhumane black magic research. An older man calmly dismisses the accusation of black magic while speaking to the woman seated before him. A young man reveals that someone was being controlled by black magic. The long-haired character accuses the Tower Master of betraying someone close by casting black magic. One character reveals he was ordered to stop the other, but the accused denies any knowledge of the situation. One character explains that he possesses an artifact that creates a portal to a laboratory, which he finds convenient. An older man scoffs at the idea of researching black magic, clearly finding it ridiculous. The older man stands and invites the person at the desk to visit his laboratory. An older man begins to address the suspicion directed toward him. A young man suggests that the other person should see the truth for themselves. The older man invites the younger man to inspect his laboratory, suggesting first-hand observation over suspicion. A calm young man in the ornate room waits for approval before proceeding. The older man signals for someone to follow as he leads the way out of the room. The older man insists on immediately showing his lab to dispel damaging rumors, leading the weary younger man through a room lined with bookshelves. One figure approaches the stage as another waits by the red curtain. An older man with long gray hair enters the scene, pulling back a heavy curtain. One character gestures toward a swirling blue portal as they prepare to move forward. A hand presents a glowing, enchanted book to demonstrate its magical power. An older man demonstrates that anyone can use advanced portal magic by channeling magic power into the glowing book. The young man stands in silence, deep in thought as he considers his next move. The older man signals for the group to enter the glowing blue portal. Two cloaked figures turn and walk away from each other as their paths diverge. The protagonist recalls that Herbert Leon was recognized as one of the greatest Tower Masters in the Ivory Tower in his previous life. The Ivory Tower Master is honored for uniting the continent, supporting Ragnar's rise to the throne, and leading the most powerful era in the Tower's history. A long-haired figure struggles to suppress their emotions, their face tense in the shadows. Reflecting on their past, someone acknowledges the respect they once held for the Tower Master as a fellow servant of the same lord. A figure in a long coat steps forward, signaling a tense and mysterious arrival. The older man calls out to the younger man, breaking the silence in the tense atmosphere. An older man leans forward and asks an important question, setting a tense atmosphere. An older man stands alone in a dark corridor, admitting he once wanted to be a hero. A vow is made to become a powerful magician capable of protecting the empire and rescuing suffering commoners. A man stares at his trembling hands, coming to a disturbing realization. He admits that his power alone is not enough to change anything. An older man begins to deliver an important statement, heightening the tension. A hand tightly grips a sword crackling with red energy, hinting at a hidden power. An older man boldly declares his ambition to become a hero as he grips his staff before a fiery backdrop. An older man unleashes dark magic with his staff as shadows swirl around him. A young man recoils as dark energy suddenly envelopes his arm. A fierce attack with dark magic leaves the younger man clutching his chest in pain. Someone contemplates the ability to command many skilled magicians. A determined figure reaches toward a glowing orb, resolved to use its power to protect the peace of the empire and its people. An older man explains that people refer to this supernatural power as authority, while red energy swirls around him. Inside the dark prison, someone desperately begs for mercy among empty hanging cages. An older man with white hair commands someone off-panel to join his cause. In a tense atmosphere, a character lowers their head and calls out Ian's name. An older man, wielding a glowing staff, commands a kneeling figure to join his side in order to better protect the empire and save countless lives. An elderly man earnestly shares his desire for both himself and the younger person to become heroes. Dark energy engulfs the character as they collapse to the floor, overwhelmed. An older man blocks the younger figure's path and warns him that the council is already waiting for his plea. An older man with silver hair firmly commands someone to rise. A cloaked figure stands wearily in front of a barred cell door in the dim prison corridor. A young man with long blonde hair stands alone outside, deep in thought as he considers his next move. An elderly man grips his staff and smirks menacingly, clearly plotting something sinister. The older man exclaims in disbelief at how effortlessly he accomplished the task. An older man with a glowing staff demands the younger man reveal his identity inside the dim, barred chamber. A young man in a blue cloak confronts and identifies the Empire's ivory tower master. An older man prepares to deliver an important revelation. The long-haired character insults someone with a smirk under the starry sky. A fist hurtles toward the older man, abruptly cutting off his outburst. Two figures are forcefully slammed to the ground by a surge of blue energy. An older man is suddenly struck by a powerful force and clutches his head in pain. A man recoils in terror, unable to comprehend what just happened. A composed figure confronts a trembling captive, who reels in disbelief behind prison bars. A young man in a blue robe formally addresses the tower master inside a stone building. An older man grows increasingly anxious as he is confronted about his involvement with black magic. A confident magician taunts his rival for failing to surpass the limits of a fifth-class magician. A calm figure observes that differences in capability influence the situation. A caped figure explains that using black magic does not increase a magician's class beyond their original level. The man on the ground asserts that he has come prepared with countermeasures. A character in a blue cloak notices a mistake and suggests someone was in a hurry. An older man recoils in terror, clutching his chest as he confronts an unexpected threat. A hand lunges rapidly toward the startled older man, catching him off guard. A young man unleashes a mana drain spell through a glowing magical circle aimed at his opponent. A male character recoils in shock and pain, his eye wide as he cries out. A character collapses to the ground, desperately clutching the floor. A hand enveloped in blue magic reaches toward the bowed figure. A blond young man urges the exhausted silver-haired person to rest after their mana has been drained. A calm young man points out that his opponent's mana will take a long time to recover due to their age. The older man collapses to the ground in fear as the young man stands over him, intimidating his defeated opponent. A figure extends their hand and summons a brilliant orb of light in the darkness. The figure steps into the vault, taking in the sight of glittering treasure piled high around them. A treasure chest filled with gold coins is discovered. The room glitters as even more jewels and gold spill from the overflowing chest. The man in the blue cloak scoffs at the revered reputation of the ivory tower master while examining a glowing orb. A man in a blue cape confronts someone about secretly hiding wealth instead of returning it to the empire. A defeated man recoils in fear as someone taunts him about taking others to the afterlife. A young man exhales deeply, showing clear signs of exhaustion. A cloaked figure strides toward the dungeon cell where prisoners wait in silence. A young man sits in silence behind iron bars, deep in thought. The extent of the damage is being evaluated. Someone observes that a few survivors remain after the devastation. Two young men endure their captivity in silence, exhausted and defeated on the cold cell floor. A resolute figure promises to free the group and ensure they receive proper treatment. A stern older man sits in contemplation, quietly calling out to Marco. A defeated man slumps against the wall as his adversary steps closer, pressing him for answers. A defeated prisoner slumps on the cell floor and laughs weakly as a cloaked figure stands before him. The cloaked man confidently declares that his remaining minions are far more valuable than the absent Marco. The young man in the blue cloak waits for an answer in the courtyard. The older man warns that his subordinates have already begun their plan and will only stop if he orders them to. One man reveals that he programmed them to target only two specific things from the beginning. He anxiously wonders about the safety of his family and the crown prince. An older man with a serious expression proposes making a deal. The man on the ground proposes a deal to erase any memory of today's events, hoping to defuse the tense standoff. A hidden portal remains concealed in the dim prison, leaving no evidence for anyone to expose its existence. An older man grips the cell bars and threatens dire consequences if anyone dares to cross him. A long-haired individual in a blue cloak calmly rejects an offer. An older man recoils in shock as he realizes something alarming. A desperate prisoner threatens to kill the mother and the crown prince, daring his adversary to stop him. An older man stands frozen in shock as he reacts to unexpected news in the dimly lit stone room. A calm, confident figure with long blonde hair and a blue cloak urges someone off-panel to give it a try. A grand mansion stands beneath the full moon, setting a mysterious tone for the night. A woman sits quietly on the terrace at night as someone calls out to her. A man approaches a woman on a moonlit balcony and comments on the strong winds. A man with light brown hair and violet eyes invites the group to return indoors. A woman anxiously notes that Ian has not returned and she cannot reach him with the crystal ball. A woman sits anxiously, worried because someone who is usually punctual has not arrived. A man explains that Ian is the only 6th-class magician in the Empire, commanding respect even from bandits. She reassures the listener that, despite everything, her son is still just a young boy to her. A startled woman sits upright as a young man suddenly approaches her in the grand hall. An anxious man hesitates as he struggles to express his feelings. A man bows and apologizes to a blonde woman on the balcony. A remorseful man admits he was inconsiderate of the other's feelings. A woman calmly grants forgiveness to someone who seeks it. A woman reflects on how someone she knows has always carried too much burden. A cloaked figure stands alone before a magical gate, burdened by the pain of always facing challenges without help. A young woman struggles with frustration as she feels powerless to help her family member, and can only wait anxiously. A man gently reassures the woman on the balcony as she sits in silence, weighed down by guilt. A man explains that Ian's strength comes from having family waiting for him. Reflecting on a past struggle with mana poisoning, the speaker reveals that support from family gave them the will to survive. A woman sits in quiet contemplation, hoping her presence brings stability to her family. A man reassures a worried woman on the balcony that waiting for someone's return is meaningful. A man asks for permission to stay by someone's side. One character suggests waiting together until another returns, while the other stands nearby in quiet support. A young woman stands on the balcony at night, sharing a gentle smile. A calm night settles in as the clear sky reveals a bright full moon above the treetops. Two people quietly discuss the unusual absence of security patrols in the area. A man stares in shock as he reacts to a sudden revelation. A man urgently tells a woman to go inside because he senses something is wrong. A man quickly turns toward the source of a sudden crash, his body tense with surprise. A man and a woman spot someone unexpected on the balcony and react with alarm. 3 figures move quietly through the grass at night. 2 cloaked figures abruptly tense as they sense imminent danger in the dark forest. One character commands the hooded intruders to stop as tension escalates on the balcony. He realizes his urgent warnings are being ignored. A tense moment unfolds as a figure warns of dire consequences if anyone crosses the glowing magical boundary. A man is stunned as he suddenly realizes something shocking. Someone cries out desperately while reaching across the wooden surface as sparks fly. A man urgently shields a startled woman and orders her to lie on the ground. A massive bolt of lightning crashes into the building, unleashing a surge of destructive energy. A massive lightning bolt crashes down onto the city, causing a powerful explosion. 2 young men on the street look up in shock after being startled by something unexpected. 2 young men are startled outside as lightning and thunder crash unexpectedly. A young man hesitates on the street and urges a return to the Imperial Palace, sensing something is wrong. A frustrated young man protests that the event is ending before anything has happened. Determined to continue the secret journey, the young man refuses to return after courageously securing permission from his father. On a quiet medieval street, one man respectfully asks the captain for permission to pose a question. A nervous young man hesitantly begins to speak, touching his cheek as he tries to start a conversation. A character asks if they can learn sword techniques. A young man silently places his hand over his heart, making a solemn vow. A young man smirks and reacts playfully to the mention of sword techniques. One boy anxiously asks if self-defense training will be very difficult, while the other listens in silence. A determined young man suggests that simply copying the postures could be effective. A character boasts about unsheathing their sword impressively. A young man draws his sword, ready to take action. A nervous young man hesitantly clarifies his request to the royal figure. One character steps forward with a drawn sword, preparing to shield the surprised companion behind him. A figure raises an ornate sword and declares allegiance to the Second Imperial Knight Order. Several figures rush across the stone floor to defend the royal target. 4 young men tense up as one quickly draws his weapon, sensing sudden danger in the evening. A swordsman stands ready and commands the hidden presence to reveal itself. A cloak shifts, revealing something hidden beneath. A swordsman stands alert in a deserted street, preparing to confront a mysterious hooded figure approaching him. Ian turns sharply, recognizing someone important with suspicion. A lone figure with long red hair and a staff enters the town, moving with quiet determination. A high-ranking magician from the Ivory Tower, Helene, is introduced. A sword-wielding man confronts a cloaked woman on the street, demanding to know why she reappeared after years of absence. A tense standoff unfolds in the village square as one figure raises a sword, preparing to confront the cloaked opponent. A young man urgently demands to know the other person's objective. A young man with a sword confronts a red-haired figure holding a staff in the village square at dusk. A red-haired figure stands silently under the dusky sky, mourning a loss. A young man braces himself for battle, gripping his sword with visible anxiety. A red-haired woman, tense and determined, vows to kill someone. An unspecified obstacle is being identified as a threat. The young man recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. A devastating blast erupts, scattering debris and energy through the area. Ian locks swords with his red-haired opponent in a fierce duel. A red-haired character calmly blocks an incoming attack with a wooden sword. A shadowy figure darts toward Ian, forcing him to react defensively with his sword. A red-haired mage blocks a fierce magical attack with her staff, sending energy and debris flying. An intense gaze signals the start of a powerful spell as the character begins the incantation. A red-haired mage releases a massive burst of fiery energy, overwhelming the area with destructive force. Ian stands firm with his sword as a massive fiery explosion threatens to engulf him. A young man raises his sword, surrounded by a golden glow, as he prepares to fight. A man braces himself with his sword as flames surge behind him. A figure brandishes his sword, unleashing streams of fire across the stone floor. A red-haired character freezes in shock, reacting intensely to an unexpected event. A violent explosion blasts through the wall, sending debris flying in all directions. A figure descends in a blaze of fire with a sword, while another braces below with a staff to defend against the attack. A fierce sword strike collides with a wooden staff as the two opponents battle intensely. A red-haired woman swiftly evades a sword attack. A man raises his sword overhead, preparing to strike down at the red-haired person in front of him. A male attacker slashes at a glowing barrier, while a red-haired woman defends herself with magic. A fierce attack collides with a glowing hexagonal barrier. A blue-haired man kneels with his sword ready as a red-haired figure raises a magical barrier between them. A young man prepares to test the mana barrier spell for the first time. A gloved character reveals an ornate sword, eager to present it first. A young man pulls off his black glove with his teeth, preparing for action. The protagonist decides to test the sword after a careful inspection. He admits he cannot release mana because he possesses only half a mana heart, gripping his blood-stained sword as energy swirls around it. A red-haired figure raises their hand, activating glowing hexagonal patterns as they demonstrate control over the mana in their blood. A mystical sword is drawn and briefly unleashed, its power limited to a short duration. A resolute figure readies a glowing sword, preparing to release its hidden power. A young man channels mana into his sword and unleashes a powerful attack. Someone makes a forceful entrance, stepping forward with determination. A powerful magical attack surges toward the red-haired character as the confrontation escalates. Shards slice across the character's face, leaving a thin red line as they reel back in shock. A young man charges forward and swings his glowing mace at his opponent. A woman is struck by a glowing sword, leaving her gravely wounded and in shock. A man drives a glowing sword down as a woman struggles beneath the surge of energy. A young man threatens his captive, demanding to know who ordered the attack on the prince. A menacing warning shatters any hope of a peaceful death. A startled man in the stone-walled room reacts in disbelief to unexpected news. The older man demands to know what the cloaked figure intends to do. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak calmly states he has learned to trust others through his experiences over the past 5 years. A young man confidently mocks the older mage, declaring that victory is impossible for him. A composed man in a blue cloak confronts someone about sending suspicious people to his house during the Demeter negotiations. An older man, sweating intense, declares that a repeated tactic will not succeed against him. The infiltrators are likely caught or eliminated by the mana traps. The negotiations end as the speaker decides there is nothing left to gain. The blue-cloaked figure declares that a trial and likely execution await the recoiling man. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak confidently vows to make his plan a reality as dusk falls. A determined man announces his plan to seize control of the ivory tower built over decades. A cloaked figure steps forward onto the wooden floor with purpose. The young man decides to take action he hadn't originally planned. An older man freezes in shock as someone suddenly places a hand on his head. Two hands join as crackling blue magic surges between them, channeling the authority of the ivory tower. Blue lightning surges as one person collapses in agony while the other explains his reasoning for supporting the fifth prince. Blue energy crackles as one figure ruthlessly electrocutes another, who screams in pain. A furious figure unleashes overwhelming power, vowing retribution for the attack on their family. A piercing scream of pain echoes through the scene. A silver-haired man stands amidst crackling energy, warning that the king's wrath can strike anyone. The academy building stands tall as people gather at its entrance. Herbert Leon's crimes are revealed to the public. The leader condemns the criminal for abandoning the responsibilities of a tower master and turning to black magic. It is revealed that human souls were also used as sacrifices. Two magicians languish in a prison cell after being exploited in a cruel scheme. A furious figure slams his fist down and denounces the crime as unforgivable. A stern man on the throne delivers a harsh, unforgiving judgment. A formal decree announces that Herbert Leon is stripped of all titles and sentenced to a public execution, leaving the gathered officials tense and anxious. A stern official declares that the criminal's name will be eternally marked in the Empire's history, warning that any hidden relatives or accomplices will also be pursued. A resolute man declares that they will find their targets and eliminate them completely. A stern man in a military uniform announces that he will personally oversee the investigation into the black magic incident and anyone else involved. A commanding figure orders the assembled nobles to fully cooperate with the investigation, making it clear that no one will receive special treatment. A commanding figure announces that those unknowingly involved in the Tower Master's scheme are allowed to cleanse themselves of black magic and reclaim their former lives. A stern official announces that the punishment for the high-ranking magician who targeted the Crown Prince will be harsher than for the others. A man in a decorated uniform solemnly declares that attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince is an unforgivable crime, regardless of the circumstances. A commanding figure sentences a high-ranking magician to eternal imprisonment in a grand hall. An authority figure formally announces recognition for the two heroes who helped resolve the incident. Commendations are announced for those who thwarted the recent threats and are called to step forward. The investigation will officially recognize contributions only after the black magic incident concludes, as a determined figure strides down the red carpet. A young knight steps forward at a formal gathering, drawing attention as he is publicly recognized for protecting the Crown Prince from a powerful magician. A uniformed man is summoned before a stern elder seated on the throne. The stern officer commands the person before him to approach. The captain of the 2nd Imperial Knight Order steps forward and announces his rank. A regal figure praises the decorated knight before the throne for surpassing human limits and protecting the Crown Prince. A young man in ornate armor receives sincere praise in a grand hall, reflecting quietly on its significance. A uniformed man bows at the ceremony, formally acknowledging another's achievements. An authoritative man publicly grants Oliver Raywood command over all Imperial Knights and bestows upon him the title of Sword Lord. 3 young men stand together, 2 appearing uneasy while the third remains calm as they face a tense situation. A stern man in a decorated military uniform announces that an important title has been vacant for a long time. For centuries, no one has received the title of Sword Lord because swordsmanship lost its prestige to the rise of magic. Someone declares that Oliver Raywood has surpassed the limits of swordsmanship and achieved a historic breakthrough. An official acknowledges a knight's long-standing loyalty to the imperial family. The official asserts that the knight's loyalty to the imperial family will remain unwavering. A young man in ornate military attire stands in the sunlit palace, smiling with quiet confidence. A uniformed man draws an ornate sword and formally announces the bestowal of the title. Sword Lord. A dominant figure orders the knight to kneel in submission. A composed man in a formal uniform steps forward, drawing everyone's attention. A uniformed figure kneels on the red carpet, showing deference to authority. A nobleman ceremonially taps a kneeling man's shoulder with a sword, signifying the bestowal of knighthood. A stern man in a decorated military uniform begins a formal proclamation outdoors beside marble columns. The authoritative figure formally bestows the title of Sword Lord upon the kneeling knight during the ceremony. A commanding figure formally offers the legendary title of Sword Lord to someone off-panel. A character makes a solemn vow, invoking the name of the Sword Lord. The man readies himself to speak, his expression calm and focused. A young man kneels on a red carpet and pledges to give his life to protect the Empire. A desperate voice echoes through the grand building at sunset, urgently calling for a father. The young man expresses his frustration, unable to make sense of the situation. A distressed man urgently pleads with an official to reconsider the execution, warning of severe consequences for the country. A well-dressed blonde man warns that executing the Tower Master would be equivalent to condemning tens of thousands of magicians. The young man warns that more problems are still ahead. A warning is issued that the Tower Master's execution will alert all nations, including the rival Coldwood Empire. A tattered flag waves over the barren land as the fate of the principality hangs in the balance after the coming cleanup. A worried man warns that the Empire is vulnerable to enemies if their strongest magician dies. A high-ranking official announces that Herbert Leon is no longer the strongest magician. A man in the ornate room acknowledges that the current strongest magician in the tower is the first human to reach the 6th class. A decorated man announces that the Tower Master position will soon be filled, assuring everyone there will be no issues. A tense figure demands a response about the future of the Ivory Tower, pressing the anxious man for an answer. The young man acknowledges that Ian Phage is expected to usher in a new era for the Ivory Tower. 2 men discuss forming an alliance with a powerful magician to quickly elevate their empire's status on the continent. A plan is suggested for a young magician and an experienced magician to jointly lead the Ivory Tower and balance each other's power. A young man explains that the imperial family can control the Ivory Tower from within, presenting it as the best possible outcome. The stern man in the military uniform acknowledges the other person's point. A young man hesitates and stops mid-sentence, visibly anxious in the ornate room. One man accuses the Tower Master of conducting forbidden black magic in a tense confrontation. The atrocities of the Ivory Tower's master are revealed, exposing his use of magicians and innocent commoners as sacrifices for black magic. A man in formal attire reacts with shock as he witnesses something unexpected. A stern man in a decorated military uniform condemns the Tower Master's reckless actions, declaring he has lost his sanity. One man confronts another about using black magic and sacrificing lives in a quest for power. A blonde-haired character struggles to suppress intense emotions, eyes tightly shut in tension. A character clenches his fist in frustration while questioning the authority of the Tower Master. Someone considers using black magic research for the potential benefit of the Empire despite unethical methods. A young man questions whether vicious criminals could be used as substitutes for the ingredients in black magic. A stern man in uniform forcefully criticizes the idea of sacrificing individuals for the supposed good of the majority. A young man in formal attire reacts in shock to unexpected news. A stern man rejects the possibility of making the other person his successor, creating a tense atmosphere. Black magic is denounced as a corrupting force, and the founder's efforts to eradicate it from the land are emphasized. A stern man in a decorated military uniform confronts someone, pressing them to acknowledge what they already know. One man directly confronts the other's character and ambitions in a formal setting. The man in the military uniform sternly points out a crucial deficiency to the person he is addressing. A stern man confronts another, warning that his hidden flaw will soon be exposed. The older man confronts the younger man about his current actions as they stand back to back in the lavish hall. An older man in a decorated uniform explains the true purpose of politics to a younger man seated before him. True leadership is defined as having a heart that fights for the commoner's sake. A stern young man confronts someone for treating people as mere tools. A decorated military officer stiffens in shock as something unexpected happens. Someone firmly denies the accusation. The young man in the decorated uniform speaks assertively, projecting confidence as he addresses someone with authority. A stern man confronts someone, demanding clarification. One man confronts the other about the real reason he is being denied succession. A man learns that his brother is the son of the woman he once loved. A blonde man calmly acknowledges that he was born to serve as a tool for political power among the nobles. An older man in a decorated military uniform confronts a younger man in a lavish hall, declaring the difference between them and calling out Ragnar. A composed man in formal attire confronts someone, questioning if they understand the extent of his efforts to earn recognition. A boy hides and observes as a child offers a flower crown to a uniformed man outside. A young man stands in the hallway, questioning if anyone has ever truly noticed him. A hurt boy demands to know if he has ever received the same treatment as his brother. A young man accuses someone of favoritism regarding the Tower Master's release, speaking confidently and drawing attention to perceived unfairness. A stern man in a decorated military uniform raises his arm to issue a command, heightening the tense atmosphere. The man tenses as his magical pendant glows, readying himself for the looming threat. A uniformed man prepares to slap the stunned figure in ornate clothing. A trembling hand is raised, signaling hesitation in the tense moment. An older man in a decorated military uniform exhales deeply, showing clear exhaustion. The stern man turns his back and walks away after delivering a harsh insult, leaving the younger man standing in shame. The blonde man stands with his back turned, fists clenched as tension fills the air. A man in an ornate uniform orders his subordinate to personally oversee the residence. A stern man in military attire orders his subordinates to tightly isolate someone and prevent any contact. An older man in a military uniform bows his head and firmly accepts the order. The academy stands tall, bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun. Sunlight fills the balcony, highlighting the calm and peaceful atmosphere. A wary man by the ornate doors turns sharply, demanding to know who is there. A request is made for a high-ranking magician to have an audience with the royal figure. A young man is suddenly stunned, reacting with shock to an unexpected event. A blonde character stares intensely in silence, assessing the situation. The blonde man refuses the meeting and instructs for the visitor to be sent away. An ornate door slowly opens, revealing what lies beyond. An enraged figure demands to know if someone has just disobeyed his orders. A serious-looking figure arrives and announces they are acting under imperial orders. A tense confrontation begins as a man and a woman face each other in the ornate room, the woman gripping a mystical staff defensively. A young man reacts with surprise upon hearing unexpected imperial orders. A cloaked figure formally announces the king's order for an inspection due to suspicions of black magic influence among those close to the criminal. The execution ceremony for the Tower Master is announced as one man demands to know if he is being inspected for signs of magical manipulation. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak firmly insists that the inspection applies to all imperial family members and royal officials. A man in formal attire urges everyone to remain calm in the tense room. A young man stands silently in a formal setting, gathering his thoughts with a calm expression. A determined hand seizes the ornate golden object. A man sternly instructs someone to finish the task quickly and return. The cloaked figure assures the seated man that the task will be completed quickly. A long-haired man in a blue cloak calmly explains that dizziness or nausea means the person has not been affected by black magic. A silver-haired mage unleashes a powerful dispelling spell on the man seated on the throne. A blond young man struggles to withstand a surge of pain as a strange light envelopes him. A man in a blue cloak approaches the trembling figure and checks if he is all right. The exhausted man slumps in his chair and admits he feels unwell. A young man reports that no signs of black magic were detected and reassures that rest will lead to recovery. The long-haired man turns to leave, while the blonde man remains seated in silence. A figure strides confidently into the room. A final point is about to be introduced. A young man with long hair stands silently, lost in thought. A man seated on an ornate chair prepares to answer as another man initiates a tense conversation. A long-haired man in a blue cloak stands in silence, gripping his staff as he faces another man in the ornate hall. A tense confrontation begins as the young man addresses someone directly. The blonde man demands to know why the other person is serving his brother. A composed young man confidently reassures someone in the ornate hall. A young man questions his brother's ability to become emperor, noting that many nobles and retainers have withdrawn their support. A long-haired figure hesitates in the ornate room, struggling to speak. A long-haired man in a blue cloak firmly refuses to serve the crown prince. A young man whirls around in alarm as a sudden burst of light erupts behind him. One man anxiously seeks answers as the cloaked figure abruptly ends the conversation and leaves the throne room. A door creaks open into a silent hallway, heightening the tension. A cloaked figure pauses in silence, gripping an ornate staff and lost in thought. A hand grips a wooden staff tightly, signaling readiness for action. The young man silently examines his hand, lost in thought. Someone firmly rejects serving Hayden Green River. A hand trembles uncontrollably, revealing intense anxiety. One character kneels in despair while another stands silently, witnessing the vulnerable moment in the grand hall. A young man in a decorated military uniform stands in the ornate hall and extends his hand in invitation. Someone solemnly declares unwavering loyalty to their chosen lord. A blonde character clenches their fist, bracing for what comes next. The long-haired character in blue delivers a serious statement. A cloaked figure stands firm in the grand hall, openly declaring a quest for revenge. The academy stands quietly under the full moon and starry sky. Someone knocks firmly on the closed door, breaking the silence. An older man in military uniform quietly enters the room. A nobleman enters the disordered room and addresses the solitary royal. A man sitting alone in a grand chair urgently asks if the tower master has been executed. The older man gives a solemn affirmation in the dim candlelight. A weakened prisoner is escorted by two robed figures through a somber setting. A public execution is announced on the platform as a distressed older man looks on anxiously. The execution is carried out as the guillotine falls. The protagonist sits quietly, contemplating the new information just received. The stern man in uniform formally dismisses the downcast young man. An older man in a decorated uniform calmly reassures someone in the dimly lit room. A blond young man mocks someone from his ornate chair, his tone laced with sarcasm. A character steps forward onto the tiled floor with determination, entering the scene. An older man in military uniform confronts a wary young man in a dim, elegant room. A hand reaches for the stack of cards on the ornate table. The young man notices something unusual and looks up with curiosity. The older man in the military uniform formally announces his departure and prepares to leave the room. A solitary man sits in silence at his desk, lost in deep thought. A hand reaches out to take the sealed letter from the table. A blonde character quietly reads a letter in the dim light. A young man starts to deliver an important message under the tense night sky. A confident man offers an opportunity as he sits beneath the night sky, holding a folded letter. The scene shifts to reveal the grandeur of a majestic hall, its golden ceiling and ornate walls dominating the view. Two men discuss how survivors are receiving care and testimonies are being collected for investigation. A young man reports that measures have been taken to recover all hidden assets for the treasury. They review the investigation results, confirming that no suspicious signs of dark magic were detected among those examined. A stern man praises someone's hard work while seated on an ornate couch with a teacup in hand. A shocked person grips a teacup tightly after hearing unexpected news about Herbert. An older man in a military uniform sits in a lavish room, admitting his responsibility for not noticing suspicious activities sooner. A cloaked figure sits in a decorated room, reflecting on how no one suspected wrongdoing from someone known for their honesty and modesty. A character reflects on discovering a hidden, possibly deceptive side to someone they once trusted. A uniformed man formally updates his superior on the ongoing investigation of the Ivory Tower and the status of black magic tests. A man in a decorated military uniform asks for permission to pose another question as the atmosphere grows tense. The calm figure by the fireplace encourages the king to speak openly. A stern official demands to know the intended actions concerning the crown prince. The young man sits in silence, deep in thought as he faces forward. The seated man firmly rejects the question posed by the stern figure in the ornate hall. A stern older man delivers a pointed warning in the ornate palace hall. Two men sit in tense silence, each waiting for the other to make a move. The long-haired character pauses, hesitating to speak. A young man firmly refuses to pledge allegiance to the crown prince. A stern man in military attire questions someone's loyalty, creating a tense atmosphere. A man firmly agrees to support the crown prince's safe succession as the two continue their discussion in the lavish room. A composed man pledges to do everything he can to support and guide the future king. A stern man questions another's refusal to pledge allegiance while still offering support to the crown prince. A mustached man in a military uniform silently plots his next move, a sly smirk on his face. The man on the couch ends the discussion, signaling that the meeting is over. A stern man orders a servant to open something as the servant enters the room. Two uniformed men carry a large box through an ornate hall. Two attendants present a long case containing a recovered staff to the seated officials. The process of choosing a new ivory tower master is being discussed as the ceremonial staff lies on display. A man sits in deep thought, realizing that even with a successor chosen, many responsibilities remain. A man enters through the golden doors as the need for royal consent to take over the ivory tower is discussed. A decision is made to quickly fill the vacant tower master position as the ornate doors signal an impending important event. The seated man formally hands over the staff, assigning a significant responsibility to the other figure. A hand pauses while setting down a teacup, signaling the start of a serious conversation. Someone earnestly asks for a favor, drawing attention to the seriousness of the moment. A composed young man sits attentively in a lavish room, awaiting instructions from the monarch. Despite losing all his supporters, Ragnar remains determined and refuses to give up. A man warns that Ragnar's rise to the throne will bring widespread bloodshed. He stands motionless in the darkness, weighed down by silent tension. A stern man admits to the young man that he has already caused him lasting harm. A man in uniform quietly admits that he expects to be resented for the rest of his life as another person listens in silence. A man in a military uniform urgently asks someone to intervene and stop another person. A stern man in a military uniform questions the suggestion that someone would act on his behalf. A hand grips a wooden stick tightly, ready for action. A uniformed man kneels in a grand hall and formally pledges his loyalty to the king. A standing man formally entrusts responsibility for another person to the kneeling man in the grand hall. The master of the ivory tower is formally introduced. A towering, ornate structure rises majestically against the sunset, signaling its importance in the unfolding story. A massive ancient door slowly opens, flooding the area with blinding light. A figure strides into view with determined steps. A composed figure holding an ornate staff formally greets Ian upon his arrival. A cloaked figure approaches the empty throne in the grand hall, ready for a pivotal moment. A mysterious voice calls out to Ian in the darkness. A figure strides into the room, signaling the start of a new development. Someone reflects on their former desire to become a hero. A lone figure stands by the window, silently preparing to defend the empire. A determined figure resolves to become a magician who saves suffering people. A lone figure reflects on wielding authority to protect the empire and its people. The concept of a unique power called authority is introduced. A young man silently invokes his authority as ominous birds gather in the sunset sky. One character kneels in desperation before another who stands sternly by the fireplace, a spilled glass on the floor underscoring the tense atmosphere. A hidden voice accuses someone of betraying their own ideals in a moment of darkness. A young man stands alone by the window, lost in silent contemplation. Someone firmly rejects the idea of becoming a hero. Someone makes a firm declaration of their desire. A determined figure silently contemplates the grave mission to kill the person known as Ragnar Greenriver. A young man silently watches the sunset through the window, lost in thought. A character solemnly declares their intent to take revenge. A lone man sits in a grand chair by the window, silently lost in thought. A young man sits silently by the window, lost in deep thought. A cheerful young man enthusiastically greets the ivory tower master. Ian hesitates with his staff, looking uncertain. One man urges discretion about an unannounced title, but the other dismisses his concern, insisting it does not matter in private. A young man reflects on how much has changed since visiting the old ivory tower site 6 years ago. A composed young man is announced as the new ivory tower master. A blond man openly praises the long-haired figure's progress, visibly moved by emotion. A long-haired man in dark clothing informs a royal figure that he is too busy with black magic tests to meet. A blond young man in formal attire insists on meeting someone personally, urging them not to avoid him despite their busy schedule. A seated man questions if there are any issues concerning his well-being while another listens. Someone admits to feeling dizzy and nauseous all day. A long-haired man calmly informs someone that they are healthy. Someone internally acknowledges lingering suspicions. A character surveys the star-filled night sky with a wary, focused expression. 3 men discuss how the crown prince stands in the way of their political ambitions, and consider whether black magic is influencing his actions. The narrator considers how effortlessly the rival could have been eliminated by orchestrating their public humiliation and downfall. A young man smiles confidently, clearly amused by the situation. A deadpan man holding a staff mocks the intelligence of the other man in the ornate room. A young man holding a magical staff confirms that his sister is next. A blond young man initiates a conversation in the ornate room. Someone prepares to reveal important information before departing. He learns that someone of high status has recently shown interest in him. A young man recalls how someone used to ask about his daily life and interests. He wonders why she needs that information. One man admits he couldn't answer important questions, despite being close to the weary listener. A young man asks someone to relay answers to Haley, believing she will appreciate the gesture. The large door slams shut with a sharp sound, heightening the tension. The man stands silently in the ornate room, gripping his magical staff as he contemplates his next move. A young man quietly considers his own growth. The crown prince's development is acknowledged. The young man shows clear signs of personal growth as he stands confidently among the flowers. A calm man considers the potential of a future ruler and invites someone into the grand hall. A poised figure in a white dress steps forward, signaling the start of an important action. A blonde woman in a pink dress warmly greets someone after a long separation. A man holding a staff formally greets a woman in the ornate palace room, expressing gratitude for her well-being. A long-haired man with a magical staff invites a guest to sit in an elegant room. A woman sits in silence as a man approaches her with a staff, tension rising between them. A composed blonde woman sits on an ornate chair and commands silence. A long-haired man raises his magical staff with determination in the ornate room. A serious-looking man explains that he has cast a second-class soundproof spell over the area. She hesitates, nervously preparing to explain her progress when asked about reaching second class. A hand is raised, signaling the number 3. A man holding a staff questions a cautious woman about her magical class as she responds with uncertainty. A woman acknowledges someone's unexpected advancement to third class with congratulatory words. A character with a calm expression begins an important conversation. A composed man confronts someone in a lavish room, demanding to know their intentions after a silencing spell is cast. A blonde-haired character calls out to Ian with a serious expression. Sitting alone, the woman wonders what steps to take next. The young man asks for further explanation. An anxious woman hesitates, unsure how to begin speaking. A composed young man prepares to ask a question, shifting the direction of the conversation. A woman demands to know why the man concealed his identity as a magician. A character clenches their fists over their apron, struggling with sudden anxiety. The character falls silent, visibly troubled and lost in thought. The man firmly declares his intention to fulfill his father's wishes as the woman listens intently. At age 12, the protagonist remembers undergoing a mana reaction test conducted by a magician. A young man nervously reaches out toward the calm girl, initiating a tense encounter. A young man reveals to an authoritative figure that his magical abilities have been discovered. Instead of informing the ivory tower, the matter was secretly reported to her father. A uniformed man informs the kneeling figures that becoming a magician of the empire requires giving up their former positions and joining the ivory tower. The stern man issues a firm proclamation that his decision stands, even against a member of the imperial family. She reveals that her father wanted her to stay with the imperial family instead of joining the ivory tower. Under royal orders, she kept her magical abilities secret and focused on her role as a princess. A young man pauses as he comes to an important realization. A woman admits she cannot suppress her longing for magic. A calm young man confronts another person about secretly learning magic. In the past, only a few people supported the crown prince. He reflects on how fortunate she was. She explains that she originally wanted to support her brother when he had no one else. The man in black robes firmly states that his motives have changed because both his goal and Sword Lord Oliver are now involved. A composed man evaluates another person's progress and questions whether they still have any goals. A woman confesses her fear that learning magic illegally might jeopardize her brother's future. A character with long, light-colored hair gives a subtle, knowing smile. The protagonist strides confidently across the decorated floor, dismissing the problem as simple. A woman in an ornate dress sits in shock after receiving unexpected news from the long-haired man. A man kneels before a seated woman and encourages her to live her own life. The man reassures the seated woman that she only needs to live her own life. The young man urges the royal figure to prioritize their own happiness over obligations to the imperial family. A woman admits she doesn't know how to proceed. A reflective message fills the empty panel, emphasizing that no one is born knowing everything. She pauses in silence, lost in thought. A regal woman calmly advises a man in the ornate hall, warning that living by others' values leads to losing one's own life. A long-haired character warns that living this way for too long will cause someone to lose themselves. The figures warn that they will be left to wander in regret and emptiness. Someone urges the royal figure to take responsibility for their future decisions. A man reassures a young woman that she can pursue the life she desires. A blonde woman hesitantly calls out to someone. A woman seated on a throne-like chair challenges the man before her with a pivotal question about his purpose in life. A young man listens intently, visibly troubled by the news he has received. A long-haired character pauses in silent contemplation. The young man quietly admits that he does not have an answer. One woman quickly apologizes for her earlier comment, while the man responds calmly. She quietly admits that no one has ever said this to her before. A solemn woman sits motionless on the throne, feeling trapped by the burdens of her royal role. A blonde woman sits among yellow flowers and expresses her gratitude for the courage she received. A long-haired man smiles gently in the luxurious room. A woman seated on a throne-like chair encourages the bowing man to continue learning magic for his own benefit. Someone receives praise for their rapid improvement and potential for future growth. A nervous woman in a pink dress hesitantly asks for a favor. He notices something unexpected and looks confused. Someone clutches a piece of white fabric, calling out anxiously. Haley earnestly asks to be taught magic. Caught off guard, the man freezes in surprise at the unexpected request. A young woman hesitantly explains that her magic teacher has nothing more to teach her, prompting a discussion about finding new instruction. A chibi character bows and apologizes to the royal figure. A blonde woman desperately begs for help with her hands clasped and eyes closed. A young man steps forward in the grand hall and urgently asks to be taken on as a student. A worried young woman hesitates as she contemplates her next move. The princess is recognized for her natural talent in magic, which cannot be achieved without innate ability. Their potential is being compared to that of the last imperial family magician, a 5th-class magician. He considers the possibility that the princess's latent magical abilities could benefit her as she becomes a high-rank magician. A surprised woman clasps her hands as she receives unexpected agreement. The man asserts his willingness to cooperate but insists on setting his own conditions. A woman formally asks the man for assistance when she needs it. Haley pledges to offer her support in gratitude for the favor she received. A man holding a staff questions another's eagerness to help without knowing the request. A blonde woman sits calmly and assures the other person of her trust. A long-haired man stands silently, gripping his magical staff as he prepares for what comes next. A character hesitates in silence, visibly uneasy. A blonde woman agrees to proceed as she stands near the ornate gate. The man asks to begin the inspection, and the woman agrees. The inspection ends as the diagnosis confirms there is no black magic influence. A weakened woman slowly rises from her seat with careful support from a staff-wielding man. Haley quickly turns to assess the threat, her face tense with worry. A tall man gently embraces a seated young woman, offering her comfort as soft light and floral patterns surround them. A young man leans forward to check if the distressed woman needs assistance, offering to call for a servant. A worried blonde woman clings to a tall man, assuring him that she is fine despite her obvious anxiety. An awkward silence fills the room as the woman bows her head while the stern man stands beside her, gripping a magical staff. A young man in dark clothing looks up in surprise as someone of royal status enters the room. A man explains his daily routine and recent interest in alchemy to a surprised woman in a grand hall. A woman hesitantly admits she cannot handle spicy food. A startled woman questions an unexpected statement from someone off-panel. A man holding a magical staff confronts someone about their recent questions to the crown prince. A young woman, surprised by what she just heard, questions the man about her brother's comments. A young person holding a staff answers hesitantly, surprised by the question. Clutching a heart-shaped locket, the woman recoils in shock as a sudden realization strikes her. A flustered woman quickly excuses herself and hurries away from the calm man standing by the ornate doors. A surge of energy erupts as the ornate door bursts open. He hesitates, gripping his magical staff as uncertainty clouds his mind. News of the incident involving the Ivory Tower Master and a 5th-class magician spreads rapidly throughout the empire, causing widespread uproar. A stern military leader assumes direct control over all black magic investigations and raises the empire's alert level. A young high-rank magician thoroughly investigated black magic and calmed the citizens, earning selection as the next Ivory Tower Master. Herbert Leon was executed by beheading and recorded as the worst criminal in the empire's history. Some nobles who once supported Herbert Leon now abandoned the 5th prince, Ragnar. People began closely monitoring the new Ivory Tower Master's every move. A grand mansion rises beneath the clear sky, marking a new stage in unfolding events. A young man abruptly reacts to an unexpected situation while sitting with a teacup in hand. A stack of sealed invitation letters is presented, each meant for the recipient. One man reflects anxiously on the unresolved black magic incident, while another listens in the ornate room. One person declines an invitation and shows no interest in reading the letters offered by the other. One man hands over documents while the other, curious, asks about them. A person spits out tea in shock after learning the letter is a marriage proposal meant for them. A character receives an unexpected proposal to become engaged to a count's 12-year-old daughter, with the marriage planned for 5 years later. Someone is shocked and outraged after learning that the girl is only 12 years old. A man mentions that reaching adulthood means others will begin discussing marriage. A young magician reflects uneasily on how nobles are using marriage proposals to gain political power. A young man reacts with disbelief and concern upon hearing about a political marriage involving a 12-year-old girl. A man calmly agrees that finding a suitable marriage partner should happen naturally. One person offers to help reject the invitations, and the other gratefully accepts the assistance. A cheerful character offers to help with the black magic investigation to contribute to the group. He sits in silence, his expression unreadable. A character pauses to express overdue gratitude while holding a cup of tea. A man on the sofa reacts with confusion to something unexpected. A young man thanks an ally for protecting his mother. Two characters sit in tense silence, watching each other in the lavish drawing room. A bearded man reacts with sudden anxiety, clearly caught off guard. A cheerful man laughs and points out that the mana traps set up in the mansion successfully dealt with the intruders. A composed man confidently assures his commitment to protect Madame Phage. One character offers assistance, prompting a confused reaction from the other. An authority figure demands to know who caused the mana poisoning. A man anxiously asks for any details that could help identify the person in question. A determined young woman vows to track down the culprit and ensure they are punished. A nervous man hesitates before addressing a difficult topic. A man uneasily admits he can't remember, his nerves evident as he sits sweating on the couch. A young man sits up in shock, reacting to unexpected news. One man admits he was targeted by many magicians in his youth as an alchemist and cannot identify who was responsible for the incident. Haunted by memories of loss, he recalls a time when fear and resentment toward magicians consumed him. A man stands alone in a dimly lit room, lost in deep thought. He recalls narrowly surviving a bandit attack before suffering from mana poisoning. One man explains that meeting the other has freed him from mana poisoning and allowed him to let go of his hatred and focus on the future. A young man listens quietly as someone expresses deep gratitude for saving their life. Someone intensely observes the situation, eyes filled with determination. A man solemnly admits he has never seen his father's face while another listens in silence. A character recalls that someone had already disappeared before their birth, leaving their fate unknown. A man admits that living together has given him new understanding. A man sits alone in an elegant room, quietly reflecting on the idea of having a father. She reflects on the reason behind Douglas's constant cheerfulness. The speaker acknowledges that the elixir is responsible for their mother's improving health. The protagonist reflects on the growing time he will have to spend away from his mother. A young man earnestly requests that his mother continue to be protected. The man sitting in the ornate chair agrees to the request. Two men discuss the approaching moment of an anticipated event in a lavish room. A man bursts through the door and urgently calls out to his startled superior. A young man triumphantly announces he has completed the mana poisoning cure using Lander's flower. A young man hurries toward his father, eager to deliver something important. A man is caught off guard by an unexpected confrontation in the room. A man is shocked to discover the mana poisoning cure. He explains that he investigated the exclusive library reserved for the Ivory Tower Master. A method is explained to preserve Lander's flower by using high-rank magic that stops the flow of time for objects, which is effective on plants. A man hesitantly offers a mysterious bottle to a younger man in a lavish hallway, and the air grows tense. A young man nervously expresses his gratitude while another calmly receives it, as a third person watches nearby. One young man hugs another while secretly holding a potion bottle behind his back. A young man confidently declares his goal to become an alchemist who creates cures for incurable illnesses. A determined young man vows to prevent others from experiencing the same pain his father endured. A young man smiles and thanks his boss. A robed figure steps forward purposefully in the dim, gritty surroundings. A solitary figure delivers a chilling reminder that only one person remains. A cloaked figure announces that the boundary between humans and Dragonians is about to close. A somber young man warns that the chaos and destruction caused by Dragonians will bring severe consequences. A figure with a staff delivers a severe sentence, ordering the winged person to repent for their race's grave sins. A cloaked figure extends his bleeding hand and commands that no one is allowed to leave. A powerful spell is activated as a glowing golden magic circle appears, radiating energy and sparks. A resolute figure stands beneath a starry sky, declaring that this moment will last forever. A quiet entrance awaits, with ornate doors closed and sparkling lights hinting at what lies beyond. A young man stands frozen in shock as he processes an unexpected revelation. The blonde man gives a firm, unchanging response. A figure anxiously reads a note instructing them to wait for someone unexpected. Anxious and alone, the young man paces the ornate room, searching for a way to escape. Two magicians from the Ivory Tower stand guard at the entrance, making it impossible to pass unnoticed by simple disguise. A calm young man reassures someone in the ornate room. The cult leader is revealed to be a much stronger magician than the current Ivory Tower Master. Startled by the mention of the cult leader, the man reacts with visible shock. One man calmly delivers secret instructions from an open book, while the other reacts with surprise. A hand opens a glowing, mystical book as blue energy begins to surge around it. Two men in formal attire confront a swirling blue portal, one holding an open book as both react with shock. A young man in ornate clothing recoils in shock inside a grand hall, reacting to a sudden and unexpected event. A young man reveals a glowing portal that leads out of the capital. A startled young man recoils as a spectral blue hand suddenly reaches toward him. A man extends his hand through swirling blue energy, urging the prince to take it. A young man reacts anxiously to unexpected news in the ornate hall. A young man stares ahead in shock, frozen and unable to speak. Two hands slowly reach out and connect in a moment of quiet intimacy. Two men shake hands in front of a swirling blue portal in the forest at night, sealing an important agreement. One man demands to know how the other can use such magic, but the response is calm and dismissive. The older man questions whether Herbert Leon achieved the rank of Ivory Tower Master through his own strength. Two men discuss how a rival's downfall has made their work easier. A young man pauses outdoors at night, hesitating in uneasy silence. Someone quietly contemplates the vastness of the world under a starry night sky. An elderly man tells the younger man that the world belongs to a select few and he is one of them. The uncertainty about the emperor's election creates tension within the empire. The young man reacts with shock to the startling revelation. An elderly man solemnly announces that the cult leader has chosen someone as the ideal candidate for ruler. A vision foretells a revolutionary leader who will destroy the old order and impose new truths upon the world. A young man learns he possesses the blood needed to open the path to a new world, as the cult leader's long-awaited moment arrives. A troubled young man tries to make sense of an unbelievable situation. Stunned by the revelation, the man contemplates the existence of someone even stronger in magic than the most famous mages. A tense revelation exposes that high-ranking officials are secretly involved with a forbidden cult. He realizes that powerful figures plan to use him as a royal pawn to change the country's religion. He realizes this moment could change everything. Resolute in the face of adversity, the protagonist resolves to seize every possible opportunity and gather strength to reclaim the throne. A cloaked figure steps forward onto the dark ground, signaling a tense arrival. A cloaked man announces their arrival as he gestures toward the destination under the night sky. Two figures silently approach and observe the brightly lit castle from the cover of the trees. The older man leads the young man forward through the outdoor area. A lantern illuminates the silent hallway, setting a tense atmosphere. The double doors swing open as someone makes a dramatic entrance into the tense corridor. Two men investigate a grand, ancient castle once inhabited by the Dragonians. A cloaked man explains that this barren place vanished from the world 300 years ago when the ivory tower sealed it with powerful barrier magic. The collapse of the barrier magic has recently allowed humans to discover this hidden chamber. A tense young man demands to know why he has been brought to this unfamiliar place. A silent pause lingers as the older man stands lost in thought. Two men enter the grand hall and confront the waiting group of cloaked figures. A group of robed figures bows in unison as two distinguished men enter the grand hall. Three men in hooded cloaks stand side by side with their hands over their hearts, participating in a formal ritual. The protagonist enters a grand hall and comes face to face with three silent, red-cloaked figures. A blond man surveys the assembled nobles and acknowledges several familiar faces among them. An older man addresses a select group of top-ranking members in the capital to announce the beginning of a new era of truths. The well-dressed man demands that the hooded group reveal their true purpose and allegiance now that he has joined them. An older man with white hair and a mustache delivers a cryptic warning about what is to come. Two men approach a massive, ominous door as hooded figures watch, preparing to enter where the cult leader awaits. Massive doors swing open, flooding the area with bright light. The young man steps through the open doors with a determined expression. A young man in ornate clothing is suddenly stunned by a shocking revelation. Two men approach the massive doors as hooded cultists watch in silence. The grand doors swing open, flooding the space with intense light. A man in formal attire arrives at the large ceremonial doors and reacts with surprise. A man with blonde hair confronts a demonic figure standing inside a glowing ritual circle in a grand hall. A powerful figure with white hair and bat-like wings steps forward between the pillars, commanding attention. A group in red hooded cloaks kneels in prayer, addressing the last descendant of the dragons. Startled by the revelation, the man turns as the hooded figures kneel and recognize him as the last vassal of the dragons. A blonde-haired man realizes in shock that the cult leader is present. A young man begins a tense conversation, hinting at hidden motives and inviting questions in a lavish, firelit room. A winged figure reveals himself as the last Dragonian to the cautious man kneeling before him. The startled man realizes that Dragonians were believed to have been exterminated 300 years ago. A powerful being who matches the legends of Dragonians commands demonic beasts beneath a stormy sky. A question arises about whether this is the legendary last descendant of the dragons. A long-haired character calmly points out someone's confusion. A winged figure reveals that their entire race was wiped out by humans in a war 300 years ago. The speaker reveals that all Dragonians were exterminated except for himself. A cloaked figure reveals that a powerful blood-sealed magic circle prevents any escape from the area. A man kneels before another as a long-awaited confrontation begins. A pale figure examines the blood and declares its source. A powerful figure reveals that breaking the blood seal requires the help of the magician's descendant. The young man questions why his opponent wants to negotiate instead of simply killing him to break the seal. A composed man justifies his decision to support the prince's rise to emperor as a calculated political move. A dark figure with wings proclaims a plan to overturn the world's old truths before a glowing magic circle. A white-haired man declares his goal for Dragonians and humans to live together in peace. A blond young man slumps near a pillar as he realizes he is being used as a tool by the cult. A tense confrontation unfolds as the anxious man calculates the deadly consequences of refusing the demand, aware that his replacement waits nearby. The calm man presents an ultimatum, warning that refusal will result in memory erasure and a forced return to the bedchamber. A cloaked figure offers an irresistible opportunity to the person within the magical summoning circle. The young man stands silently, lost in thought as tension fills the room. A character clenches their fist and urgently asks for a promise. A young man in ornate clothing firmly states his conditions for loyalty and power. The resolute character makes a solemn promise with unwavering confidence. The younger man accepts the ceremonial dagger from the older man, signaling the start of a critical task. A determined figure in ornate clothing unsheathes a shining sword, ready for action. A young man seals a deal by gripping a dagger and accepting with resolve. A blood ritual is activated as the magical circle glows on the floor. A man grips his dagger and confronts a winged entity emerging from a glowing magical circle. A figure suddenly reveals large dark wings, escalating the confrontation. A character with a sly smile laughs ominously, filling the scene with a sinister atmosphere. A long-haired figure bursts into maniacal laughter, exuding dominance and confidence. An anxious young man in ornate clothing receives thanks from someone out of view. An outstretched arm unleashes a surge of swirling orange flames. A composed man considers joining in the human's game as magical energy swirls around him in the grand hall. One man taunts his tense opponent, escalating the confrontation. A long-haired man calmly assures the blonde man that he means no harm. A silver-haired man proposes an uneasy alliance to a cautious, elaborately dressed blonde man. A white-haired man confidently takes a folded cloak from a hooded figure beside a column at night. The mountains tremble under an ominous sky. A cloaked figure steps into the torchlit hall with followers, preparing to confront the man waiting ahead. A worried woman waits anxiously for someone to contact her. She quietly wonders if she has been forgotten while another woman brushes her hair. A young woman nervously defends someone's absence by suggesting he has been busy with the black magic investigation. Haley sits quietly, reflecting on someone's absence as her hair is brushed. A tense silence fills the room as one woman nervously brushes the other's hair. Two maids rush into the room, visibly alarmed. Someone urgently asks if something is wrong as a startled woman sits in an ornate room with two attendants. Two anxious maids urgently announce that the awaited person has arrived. Two anxious maids rush in to announce an important guest's arrival and urge someone to change into formal attire. A startled woman sits up in her chair as she learns that someone unexpected has arrived. A blonde woman sits in tense silence at the vanity as the maids and governess wait nearby. A concerned blonde woman calls for the group's attention. A frightened girl desperately cries out for help. A grand castle is revealed, towering over manicured gardens beneath a bright sky. A woman strides into the room, her presence commanding attention as she enters. A blonde woman and three maids pause in front of ornate double doors, preparing to enter. The blonde woman pauses and exhales, steadying herself before moving forward. Haley anxiously asks the maids if her hair is in place. Three palace attendants enthusiastically reassure the princess as she prepares in the ornate room. A determined woman offers encouragement as she prepares to leave through an ornate door. A grand ornate door swings open, signaling the start of a dramatic entrance. A blonde woman strides toward a silent man waiting by the lavish table in the sunlit hall. A young man in formal attire greets a familiar person with a composed gesture. A man in formal attire greets the royal figure with a respectful gesture. A blonde woman stands alone in the ornate hall, anxiously awaiting what will happen next. A blonde woman stands in tense silence, her expression hidden. A woman confronts a man about something she believed he had forgotten. A well-dressed man apologizes to royalty for his recent absence. A woman in a formal dress expresses gratitude to a man in an ornate hall. One character nervously compliments the other on their formal attire, and the compliment is graciously accepted. A composed man in formal attire announces they should move to a more suitable place for learning. One character expresses concern about being seen together, and the risk of rumors spreading in the palace. She reluctantly agrees to go along with the social expectations of the high society gathering. Someone prepares to escort another to a suitable location for lessons. A well-dressed man stands among blooming flowers and extends his hand in invitation. A woman pauses by the ornate door, steeling herself before proceeding. She reacts with surprise and questions what she just heard. One character nervously reacts as the other prepares to teleport them by reaching out for their hand. Haley recoils in shock, startled by something unexpected. Haley recognizes the use of translocating magic and reacts with amazement. A nervous woman slowly extends her hand to cautiously give something to another person. A calm young man warns that dizziness may occur. A warning is delivered, urging caution. Two hands meet in a gentle, tentative touch. A blonde woman and a tall man with long hair hold hands in a glowing atmosphere, sharing an intimate moment. A mysterious green energy begins to radiate from the rocky ground in the quiet mountain meadow. A startled young woman is pulled forward by a calm young man under the bright sky. A startled girl arrives in an unfamiliar place and looks up in shock. A young man surveys the quiet hills on the outskirts of the capital, noting their isolation. A man explains the limitations of teleportation magic as he and a woman arrive in an open meadow to begin a lesson. A woman pauses to contemplate in silence beneath the bright sky. A young man in formal attire freezes in shock as he recognizes someone of high status approaching. A young woman steps into the outside world for the first time, accompanied by a well-dressed man. The character gazes upward, realizing that what was once only a dream is now within reach. White doves soar across the bright sky, symbolizing the sudden realization of long-held dreams. A blonde girl smiles under the sunny sky, expressing her amazement at magic. A man and a woman stand silently facing each other beneath the open sky. A young man stands in silence, gazing thoughtfully at the bright sky. A woman sits alone in silence by the window, lost in thought as flower petals drift past. A woman with braided hair sits in profile, gazing intently as she assesses the situation. The long-haired character pauses in silent contemplation, gazing forward beneath the bright sky. A serene woman calmly agrees with the person she is speaking to. He stands outside beneath the bright sky, calmly admiring the wonders of magic. A man recalls being seen practicing magic in the imperial family's sanctum while speaking with a woman outdoors. One person nervously admits to secretly exploring the imperial palace and witnessing something while hiding from the others. A woman questions how someone was able to enter a restricted area despite the presence of guards. A young character nervously admits to making a mistake out of youthful curiosity. A woman fondly recalls getting in trouble with her brother for sneaking into restricted areas of the imperial palace as a child. Both characters agree to overlook each other's secrets, establishing a mutual understanding. A young man reluctantly agrees to join forces, despite his unease. One character invites the other to attend her brother's upcoming birthday banquet. He firmly declines the banquet invitation. A girl expresses concern that her brother will be disappointed. Two figures discuss the challenges and risks of attending the Crown Prince's exclusive birthday banquet due to concerns about noble prejudice. The former master's powerful forces remain vigilant, determined to prevent any shift in control over the ivory tower. He states his intention to concentrate on his responsibilities as the ivory tower master until the crown prince secures his position and ascends the throne. One character quietly listens as the other shares a realization while looking away. A woman arrives, her white dress and blue heels visible as she steps onto the grass. A determined girl vows to protect her brother's interests in high society, ensuring their opponents cannot act against him. A determined girl promises to work harder at studying magic. A young woman earnestly asks for mentorship and permission to address her companion as teacher when they are alone. The young man reassures the other person that they can address him however they wish. The academy stands quietly beneath the starry night sky. Two hooded figures pause tensely in front of a closed door, one gripping a staff as they prepare to enter. The blonde man confidently presents his plan to the assembled group in the grand room. A silver-haired man calmly outlines a plan to eliminate the crown prince before targeting the magician. Some nobles and commoners are closely watching the actions of the next ivory tower master. Despite strong magical talent, the young magician lacks political influence due to limited experience and commoner origins. Two cloaked figures discuss the growing dissatisfaction among vassals and nobles regarding the appointment of the new ivory tower master. A plan is being made to remove a political rival if the crown prince loses power. Two cloaked figures secretly discuss using a puppet to carry out their schemes. A young man hesitates as he admits he has not yet chosen the right person. The older man confidently offers to take charge and proposes someone suitable for the plan. A young man formally entrusts an important task to the older man in the dimly lit room. The large doors suddenly burst open with a loud noise. A silent confrontation unfolds in the grand room as one character stands resolutely before another seated figure. A composed man in ornate attire announces his departure as he prepares to leave. A tense man confronts the older figure by the fireplace and prepares to question him. The silver-haired character pauses, momentarily confused by something unexpected. A young man asserts that there are alternative ways to expand influence and achieve objectives without relying on him. A white-haired man questions the motive behind the proposed partnership, revealing he is searching for someone. A startled young man notices an unfamiliar figure nearby. A composed man explains that the last ancestor remaining in the land is the gold dragon, a powerful being revered by the Dragonians. A skeptical young man questions whether the legendary beings are merely imaginary. A solemn figure reveals that dragons still exist, hidden in unreachable places despite common belief. A man warns that the gold dragon will appear if great chaos descends upon the land. A young man reacts anxiously to unsettling news about chaos. A solemn man declares the beginning of war. One man reveals that the Dragonians started the war 300 years ago to lure out the gold dragon, shocking his companion. A skeptical man questions how someone could have defeated the Dragonians, who were much stronger than humans. A worried man reveals that dragons are absent from all historical records and explains that powerful magic developed in the ivory tower enabled the defeat of the Dragonians. The seated figure explains that the elusive individual always erases his presence and disappears without a trace. With heightened senses from dragon blood, the character detects the presence of someone nearby. A suspicious man accuses someone of planning to use the emperor to start wars. The man calmly affirms his intentions, assuring that his decision will benefit the other person. A bold declaration about uniting the continent leaves the young man startled and alone under the spotlight. A determined man sits in deep thought, resolving to find the person who can mediate the coming chaos. A white-haired man questions the blonde man's intentions regarding the gold dragon in a tense, dimly lit room. The silver-haired man signals that the conversation is over. A white-haired man bows respectfully and pledges his loyalty to the blonde man in the ornate room. The composed figure agrees to cooperate with the plan. A grand cathedral stands imposing under the bright sky, guarded and adorned with banners. A young man in a decorated uniform reacts with shock to unexpected news. A uniformed knight informs the vice captain to report immediately to the First Imperial Knight Order captain's office. A uniformed man anxiously wonders why he has been summoned as he slumps over a desk in a grand office. A uniformed man receives a message, thanks the messenger, and quickly heads out. The room remains silent as two closed doors stand undisturbed. The young man surveys the devastated battlefield in silence, lost in somber reflection. A figure in a white cloak steps forward with determination. A lone figure in a white cape approaches the ornate door and prepares to enter. A young man in a decorated uniform exhales deeply, preparing himself for what comes next. An older man in ornate armor sits behind a desk and allows someone to enter. A knight enters the elegant room and approaches the captain for a private discussion. One man informs the other that high-rank magician Helene attacked the crown prince because she was under the influence of black magic. A uniformed man confirms that increased security measures are working without any problems. The Knight Order has tightened security around the crown prince, emphasizing his safety as a top priority. Two people begin a more personal conversation in the grand hall. Two uniformed men discuss the recent appointment of the vice captain in an ornate hall. Someone wonders if they have caused offense during an off-screen conversation. A young man in a military uniform nervously expresses his gratitude for being summoned in the grand hall. The elderly man smiles calmly, expressing relief at the news. One man acknowledges the other's impressive swordsmanship, ranking it just below that of the renowned Captain Oliver. An older man in a decorated uniform acknowledges the younger man's exceptional talent and recognition by high-ranking officials. A young man in a decorated uniform admits that he still has many shortcomings. An authoritative elder explains that the promotion to vice captain was earned through recognized abilities. Someone recalls how Captain Oliver recommended an orphan and commoner from the northern borders. The vice captain of the 2nd Imperial Knight Order steps forward and asserts his rank. A young man in a military uniform stands frozen in disbelief, overwhelmed by unexpected events. An older man challenges a younger knight's qualifications for joining the Imperial Knight Order. An older man vents his frustration about an unworthy candidate being admitted to the Imperial Knight Order. A man in a decorated uniform spins around in alarm as the door bursts open behind him. The older man delivers a decisive statement, while the younger man turns away in frustration. A startled young man spins around with his sword drawn, confronting an unexpected intruder. The young man freezes in panic, unable to move as he clutches the glowing dagger. A man drops to his knees, overwhelmed by dark energy as 2 others look on sternly. A character recoils in shock as they are commanded to become part of something unknown. A determined man in military attire declares his intent to build a powerful empire. A piercing scream echoes across the sky, breaking the calm over the trees. A blond young man struggles to block a powerful sword strike, barely holding his ground. 2 young men fiercely clash swords in the middle of a grassy field. A serious young man gives precise instructions to maintain posture and balance during training. A young man urgently swings his sword and shouts for the captain to wait. A startled figure quickly seizes the sword's hilt in response to sudden danger. One young man raises his arms defensively as the other aggressively points a sword at him. The exhausted trainee ends the session as the instructor signals a stop to their training. A young man sits on the grass, feeling discouraged as he admits he may not be suited for sword training. The young man reassures the other person that they are more skilled than most. A young man reacts in shock after being told he is improving faster than the Ivory Tower Master. A man explains that he spent 5 years training and sparring with Ian. The training session ends as the exhausted girl lowers her sword, unable to match her calm opponent's magical skill. The man awkwardly admits that the boy has no talent for swords. A boy asks someone to keep his involvement in teaching swordsmanship a secret. A blond young man laughs outdoors, teasing someone about their unexpected flaw. A young man realizes he excels at something more than another person while reflecting in the garden. The young man declares his determination to train harder and surpass the swordsman. A young man suddenly looks up, startled by something unexpected in the sky. One man stands alert in a forest clearing while another watches him cautiously from behind. The young man in uniform stands alone, deep in thought. A blond young man approaches the captain and asks if something happened to the vice captain. Someone notices a change in another person's behavior and expresses concern about it. A young man instructs someone to keep watching for another person, his expression tense with concern. One character advises another to be considerate of their followers' feelings, and the advice is respectfully accepted. A young man stands outside, silently lost in thought. A solitary figure stands in the middle of a quiet, sunlit forest clearing. A majestic building stands under the clear sky, introducing the scene. Sunlight streams into the grand hall, highlighting the opulent chandelier and lavish decor. Servants hurry through the lavish ballroom, getting everything ready for the upcoming event. A young man in royal attire announces that the banquet is about to begin. A young man in ornate military attire acknowledges the order and prepares to follow it. A young man admits feeling nervous as he closes his eyes at the banquet. A stern man urges the 2 younger men to rely on their own strength, while one of them sighs in resignation. A young man in formal attire receives encouragement to confidently take the spotlight at the banquet. A blond young man reassures his ally that the nobles are the ones who should be nervous. The young man responds with calm confidence, confirming his answer. One character proudly boasts about having a reliable swordsman ally by his side. One young man calls out to his brother in surprise as they stand together in the ornate hall. A woman in a blue gown warmly greets a new arrival. In a lavish hall, a young woman in a blue dress gratefully accepts a compliment from 2 young men as she explains she dressed up for the birthday banquet. A man in ornate military attire comments on someone's absence with a wry smile. A character reacts with embarrassment after receiving an unexpected compliment in an elegant setting. One character angrily confronts another for revealing a private question to someone else, feeling embarrassed. A blonde woman pauses and exhales in relief by the sunlit window. A woman in a blue dress warmly congratulates her brother on his birthday and expresses her pride in his hard work. A woman in a blue dress asserts that she will protect her companion from the harsh gossip of high society nobles. A smiling man in ornate attire expresses his gratitude with a laugh. 2 well-dressed people prepare to enter a formal event together. A gloved character quickly pulls aside a blue curtain and steps forward with resolve. An announcer formally introduces the imminent arrival of the crown prince and princess to the assembled guests. 4 people bow in unison inside a lavishly decorated room. 2 figures pause before an ornate golden door, preparing to enter. The pair enters the grand event arm in arm, drawing attention with their elegance and confidence. A man in formal attire raises his baton to begin the performance in the grand hall. 2 musicians begin playing their cellos as the performance starts. A blonde man and woman enter a lavish ballroom as a crowd congratulates the birthday celebrant. A gracious host welcomes the guests, and expresses hope that they will enjoy the banquet. A composed figure enters the grand hall, immediately drawing the attention of the elegantly dressed guests. A young man in a decorated military uniform enters the scene with confidence. A uniformed man with a cape enters the ornate room and approaches another man standing confidently. A startled man in a formal uniform is urgently told to make the announcement in the lavish hall. A man smirks confidently, drawing attention to the jeweled brooch on his chest. A royal official announces the king's entrance as a regal figure steps forward through grand doors. The guests react with shock as murmurs ripple through the ballroom. A young man in ornate military attire urgently calls out for his father in a grand hall. A father formally congratulates his son during the 10th birthday banquet, fulfilling his duty in front of gathered guests. A distinguished man in military attire smiles warmly in a lavish hall and expresses heartfelt pride. A dignified man warmly acknowledges his son in the grand hall. A figure steps confidently onto the ornate floor, entering the room with purpose. A large crowd gathers in a grand hall to celebrate the prince's birthday. An elegantly dressed man in a royal cloak welcomes the assembled guests to the prince's birthday celebration. A dignified elder expresses pride at seeing the younger man's transformation into a capable adult. An adult in military attire recalls a time when a young boy happily followed him across a sunlit field. A character recalls asking someone why they were following, only to learn it was because they were leading the way. An adult kneels in a meadow, encouraging a young boy to take confident steps forward. The narrator reflects on leading the way while someone follows with unwavering loyalty. A man in ornate formal attire quietly reflects on how much time has passed since earlier events. One man confronts his rival in a grand hall, accusing him of relentlessly following in his footsteps since a pivotal day. A nobleman in military attire warmly praises his child for faithfully following him. A figure raises a glass to signal the start of a toast. The man delivers a toast, wishing blessings upon the empire and the prince's future. A formally dressed man raises his glass and offers a toast as the guests join in the celebration. A regal man raises his glass and toasts his son's birthday. A young man in military dress raises his glass and thanks his father during a formal event. A man collapses to the floor clutching his stomach and bleeding, while another stands nearby in shock holding a wine glass. A man in formal attire stands in a lavish room, visibly startled by an unexpected event. A chandelier suddenly starts to fall, startling the formally dressed guests at the gathering. A woman in a blue gown freezes with her glass in hand, stunned by unexpected news at the formal event. A young man in military uniform braces himself, reacting to a sudden threat as dark splatters appear nearby. A gravely wounded man collapses in front of the stunned royal figure, triggering a tense outcry. A glass is knocked over, spilling liquid onto the ground as someone shouts in alarm. The scene shows a calm, cloudy sky as someone sleeps peacefully. A young man sits alone on his bed, lost in somber reflection as rain falls outside the window. A young man sits alone on the blue sofa, lost in thought. A blonde-haired young man stands silently by the window, deep in thought. Someone announces that the Second Imperial Night Order captain is requesting an audience outside the ornate double doors. A startled young man urgently tells others to let the captain in. A blonde man formally greets a uniformed figure at the doorway. One young man anxiously asks the other about their father's condition. A young man in uniform reports that the patient survived one critical stage thanks to quick treatment, but remains in critical condition. A worried young man demands to know what happened to the person who tried to assassinate the patient as palace doctors and alchemists work to save him. The young man stands silently in the ornate room, lost in troubled thoughts. A uniformed man reports that the person who poisoned the king's cup has been caught. The confession of the criminal is publicly announced. He stares ahead in shock, suddenly realizing something alarming. A blond young man urgently grabs the arm of a dark-haired man in the decorated hall, demanding to know who the culprit is. A determined young man prepares to identify the culprit. One young man desperately grabs the other's shoulders in a tense confrontation inside an ornate room. A hand grips tightly at a chest in a moment of tension. The young man freezes in shock, struggling to process the news. A shocking revelation exposes the vice-captain of the Second Imperial Night Order as a suspect in an assassination attempt on the emperor. A man angrily accuses the crown prince and his captain of harboring a traitor, demanding answers from the group. One man insists they must do everything possible to find out who is truly responsible for the crime as they discuss the case at the desk. The man reports that the suspect bit his own tongue off during interrogation and refuses to speak. Someone nervously shares a rumor that the person in question is an orphan from the northern border region near the Coldwood Empire. A composed man urges the council to recall the serial explosion incident that occurred in the Imperial Palace 6 years ago. A magician from the Ivory Tower and 2 palace staff members are exposed as spies for Coldwood. A man raises concerns that someone with outstanding abilities but no reputable background might be a highly trained spy. 2 men debate the significance of the missing mana seal during their tense meeting. Someone is accused of attempting to poison the king and hiding the culprit's identity and motive. The council members debate stripping the vice-captain of the Second Imperial Night Order of his title due to issues stemming from his hiring. The council confirms the decision to execute Paul Lance for attempting to assassinate the king. The young man stands in tense silence, deep in thought after the council's decision. A grand estate stands quietly under a peaceful sky, introducing the next setting. A character in a blue cloak turns and is called by someone off-panel. A cloaked figure calls out to the hooded person in the forest clearing, breaking the silence. One cloaked figure asks the other for an update in the quiet forest clearing. A character reveals that everyone suspects someone of being a spy from Coldwood. A young man loudly denies the accusation, insisting that the other person is not a spy. A man in a blue cloak firmly states that the vice captain would willingly sacrifice himself for the crown prince. A knight is honored for his loyalty and integrity, regardless of his origins. The young man firmly asserts his trust in Paul Lance's character. The woman announces that the execution has been decided, leaving no justification for the man's actions as the other person listens in shock. The suspect refuses to reveal who ordered the assassination or his motive for targeting the king. They discuss the need to uncover the reason behind the mysterious actions. Someone arrives quietly, standing in tense silence on the grass. One character asks the other about the crown prince's condition as they converse outside a grand building. A young man reports that someone is isolating themselves without food or water and refusing visitors. He realizes that someone is burdened with guilt over the poisoning of the king. One figure informs the other that the entire Second Imperial Knight Order has been grounded, and they will soon face interrogation. The leader struggles to contain his frustration, knowing he cannot act rashly as the head of the Knight Order. Ian struggles to control his emotions as tension rises. One figure pleads for help, admitting vulnerability, while the other listens silently on the deserted forest path at night. A cloaked figure bows and earnestly asks the young man to uncover the truth behind everything. The speaker confirms that the vice captain's confession showed no signs of deception or magical interference. He braces himself, visibly tense and sweating as he reacts to an unseen threat. A determined young man decides to personally visit the vice captain, who will be imprisoned tonight. One character promises to visit the other at their house after finishing their current task. He acknowledges the order with a determined expression. A grand academy stands beneath a dark, threatening sky, setting an ominous tone. A violent storm sweeps over the castle, shrouding it in darkness. A guard dozes off at his post, his spear resting loosely in his hands. A weakened guard sits slumped against the wall as a cloaked figure approaches with authority. A solitary figure in a blue cloak stands before the barred stone cell, confronting the reality of imprisonment. A cloaked figure stands in silence by the stone wall, lost in thought. Someone cries out in distress behind the prison bars. A battered, shirtless man hangs chained to the dungeon wall, motionless and defeated. A bloodied young man sits silently against the stone wall, his arms restrained as he endures captivity. A chained man endures as a cloaked figure demands to know if he recognizes them. The battered young man lowers his head in silence, processing his defeat. The standing man questions the chained prisoner's involvement in the assassination attempt on the emperor. The young man firmly insists there are no spies or traitors conspiring against the emperor. A cloaked interrogator questions a shackled prisoner in the dungeon about his unwavering loyalty to the crown prince. A faint magical glow surrounds the wounded young man as someone prepares to enter his memories. A determined mage prepares to cast a powerful spell on a wounded man. A young man in military-style attire enters the room and surveys his surroundings with alertness. A young man in formal uniform confronts a stern elder in military attire inside a grand hall. An older man stands firmly at the front, while a younger man turns away in tense silence. Dark energy swirls menacingly around one man as the three stand off in the checkered hall. An older man in a decorated military uniform stands in silence, deep in thought. A massive magical hand surges forward as two men stand ready to confront its power. Someone else controlled his actions. A character reveals that someone was being controlled by black magic. One character kneels in regret, confessing his foolishness, while another stands resolutely before him in the cosmic void. He reflects on the many enemies threatening the imperial palace. A young man urgently calls out for the vice captain, his face tense with worry. In a shadowy chamber, one man confidently welcomes the other, signaling a long-anticipated confrontation. A long-haired mage prepares to dispel the black magic affecting someone. Someone forcefully grabs another person's wrist, causing a startled reaction. One man anxiously asks the other about the crown prince's condition. One character assures another that finding the culprit behind the black magic will clear his name. A troubled young man lowers his gaze, blaming himself for the worsening situation. One man confesses to poisoning the king's wine while another listens in silence. A desperate figure urges another not to give up, warning that stopping now will forever brand them as the traitor who assassinated the emperor. A young man in uniform confesses his deep regret to a cloaked figure, stating that his own disgrace means nothing compared to the pain he caused his liege. Someone warns that any enemy targeting the king will also pursue the crown prince. A solemn figure pleads for the conflict to end with him, hoping to spare others from further suffering. Someone admits reluctance to interfere with the crown prince any further. A distressed young man demands an explanation from the vice captain. A young man quietly asks for a message to be delivered to the crown prince and Captain Oliver. A young man in military attire quietly expresses both regret and gratitude under the night sky. A loyal protector steels himself for a final act and urgently calls out to the vice captain. One character entrusts the responsibility of guarding the prince to another before stepping away. One man unleashes a powerful magical attack as the other braces himself in the midst of a tense confrontation. Bathed in ethereal light, Ian stands tense and startled by an unexpected phenomenon. The young man steps forward in his formal uniform, making a dignified appearance against the glowing blue backdrop. Bathed in soft light, the young man smiles peacefully with his eyes closed, immersed in a moment of inner calm. Two young men walk together, celebrating a hopeful future for the Empire. Clutching his chest, the shocked character is suddenly overwhelmed by an alarming realization. A blonde character in blue reacts in shock upon seeing a wounded, shirtless prisoner reaching out from behind bars. A mage unleashes a powerful spell, activating a glowing magical circle. A chained man radiates powerful magic, shocking the onlooker. He attempts to cancel the magic but is shocked when it fails. A cloaked figure rushes forward, determined to break the black magic threatening the vice captain. A young man, filled with determination, vows not to let the sacrifice be meaningless. A character reacts with shock to an unexpected revelation. A wounded man remains chained to the wall while a cloaked figure urgently tries to help him. A severely injured young man collapses against the wall, struggling to remain conscious. A long-haired individual pauses in tense silence, their expression unreadable. A battered prisoner slumps in his shackles as a cloaked figure confronts him in the grim dungeon. A violent storm erupts as dark clouds and heavy rain engulf the sky. Rain falls heavily outside the window as the night remains quiet and still. A man sits alone by the fireplace, silently lost in thought as the fire crackles. The young man sits silently, wrestling with a difficult decision. A young man grabs his staff and readies himself for a possible confrontation. A young man is suddenly introduced to the captain and freezes in shock. A man rushes out into the rain as someone urgently calls to him. A long-haired figure stands motionless in the rain, lost in somber silence. A young man approaches a cloaked woman in a lavish room and asks about her recent meeting. A long-haired figure in blue lowers their head after receiving unsettling news. Someone delivers grave news about an incident that occurred inside the prison today. The male character pauses in silence, hesitating before responding. A young man stands frozen in the rain, stunned by the shocking scene unfolding before him. A figure in a blue cloak informs a young man that Sir Paul Lance has died in prison. The young man stares in shock, unable to process the unexpected revelation. A startled protagonist faces a cloaked figure in a tense confrontation in the dimly lit hall. A hand slams firmly onto the table, signaling a decisive resolution. A man sits at the table, covering his face in frustration, while a woman stands nearby with her head bowed in silence. One man somberly recalls meeting someone at an orphanage on the northern border sponsored by the Raywood family. A cheerful boy cares for his friends as they walk together across a sunny field. Two young men sparred with swords, growing closer through their training. A young man mourns the loss of someone he admired for their hard work and strong sense of justice. A solemn young man reveals that he read Sir Paul Lance's memories before his death. The protagonist recoils in shock as he feels an unexpected change in his hand. Two men discuss the vice captain's recent search for the missing First Imperial Knight Order captain. Someone reveals that black magic was used to brainwash the vice captain. A dark-haired man urgently questions a blonde figure about the continued existence of black magic. A character observes an unfamiliar individual with a pale face and long silver hair. A mysterious man appears, someone the protagonist never encountered in their previous life. Someone explains that the First Imperial Knight Order captain is involved in a conspiracy with help from an unidentified high-ranking magician. A young man anxiously asks about the power level of a high-ranking magician. One character explains that cancellation magic failed to cure the vice captain's black magic. The speaker admits that someone else possesses more advanced magic than herself. One character shares suspicions about a potential enemy and decides to investigate further. A worried young man warns that facing such powerful magic could lead to disaster for the Empire. The young man in the blue cloak quietly prepares himself in the dimly lit room. A hand reveals a pendant necklace, signaling a pivotal moment. A surprised young man receives a necklace from someone who reminds him of their spar 6 years ago. A young man examines the glowing necklace, realizing its magic is far more complex than it first appeared. A pendant containing a rare jewel made from dragon's tears is revealed to have the power to absorb black magic through an anti-magic spell. In a dimly lit room, two figures discuss a powerful necklace that offers protection from black magic. A man in a blue cloak stands still, lost in deep thought. He reacts with confusion to an unexpected situation. A man in a blue cloak discloses that the necklace is actually a secret anti-magic artifact known only to the two of them. Someone steps forward, signaling the captain's arrival. A young man in a blue cloak urgently asks for a promise of secrecy before sharing important information. He stands indoors, sweating slightly, and makes a sincere promise. He speaks quietly, maintaining a calm demeanor in the refined room. Two opponents stand ready to confront each other in the ornate hall as tension rises. The two men confront each other in the candlelit study as tension builds. He reacts with shock to unexpected news. Rain pours heavily over the mansion as a storm engulfs the scene. A young man silently reads a letter informing him of Paul Lance's death in prison. The older man and the younger man confront each other in tense silence. The young man sits in the chair, quietly processing what he has just learned. An authoritative man warns that an intruder has entered the prison. An older man explains that someone discovered Paul Lance was under black magic but was powerless to intervene. Someone reveals that Ian Phage is unaware of the existence of the dragon Ian. He considers how someone might avoid suspicion of using black magic during these uncertain times. A formidable magician, revealed to be an 8th-class master, stands imposingly as his overwhelming power is introduced. Despite claiming his powers are still sealed, the man is revealed to be stronger than the magician, who now must confront the reality of someone surpassing him. An older man in a decorated uniform doubts someone's resolve, questioning if he would just abandon everything and flee. A blond man sits back in his chair, confidently dismissing the idea of his opponent making a foolish move. He admits he has no idea what Ian Phage is thinking. 6 years ago, after joining the Imperial Palace as an aide, he refused to serve the Crown Prince. A tense figure reflects on how their concealed identity may have been uncovered. A mage stands before the man on the throne, sensing an uncanny familiarity between them. A hand lifts a teacup from its saucer. A man sits on a luxurious sofa and decides they should watch the other person's actions before making a move. A grand mansion stands prominently amid lush trees under a bright sky. A man behind a desk urgently hands a letter to an attendant, instructing its swift delivery to the east. An attendant reports that the letter to the northern estate will soon arrive, as it was entrusted to a reliable and swift courier. A long-haired man listens and calmly acknowledges the information. An older man in formal attire receives an important envelope from someone in a lavish hall. A hand hands over a merchant guild authorization document, instructing the recipient to disguise themselves as a merchant and leave the capital. The older man delivers a pointed remark, making his intentions clear to the attentive listener. Instructions are given to gather all the servants and escort them, along with the speaker's mother, to Moglian once the packing is finished and evening approaches. He informs the group that heading north will secure Lord Moglian's support, as their letter has already arrived. Someone acknowledges Ian's command with resolute acceptance. Someone in a dress rushes into the scene. An older man urgently calls out, startling the young man standing behind the desk. A blonde woman stands anxiously, catching her breath. A woman demands to know why she is being told to leave as the staff and a man at the desk look on. A young man warns that the capital is dangerous and reassures everyone that safety measures have been arranged. A determined woman insists on staying rather than leaving someone alone. The young man reassures the woman that she no longer needs to worry about him. A long-haired magician confidently asserts his ability to protect himself. A distressed woman desperately pleads with her son not to take a risk. A woman urgently confronts a man about repeatedly risking his life, insisting she can no longer stand by and watch. A young woman desperately pleads for her mother to stay with her. A woman stands frozen in shock as she processes unexpected news. A long-haired young man begs desperately to be heard in the ornate room. The character warns that if things go wrong, there is a risk of causing harm. A man reaches out to steady a tense woman as she trembles. She struggles to hold back tears as she gazes upward in silence. A male character gently pulls a female character close, holding her protectively by the waist. A young man asks another to take care of his mother while a woman stands by in a somber atmosphere. He firmly instructs that, no matter what happens, no one should reveal his mother's location to him. A composed man agrees to send a letter to Lord Moglian when instructed. A male attendant volunteers to stay behind as the group gathers in the grand hall. The young man earnestly offers his support, assuring the other person of his loyalty. One man urges his companion to leave with the others, warning that the situation is more dangerous than it appears. A young man silently unveils a vial of red potion, raising the tension in the room. An urgent warning is issued against falling into the hands of a dangerous enemy. Someone steps confidently onto the tiled floor, entering the scene with determination. The man behind the desk informs the group that he will erase part of his memories after everyone leaves the mansion, ensuring he cannot reveal their destination. The leader instructs the group to remember his earlier warnings and follow his plan. A butler stands at attention and promptly acknowledges the command. A man urgently escorts a distressed woman through the ornate hall while maids watch from a distance. A man stands silently before a grand desk, lost in thought as the sunset fills the room. A man exhales heavily, looking exhausted as he sits in the warm light. A long-haired young man stands confidently at the podium, preparing to address the room. A hand reaches into the box to take the necklace. A young man stands in a sunlit room, lost in thought as a new development approaches. A hand seizes an ornate vial filled with glowing pink liquid, poised for decisive action. The crown prince remains secluded in his residence, reportedly in a weakened state according to palace staff. A hooded figure informs a blond man that the emperor remains unconscious despite passing the critical stage. A man assesses the critical condition of an unconscious patient, noting the likelihood of lasting internal damage and unexpected resilience. A tense young man worries that his father's recovery could threaten their interests. An authoritative man reveals a plan to bribe an imperial alchemist to advance his interests. A silver-haired man urges preparations for any unexpected events, while another listens thoughtfully. The group discusses how the nobles doubt Prince Hayden's ability to rule during this crisis. The council initiates an investigation into the Second Imperial Knight Order and considers removing the captain's title. A composed man sits confidently, explaining that their plan is proceeding well and the throne will soon be claimed. A man grows suspicious as he questions why Ian Phage has not taken any action. A nervous young man is confronted by an older, decorated official who urgently addresses the prince. A hooded figure bursts into the room, prompting the older man to demand an explanation for the interruption. The hooded man urgently announces that Ian Phage is on his way to the imperial palace. Both men freeze in shock as something unexpected happens in the grand hall. A man in formal attire announces that the meeting is over. An authoritative man instructs the silver-haired man to hide and remain unnoticed in the room. The white-haired man calmly agrees to the proposal. A cloaked figure strides forward with determination, making a dramatic entrance. A figure in a blue cloak strides confidently into the ornate room. A formal request is made for an audience with the high-ranking figure inside the room. The serious man grants permission for someone to enter the room. A figure in a dark outfit and blue cape steps purposefully across the tiled floor. Two characters reunite in a tense atmosphere as one initiates conversation after a period of separation. A formal hall announces the arrival of the Ivory Tower Master, establishing his authority as he enters with determination. Two men confront each other for the first time since a significant execution, setting a tense atmosphere. Two men confront each other in the Grand Hall as one brings up the recent troubles. Overwhelmed by grief and confinement, the young man agonizes over his father's critical condition. A serious young man asks why he was sought out. Two men confront each other in the Grand Hall as tension rises during chaotic times. A long-haired character demands to know what the other person is planning. A blonde man anxiously denies any knowledge of the accusation directed at him. Black magic was used against a knight after he met with the captain of the First Imperial Knight Order to protect the Crown Prince. A hooded figure confronts royalty, revealing knowledge about the Dragon's Order as magical swords hover ominously nearby. The truth is revealed that the Order and those under black magic's influence are always close to the protagonist. One man directly accuses the Fifth Prince of orchestrating a scheme as they face each other in a tense confrontation. The man in the ornate suit angrily denies the accusation as he faces his confrontational opponent. A young man confronts the investigator, arguing that responsibility for the assassination lies with the one overseeing black magic cases. A blonde man questions the long-haired man about the mysterious group called Dragon's Order. Confined in the elegantly decorated hall, the accused defends himself against allegations of collaborating with an unknown group, insisting his every move is monitored and he has not left due to punishment. A stern figure confronts the young monitor, pressing him to acknowledge his responsibility over the princes. A young man confidently reveals his ability to detect lies using magic. A figure steps forward and reveals knowledge of a secret alliance involving the Dragon's Order and a practitioner of black magic. A character deduces that the leader of the order is likely involved. Two young men stand face to face in a silent standoff, tension rising between them. One character challenges the other's decision, intensifying the tension in the room. The young man stands silently, lost in thought. A man in formal attire sighs heavily, showing clear exhaustion. A composed man issues a sharp rebuke, calling the other person more foolish than expected. One man challenges the other to admit his involvement, refusing to show fear or confess. One man demands proof from the other in the Grand Hall, escalating the confrontation. The man announces that the would-be assassin of the Emperor is dead and that his confession was verified as true by lie detection magic. Someone bit off their own tongue to avoid revealing any information. Two young men confront each other in an ornate room as one mocks the other's decision to approach him. One character confidently announces their victory and chosen status while facing their silent opponent. Someone formally addresses Sir Avantis. A tense confrontation unfolds as a stern man in red observes while a troubled man in blue faces the situation. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak spins around, visibly startled by an unexpected shock. A mysterious man appears in a swirl of black smoke, immediately recognized from Paul's memories. A composed man expresses curiosity about the person addressed as Ian Phage. A long-haired man clutches his chest in pain as dark energy surrounds him. A character recognizes the mysterious robe worn by the figure with bat-like wings. A dark, winged figure reaches out to a wary young man as black energy swirls ominously between them. A young man realizes the enemy has transformed into a dragonian. A figure wielding dark energy asks the prince if he still wants the incapacitated man to serve as his right hand. A tense standoff unfolds as one figure insists on keeping another alive despite the looming threat. A hand snaps its fingers with force, signaling the start of an important action. A long-haired figure in a blue coat struggles to breathe as dark energy constricts their neck. Blood splatters as the wounded figure reels back, eyes burning with pain. A clenched hand crackles with swirling dark energy, signaling the release of a powerful force. The long-haired figure in the blue cloak stands in silent reflection, weighed down by recent events. Two men stand in the Grand Hall as one anxiously confirms with the other that the conflict has ended. A man observes that nothing appears different, and is met with a frustrated response about his constant suspicion. A white-haired character with pointed ears addresses Ian. An ominous command echoes through the empty panel, intensifying the sinister mood. A blond young man recoils in shock after hearing unexpected news. A long-haired mage calmly summons a glowing ice spear as someone shouts in alarm. A hand seizes the crackling blue magical blade as energy surges around it. A blond young man steps forward in the rain and desperately shouts for everything to stop. Three figures face off in a lavish room as one reveals dark wings, escalating the confrontation. A long-haired character presses a glowing, blood-stained dagger to his own neck, creating a tense standoff. The young man hesitantly agrees, his anxiety evident as he sweats. A composed man in formal attire commands someone to begin executing the plan. The tall figure announces his intention to rest and turns to leave, while the blond young man watches silently from behind. Two figures stand tensely in a grand room as dark smoke ominously swirls across the floor. Two figures stand silently in a tense standoff in the ornate hallway. A serious young man with long blonde hair is introduced in the shadowy room. One man demands to know whom the other serves as they face each other before a grand window. A character kneels on the ground, demonstrating a formal pledge of allegiance. A character formally announces the fifth prince's rise to the highest position in the empire while bowing before him. A young man in formal attire stands alone, nervously reacting to the situation. A figure hesitates at the door, raising a hand to knock. A formally dressed man instructs the crown prince to prepare for the afternoon assembly. A young man sits in thought, preparing for the assembly called by the tower master. A man sits anxiously, worried about reuniting with someone after a long time apart. A young man asks for help dressing up, and the older man agrees to assist him. A grand academy rises amid manicured gardens and a central fountain, establishing the setting. Guests in elegant attire gather in the ornate ballroom as the formal event commences. Three people discuss the ivory tower master's decision to summon an assembly that includes the crown prince and the fifth prince. Two men begin to discuss a secretive topic in the ornate courtyard. A stern man demands critical information in the ornate hall, heightening the tension. A conflict is brewing over who will claim the throne. In a lavish hall, four individuals discuss whether a powerful mage truly supports the crown prince. A man scans the room nervously while a woman watches him from nearby. A worried courtier reveals that rumors are spreading about a secret meeting between Sir Ian and the fifth prince. A well-dressed man criticizes the crown prince's recent disappointing actions to two others in a grand hall. Someone wonders if Ian might have changed his mind. Someone steps purposefully onto the patterned floor, signaling their entrance. A young man in ornate clothes looks up, startled by something unexpected in the grand hall. A young man in a blue cloak quickly turns as someone shouts his name in the grand hall. A blonde man greets a serious, long-haired man in a grand hall after a long separation. A young man warmly tells someone off-panel that seeing them makes him feel better and that he missed them. The cloaked figure pauses in silence, tension evident in the air. A man reaches out and asks the woman if they can meet after the assembly. A man in a blue cloak forcefully stops a blonde man's hand, halting his aggressive move. The blonde man hesitates in tense silence, processing the unexpected interruption. The young man freezes in shock as he processes the unexpected situation. A long-haired man in a blue cloak stands frozen in shock as he recognizes Ian's presence in the grand hall. A man in a blue cloak formally excuses himself from the blonde man after the assembly, citing other obligations. The young man acknowledges the unexpected news with a hint of nervousness. One man tries to arrange a meeting, but the other interrupts by asserting his authority as the ivory tower master. A uniformed attendant motions for the long-haired character to enter the assembly hall. Three men in formal attire face each other tensely in a grand hall, preparing for a confrontation. A character strides purposefully down an ornate palace hallway toward another who waits ahead. A man in an ornate uniform stands silently in the lavish hall, visibly uneasy. A grand room with tall windows and a chandelier is revealed. A young man in ceremonial attire formally welcomes the council and nobles as the assembly begins. A speaker addresses the assembly, announcing that the empire has suffered a great tragedy. A young man receives grim news that the emperor remains unconscious 15 days after the assassination attempt, with no certainty of recovery. Three men prepare to make a crucial decision in a tense chamber. A solemn figure announces the devastating fall of their pillar, casting a shadow over the group. The empire faces a dire crisis as chaos spreads across the land and enemies threaten its borders. A composed man addresses the group, stressing the need to face reality calmly amid the empire's instability. A throne and crown are displayed in a bright light as the process to select the rightful ruler begins. A man in a blue cloak warns that appearances alone will not secure the empire's future. A speaker urges the assembly to find a leader capable of resolving the crisis and restoring stability to the empire and its neighboring countries. Standing at the podium, the speaker firmly declares that only someone capable of making the empire the greatest in history deserves the crown. The calm man firmly declares his position as the ivory tower master. A character slams both hands on the table to demand attention in the assembly. A figure in a regal blue cloak publicly declares support for the fifth prince, Ragnar Greenriver, before a grand assembly. Four men sit in the ornate courtroom, tense and visibly shocked by unexpected news. A man in an ornate uniform stands frozen in the rain, visibly shocked by something unexpected. A blonde man in an ornate suit sits back with arms crossed, smirking in satisfaction. Someone steps forward with determination. A man urgently calls out as another rushes toward the podium in the ornate hall. A hand lunges forward in a tense moment, urgently reaching for something just out of view. In a tense confrontation, one man angrily grabs the crown prince by the collar in the grand hall. A furious man confronts another, shouting in outrage. One character forcefully grabs another by the collar, escalating the tension. A blonde-haired character punches a long-haired character, sending them stumbling backward. Two men restrain the crown prince as he desperately struggles to break free. A young man glares intensely and raises his fist, forcefully ordering someone to leave. An urgent command is given for His Highness to be escorted out of the hall. A tense standoff unfolds in the ornate hall as a blonde young man is held in place by two men confronting and restraining him. The scene shifts to a grand building surrounded by trees, establishing a calm setting. A young man lies alone on the ornate bed, silently lost in thought. A young man lies on his back, silently lost in thought as he stares at the ceiling. A boy jolts awake in bed as a shadowy figure approaches the window. A figure stands behind the glass door and announces their arrival to the royal presence. A startled young man abruptly sits up on the couch, reacting in alarm to an unexpected presence. A surprised man confronts an unexpected visitor who appears outside his door late at night. A cloaked figure urgently instructs the man by the bed to dress warmly and prepare to leave immediately. A startled young man anxiously questions where they are being taken as unexpected events unfold. A cloaked figure opens a wardrobe and reveals a secret escape route behind the palace to avoid the guards. A gloved hand pulls back a curtain, exposing a secret passage meant for emergencies. A cloaked man urgently reports that the second palace knights are waiting outside the palace. A blonde man is urgently questioned and grabbed by the collar in a lavish room about the involvement of the second palace knights. A character drops to one knee, visibly defeated and submitting in the tense atmosphere. A cloaked man urgently urges the prince to leave. A young man in a blue cloak freezes as someone confronts him in the grand room. The young man stands frozen in shock, sweat beading on his face as he processes the situation in silence. A pale hand cautiously reaches out and touches a dark, gloved hand. The story shifts to a calm night as stars shine above the quiet forest. Two cloaked figures move cautiously through the shadowy, moonlit forest. Two cloaked figures are suddenly addressed with urgency under the night sky. A caped man greets the arrivals as several figures gather beside him at night. Startled in the forest, he reacts anxiously to an unexpected arrival. A surprised blonde boy is warmly welcomed by three enthusiastic young men in uniforms. A confused young man urgently questions the captain about why everyone has gathered. A young man urgently warns that the palace and capital are no longer safe. A cloaked figure urgently informs the other that the second palace knights will escort them to Pyrrhix territory for protection. A worried young man questions whether the territory ahead belongs to the eastern ally with whom an important contract was made. A cloaked man urges the group to follow him quickly, promising to explain on the way. A blonde young man urgently warns the group that acting recklessly could have severe consequences. A young man urgently warns that defying orders could lead to execution for treason. One young man demands to know who gave the orders, while the other reacts in confusion. A determined knight firmly declares that only the rightful ruler can command the second palace knights, challenging anyone who tries to overstep. A determined young man insists on protecting the king regardless of the enemy's strength. Three cloaked figures kneel and vow to fight and protect their leader. Under the night sky, a group of cloaked figures bow deeply before a blonde young man, solemnly requesting permission to renew their oath of loyalty. A young man in a blue cloak stands under the night sky, overcome with emotion as he addresses the others. A frustrated man reluctantly agrees while another waits patiently under the night sky. A serious young man insists that the captain explain the situation while they move. The young man places his gloved hand over his chest in a respectful gesture, remaining calm. A grand mansion towers over the landscape, introducing a new setting. A figure strides decisively across the tiled floor, signaling a determined entrance. A stern man in military attire enters the ornate office and urgently informs the two seated figures of a problem. A man on the throne receives urgent news that the prince has disappeared at dawn along with armed knights from the second palace. A worried man in ornate clothing urgently asks if anyone has discovered the whereabouts of the missing individuals. An older man in uniform reports that, according to the witness, the group moved east. A calm man at the desk rejects the idea of sending more pursuers, believing the targets are likely heading toward Pyrrhix territory. The path to Pyrrhix territory is treacherous, filled with monsters, and only well-trained fighters stand a chance of making it through safely. An older man hesitates, appearing tense as he prepares to speak. A composed man sitting on a throne orders the others to prioritize searching for Vanessa Phage over pursuing the prince. A young man realizes his rival has hidden his mother to avoid being caught using black magic. A man receives troubling news that the suspect refuses to reveal her location. One man reveals that Ian has erased his own memories, dismissing the possibility of brainwashing. An older man in uniform questions the reason for seeking the Ivory Tower Master's mother. A suspicious man analyzes Ian's decision to willingly fall under black magic, suspecting someone is his weakness. Suspecting a hidden plot, one man insists they locate Vanessa Phage to prepare a countermeasure. The officer solemnly accepts his orders. A tense silence fills the ornate office as one man sits behind the desk while another stands before him, bracing for confrontation. A blonde young man exhales in relief inside an ornate room. Despite everything proceeding smoothly, the protagonist feels a persistent sense of anxiety. Someone urgently questions what Ian Phage is planning. He stands alone, silently reflecting on recent events. A grand fortress city stands tall at sunset, its banners and stone towers signaling an important news setting. A young man steps onto the balcony and addresses the prince, initiating a private conversation. One character asks the group if anyone feels uncomfortable as they gather outside the stone building. A polite young man sincerely thanks his hosts for their warm hospitality during his unexpected visit. A red-haired man expresses heartfelt gratitude and welcomes an important guest outside the stone building. A man admits he was very surprised when he received a letter from Sir Ian. Two men discuss the emperor's unfortunate condition and express hope for his recovery. A member of the Eastern family formally pledges their support and protection to the group in front of the castle. 5 figures quietly gather on a sunlit stone balcony inside the grand castle. One young man praises Lord Pyrrhic's considerate and magnanimous nature while the other listens. A young man reveals that he is distantly related to Lord Pyrrhic, who taught him swordsmanship as a child. One man acknowledges that everything has already been planned out. A blonde-haired man calls out to the captain as the sun sets. A cloaked young man reacts with shock after hearing that someone may have been caught by black magic. A man speculates that someone may have betrayed them by joining the 5th prince. Ragnar is acknowledged as being superior in every way since childhood, leading others to believe he is more deserving of becoming a ruler. He stands outside at sunset, lost in silent reflection. A man in royal attire stands outside the castle, anxiously denying the prince's claim. One character recalls training with a mentor 6 years ago. A young man firmly declares his refusal to support the 5th prince. One character urges the other to trust Ian as they talk outdoors at sunset. Someone anticipates that he has already made preparations. Thunder crashes as a heavy rainstorm batters the building. A nervous man asks the taller figure to repeat what was just said. The young man announces his plan to seek out Ragnar for black magic and urges secrecy from the crown prince. A worried young man urgently warns someone not to get involved because it is too dangerous. One character asserts that Ragnar will keep him alive for his usefulness rather than kill him immediately. A high-ranking magician asserts his political influence, revealing that his position will be used to secure Ragnar's succession to the throne. One character hesitantly considers infiltrating an enemy's circle to uncover critical information, despite the personal risk. One man proposes supporting Ragnar in exchange for bringing the crown prince to the east for protection. He explains that they have no one trustworthy in the capital or palace to remove the black magic. A young man calmly points out that someone is hidden in Ragnar's blind spot. A powerful and reliable ally is affirmed. A blonde woman sits in uneasy silence on an ornate throne, deep in thought. An elderly man lies motionless in bed as someone mourns at his side. A woman quietly contemplates the recent news that Ian has pledged support to the 5th prince, and her brother has left the imperial palace. A woman realizes that Ragnar is plotting to steal the crown prince title and seize the throne. A long-haired character gazes downward in silence, lost in troubled thought. Sitting with clenched fists, the girl desperately wonders what to do next as tears fall onto her hands. Tears streaming down her face, a distraught woman stands alone in the ornate hallway, questioning who she can trust. A woman, devastated by betrayal, confesses her disbelief as a solemn man kneels before her in an ornate room. A woman sits in anguish, battling her desire to trust someone despite her pain. She desperately begs her unconscious father to wake up as she sits beside his bed. Someone knocks on the grand double doors inside the lavish hall. A poised woman seated on an ornate chair calmly invites a visitor to enter the lavish room. A man in a robe notices the woman's unease and asks her to explain what's wrong. A nervous young man formally addresses the blonde woman in the ornate hallway. A startled character is approached in the ornate room and asked for a private conversation. 2 figures walk side by side down the road. A young man enters the luxurious room as a blonde woman looks at him with curiosity. A nervous young man offers a small box to the royal figure. A woman in formal attire reacts with surprise as someone offers her a small box. A robed man delivers a significant item from the ivory tower to a surprised blonde woman in an ornate room. A young man reacts in shock as he learns surprising news from a blonde woman holding an ornate box. A nervous young man delivers a secret message as instructed. A man bows respectfully to a blonde woman and announces his departure from the chamber. The young man turns and walks away down the hallway as the blonde woman watches him in silence. A blonde woman stands tensely in an ornate room, holding out a small box in silence. A figure in ornate clothing solemnly presents a sparkling, mysterious box with both hands. A robed man hands a small box to a woman, explaining that he was asked to deliver it to her. A startled young man questions a blonde woman about what Ian has done. A young man nervously delivers a secret message in the grand hallway. A man bows and prepares to leave after addressing the blonde woman in the ornate room. A woman stands alone in an ornate room, silently holding out a small box with a somber expression. A woman quietly opens and reads a letter at a sunlit table. A hand opens the box, revealing a jeweled necklace, a stack of letters, and an ornate vial. A stunned character reads a letter, visibly shocked by its contents. Someone carefully reads a handwritten letter addressed to the princess. A man writes a letter at his desk, revealing that black magic has changed him into someone unrecognizable. A long-haired man sits at a lavish desk, writing a letter to request help. The investigation reveals that the Emperor's poisoning was caused by black magic, not by the vice-captain's own actions. A secret organization called Dragon's Order and an unidentified high-ranking magician are revealed as the masterminds behind the incident. The 5th prince is secretly collaborating to overthrow the king and claim the throne while an investigation seeks the true mastermind behind the attack on the emperor. A determined figure writes a letter, committing to serve the 5th prince. A figure pauses from writing to contemplate the necklace left behind by the late empress. A powerful anti-magic necklace is revealed, capable of destroying black magic cast by even the strongest magicians. A plea is made to place a necklace on the speaker, as its spell can break the black magic afflicting them. A character reads a letter revealing that the potion she holds is made from the rare Landis flower. A powerful effect that neutralizes the mana within a person's body is explained. A trembling hand tightly grips a glowing pink vial. The narration explains that the poison is deadly enough to kill a magician. Someone anxiously considers whether the necklace can break the black magic affecting them. A blonde character stares in shock while clutching a glowing ring to their chest. One character desperately begs another to use a weapon or power to end their life. Footsteps echo through the grand, sunlit hall as someone approaches. A man in ornate clothing greets another in a grand hall, signaling a tense reunion. One character questions another about meeting their father in a lavish room. The young man asserts his intention to fulfill his responsibilities as a son now that he is no longer grounded. She quietly processes the new information, her expression turning thoughtful. 3 distinguished figures reunite in a grand hall, exchanging formal greetings. A reserved young man enters the room and cautiously asks if the other person has been well. A woman pauses in silence, lost in thought as she stands in the ornate room. A woman formally asks for permission to speak privately with another man in the ornate room. The young man calmly agrees to the request in the lavish room. One character commands another to come to the palace immediately after their conversation ends. 3 men confront each other in a lavish, gold-lit hall, each tense and prepared for what comes next. A formally dressed woman guides a long-haired man through an opulent hall. One figure moves toward the ornate doors, leaving the other standing behind in the lavish room. 2 figures stride toward each other in the vast hall, silent tension building as they prepare to confront one another. A blonde woman quietly admits her longing and uncertainty as she faces the man in the sunlit room. A solemn figure reminds someone about a previous request, intensifying the tension in the room. A character prepares to return an important item in a formal setting, requesting the other to bend down. 2 figures in ornate blue attire face each other in a lavish, sunlit hall, signaling the start of a formal meeting. A character carefully fastens a pendant around another's neck in a solemn ceremony. A long-haired character lowers their head as another person's hands reach toward them in a tense moment. A blonde woman anxiously faces a cloaked figure, raising her hand to her chest in alarm. A figure with glowing red eyes activates a magical pendant, causing it to emit a bright light. A woman recoils in shock as a cloaked man collapses, overwhelmed by sinister black energy. Ian collapses to his knees, gasping for air and clutching his neck in exhaustion. A bloodied character reels from a powerful attack, struggling to remain conscious as ominous black energy swirls around them. A blonde woman gasps and covers her mouth in shock. A pendant around the character's neck suddenly begins to glow intensely. A worried woman rushes to check on a weakened man as he struggles to recover inside the ornate room. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak hunches over, clutching their chest and struggling to catch their breath. The long-haired character in the blue cloak stands hunched over, struggling to catch his breath after a tense ordeal. A woman freezes in shock as she unexpectedly encounters the princess. A tearful woman rushes forward and embraces the long-haired man in a relieved reunion. A young man is stunned as a blonde woman suddenly hugs him tightly. A tearful woman clings to a man, desperately denying any intent to harm him. Startled, the young man freezes as he and the girl spot a mysterious vial filled with purple liquid. A man kneels and confesses his willingness to risk his life so his words will be believed. The successful destruction of the black magic is confirmed, leaving one character relieved and the other shocked by the admission of earlier doubts. A frustrated woman confronts a man about his reckless decision to use an untested enchanted necklace. A calm man reflects that sometimes reckless actions can lead to miracles. A long-haired figure reflects on his existence while examining a rune-engraved sword in a dark, glowing setting. A tearful woman expresses her gratitude as someone gently wipes away her tears. A long-haired man smiles warmly and extends his hand invitingly toward the princess. A man kneels before the princess and expresses his gratitude for her trust. A tearful woman welcomes back the person in the blue cloak, relieved at their return. A character kneels and earnestly asks another for answers, signaling the start of an important conversation. A cautious young man reveals that Dragon's Order is a much larger force than he expected. The previous Ivory Tower master held an executive position within the order. A secretive group of elite royals stands together, revealing the scale of their hidden influence. The knight captain who had loyally served the imperial family for decades is revealed to be involved in the conspiracy. A woman clasps her hands over her mouth in shock after hearing troubling news about Sir Damphel. 2 robed figures discuss the shocking revelation that the Dragon Order's leader may be a Dragonian, a race thought extinct for 300 years. A mysterious figure reveals that someone can transform into a human and wield 8th class magic. The 5th prince formed an alliance with the last Dragonian after freeing him from a magical seal. A woman reacts anxiously after hearing about Ragnar's dangerous actions. A serious figure reveals that the Order has been plotting not only to seize the royal succession but also to provoke a war with the Empire's military to conquer new territory. The royal palace has fallen to the 5th prince, putting the princess in even greater danger. A cautious warning is given to remain vigilant and stay close to His Highness. A blonde woman in a royal chamber anxiously asks a man about his situation. One character reveals a plan to pretend to be controlled by dark magic in order to remain close to the 5th prince, shocking the other. A determined figure searches for the legendary method Mitchell Greenriver used to defeat the Dragonian, but finds no clues in the library. A woman in noble attire considers the risky possibility of success at the royal palace. A blonde character hesitates before addressing Ian. A blonde woman invites a long-haired man to follow her into the luxurious hall. Two elegantly dressed figures enter a lavish study and stand facing the window and bookcase. Two figures in ornate blue robes confront each other across a grand desk in a tense atmosphere. A pair of hands reveals an ornate book with a sun symbol, signaling its importance. A royal treasure is revealed in the lavish room, stunning those present. The group examines a relic believed to be the journal of the royal family's first mage, prompting surprise and questions. She reveals that nobody has managed to break the seal on the relic. A figure states that the records list Sir Mitchell Greenriver as a 5th-class mage. The sealed magic book is examined, revealing that its seal is made with advanced magic. The young mage agrees to attempt breaking the magical seal. Magical symbols swirl as someone attempts to analyze the techniques. A pair of hands activates the magic within a glowing, ornate spellbook. A sudden magical phenomenon leaves the startled magician frozen in disbelief. A character's eyes widen in shock as they suddenly realize something crucial. A magical symbol glows on the ancient book as a hidden language is revealed. A young man with long silver hair carefully presents a glowing, ornate book in a magical setting. A powerful surge of magical energy erupts from the ancient spellbook as it is activated. The seal is broken, and the group prepares to read the contents of the ancient book. A character examines an old journal and realizes its first entry was written just after the war with the Dragonians ended. Two people review a book detailing memorial plans, rebuilding efforts, and magic research. That night, the young man stands alone, lost in thought as he recalls a significant event. A glowing light reveals a clue in the open book. A character discovers their father's name written in the book, causing confusion and concern. That night, someone came looking for the narrator. One figure senses this is the last time they will see the other as they prepare to part ways. A figure kneels in quiet determination, reaffirming a vow to honor a promise until death. A hooded figure records someone's final words in a journal under the night sky. A cloaked figure stands beneath a glowing magical inscription, silently observing it. A chandelier shatters as a surge of magic blasts through the room. Two characters stand in silence by the window, both lost in thought as sunlight streams in. A long-haired man reacts with confusion while standing beside a woman who keeps her eyes lowered. A woman in ornate clothing calls out anxiously for the princess while standing in front of a bookshelf. Sunlight streams into the silent hallway, highlighting a grandfather clock and a chandelier. A long-haired man in a blue cloak freezes in place, visibly shocked by what he sees. A character in a blue cloak stands alert as a glowing line of light suddenly appears from the closed double doors. A figure in a blue cape opens a large, glowing door and steps into the mysterious room. A hand pushes open the double doors, letting bright light flood into the room. A solemn figure steps through ornate doors into a misty realm filled with massive clockwork gears. A young man looks up in shock as he realizes something important. A cloaked figure waits on the rocks as a white-haired person steps through the ornate door and reacts in shock. A young man notices an unfamiliar figure in the distance. A character steps onto the grassy field, hesitating nervously. A solitary figure is approached as someone calls out to initiate a conversation. A hooded figure stands alone at sunset, lost in contemplation. The hooded figure quietly arrives, hidden by the fading light. The protagonist confronts the hooded figure and demands to know their location and identity. The hooded figure calmly reveals that they are in the Time Repository, a dimensionless space. He reacts with surprise upon hearing about the Time Repository. The hooded figure begins to explain a complex concept to the listener in the grassy field. A stunned figure learns that this place contains the entirety of the dimension's time. The young man confronts an unseen stranger, demanding to know how they are familiar with him. A hooded man hints at his true identity as the sun sets behind him. A cloaked figure presents two momentous options to the person standing before them on the misty field. With unwavering focus, the character prepares for a critical action. A legendary gold dragon appears, commanding the flow of time. The first magician in human history discovered how to manifest magic. A shocking realization dawns as it becomes clear that both entities are actually the same being. Two cloaked figures discuss that someone named Mitchell has made a serious mistake by sparing the Dragonian. A cloaked figure questions the reason behind sparing something significant in the current dimension. A solitary figure reflects on the complex motivations behind human emotions, questioning whether actions are driven by pity or revenge. A character urgently demands to know how the other person is connected to Mitchell Greenriver. A hooded man confidently reveals that he gave someone the power to exterminate the Dragonians. A cloaked figure pauses in the field, preparing to ask a critical question. A long-haired figure demands to know why the hooded person chose to empower Mitchell Greenriver instead of acting personally. A figure in the shadows recounts how humans once suffered under black magic. The overwhelming power of dragon authority forced all creations to submit. Black magic was created in pursuit of ultimate power. Black magic created by Dragonians corrupted human souls, destroyed the world's balance, and repeatedly caused disastrous events. A cloaked figure stands apart, unable to intervene despite witnessing widespread human suffering. A decree is established forbidding dragons from interfering in the human world. The hooded figure admits he couldn't ignore the suffering caused by dragon authority, prompting a serious conversation in the quiet field. A hooded figure confesses to breaking the rules by interfering with human history. A magician reveals he taught humans magic to help them fight against black magic. Despite their efforts, the outcome fell short. In response to a catastrophic crisis, a mysterious figure entrusts a glowing artifact to a kneeling individual, initiating their pivotal mission. A powerful figure explains the decision to share authority with humans. The character learns that the hero's true identity is Mitchell Greenriver. A hooded man solemnly recalls that the child always prioritized the people's welfare over imperial power. A lifetime spent fighting black magic is undone by a single mistake. A voice declares that humans are inherently incomplete. Someone reveals that interfering in the human world cost them their memories and left them unable to remove black magic. A cloaked figure stands before a towering dragon spirit, reflecting on sealing away their remaining time in a human body while hoping to regain lost memories. Someone reflects on wandering aimlessly through the human world after losing all memories. A solitary figure reflects on how brief but vibrant their meaningful moments have been. A lone figure recalls meeting someone important as they watch the sunset. Ian freezes in shock as he recognizes someone approaching. Two figures walk hand in hand through a sunlit field as one reflects on treasured memories and the arrival of a new presence in their life. A character confesses deep longing while gazing intensely at someone. The man gazes upward and softly acknowledges his son. The young man angrily rejects any mention of his father, declaring that he died long ago. A man reveals that his physical body is gone, and only his mind remains, waiting for this encounter. A character slams their fist on the table, expressing frustration that waiting was not the right action. A young man confronts his mother, demanding to know why she left and blaming her for their mother's fate. A man closes his eyes and reflects on the cyclical nature of purpose and existence. As the seal weakened, memories returned and the character resolved to take action. He admits that he failed to eradicate black magic and protect the world in time. Someone reflects on the necessity of leaving their family. A lone figure arrives with a billowing cloak, casting a determined silhouette in the sunset. Two cloaked figures stand together at sunset, reflecting on past hardships and unfulfilled hopes for happiness. The young man hesitates, making it clear he did not come to discuss the current topic. A character is shocked to learn that someone is searching for the power to defeat a dragonian. A cloaked man reveals that the power was already inherited before birth. A character in a blue cloak questions another's authority as the sun sets. A kneeling figure is confronted about the true source of their ability to understand and use dragon tongue within a glowing magical circle. A solitary figure stands in the rain, questioning when everything began to change. Standing in the rain, the protagonist questions when he first gained the ability to use dragon tongue. A robed figure prepares to awaken hidden power as golden energy gathers around them. One character suggests they investigate something while another reacts with surprise. The long-haired character gazes upward in shock, witnessing something extraordinary. A cloaked figure prepares to awaken the younger character's hidden power under the glowing sky. The long-haired character suggests they should inspect the object first. A young man sits alone beneath a tree, lost in thought. A young man suddenly awakens outdoors, startled as he sits against a tree with leaves falling around him. A character steps into a magical forest filled with sunlight streaming through ancient trees. A disoriented man wakes up in a sunlit clearing, trying to remember how he arrived there. Three figures sit together in a sunlit meadow, quietly sharing a peaceful moment among the flowers. A woman in the meadow suddenly reacts to something unexpected. One character greets another who has just woken up as they stand together beneath a sunlit tree. A woman scolds a man for sleeping through their rare family picnic. A concerned man notices the woman's exhaustion and decides to confront his brother to prevent her from being overworked. One character hesitantly recognizes the other as the princess, creating a tense moment between them. The young woman struggles to contain her laughter while the young man looks embarrassed. Someone bursts into laughter as the scene fills with a joyful atmosphere. A woman laughs as she playfully teases a confused man in the sunlight. A woman stands in the sunlight, quietly reflecting on being called princess after a long time. Two people receive news in the forest that Joanna's father has regained consciousness. Someone urges another to give a warm hug. A young girl sits alone in a sunlit field of white flowers, quietly lost in thought. A young girl abruptly turns away, visibly startled by something unexpected. A young girl looks up and calls out for her father. A young girl runs excitedly toward two adults under a sunlit tree. A young man is caught off guard when a small girl suddenly hugs his leg in the sunlit field. The startled character tries to understand the sudden and confusing situation. A woman snaps the others out of their silence in the sunlit forest. A girl urges someone to quickly hug another person. An adult reaches out to the surprised girl in the sunlit grass. An adult gently hugs a small child who clings tightly to their shoulder. A young girl runs into an adult's arms and hugs him tightly. A young girl hugs a blonde woman tightly under the warm sunlight. A man holds a child while standing beside a smiling woman under a sunlit tree as leaves gently fall around them. A cloaked figure staggers back, clutching their chest as a surge of magical energy overwhelms them. Breathing heavily under the glowing sky, the protagonist examines his hands and tries to process what just happened. Two hands reach out toward each other, bathed in a warm, glowing light. A winded figure is pressed for urgent information by a calm interrogator as tension builds under the fading sunlight. Haunted by a vision, the protagonist recalls seeing a young girl with features similar to his own. Someone softly calls out the name Joanna while looking up with a gentle expression. A character recalls the vivid sensation of embracing someone dear. A woman embraces a small child, feeling an unfamiliar warmth as she tries to understand the new emotion. A calm man stands beneath the golden sky and declares a single word: love. One figure reveals that the spell they are discussing is both powerful enough to raise humans and deceptively ordinary. Someone finds strength and determination to protect the ones they love. A character quietly reflects on the desire for a normal life. The character hesitates, uncertain if a normal life is truly possible. A family quietly enjoys a peaceful moment together beneath a sunlit tree. One figure questions whether the vision just witnessed truly reveals the future, as two cloaked individuals face each other in a field under a yellow sky. A cloaked man issues a crucial ultimatum, stressing that everything hinges on the listener's decision. One figure calmly announces that the moment to part ways has arrived. A robed figure begins the ritual to awaken the dragon authority in another. A mentor places his hand on the younger man's forehead, entrusting him with his final authority, and urging him to accomplish what he could not. A serene character receives a gentle, glowing touch on the head, signifying a moment of blessing. A surge of memories is transferred, overwhelming the character with new knowledge. With unwavering resolve, the character unleashes a hidden power. One character reassures the other of their constant presence, as a massive spirit dragon glows above them. Ian stands frozen in surprise as he receives an unexpected confession of love. Bathed in golden light, the man silently vows eternal commitment. With unwavering resolve, the character fixes their intense gaze forward, preparing for what lies ahead. A man kneels and embraces a pregnant woman's stomach, overcome with emotion. A cloaked figure recoils in shock beside a silent, seated woman. One person suddenly collapses in pain while another reacts in shock. Someone urgently checks if another person is alright. A long-haired figure in a blue cloak pauses, clutching his chest in silent reflection. A sudden, unfamiliar sensation overwhelms the protagonist as he tries to make sense of it. He wipes his eye and tries to downplay his discomfort as someone watches with concern. Startled by something sudden, the character reacts in alarm. The dragon tongue vanishes from the ancient book. A man in a blue cloak questions a blonde figure about the contents of a document, who responds with uncertainty. A woman nervously admits that the page in question was empty from the start. The young man listens carefully and acknowledges the information he has just received. Two characters examine an open book and realize they have found a way to defeat the Dragonian. Two people celebrate together, holding hands and smiling in the ornate room. A long-haired character stands silently, visibly uncomfortable in the awkward moment. One character instructs the other to stay with the king while they leave to speak with Ragnar. A blonde woman in a blue dress anxiously asks if there is anything she can do to help. The long-haired character reassures the other person that he will prioritize safety and promises to return after completing his task. One character pleads for the other to return as they share a heartfelt farewell. One character firmly promises to fulfill the heartfelt request as their hands clasp in a moment of resolve. A figure steps purposefully into the well-furnished room. A caped man desperately urges the other to reconsider as the resolute figure walks away down the ornate hallway. A worried advisor urges the hero to remain with the Empire to handle future conflicts after the war. One man urgently tries to stop another from leaving the ornate hall, confronting him about abandoning his responsibilities in the ivory tower. A stern warning is issued that leaving will not be permitted by the king. A long-haired man firmly announces he will leave the capital and has arranged for a successor as ivory tower master. A man urgently calls out to get someone's attention. A stern man in regal attire confronts another in the grand hall, declaring that the person before him is not the 8th-class hero. A young man condemns his opponent as a monster while standing before raging flames. Two men face each other in silence across the grand hall, tension thick between them. Massive doors swing open, signaling the start of something significant. A commanding figure calls someone into the grand hall, signaling the start of an important meeting. A figure seated on the throne reads the letter and addresses the visitor standing below. A man in an ornate uniform urgently demands to know the reason for someone's sudden departure. A withdrawn young man is offered the chance to take an extended break. A figure promises full cooperation to ensure the others' well-deserved rest after their efforts to unite the empire. A man in formal attire decides to appoint a temporary ivory tower master during the current master's absence. A determined figure tears a sheet of paper, vowing to train new talents to handle greater responsibilities. A solemn man instructs someone to return after they have rested. The character stands in silence, deep in thought as tension fills the air. A young man in a decorated military uniform sits by the window as someone formally addresses the king. A long-haired person kneels indoors and declares they will not return. The distressed figure bows his head and admits that his presence only brings uncertainty and strife to the united empire. A character attempts to resign and retreat from their duties, but another immediately rejects the decision. A commanding figure delivers a harsh proclamation from the throne, declaring that repentance is only for the defeated. A stern man in military attire commends someone for their exceptional contributions to the empire and urges them to feel proud. A resolute figure defends the protagonist's reputation, insisting no citizen should doubt their service to the empire. A decorated officer coldly orders the kneeling figure to disregard all minor concerns. He admits he cannot forget the blood on his hands, despite being asked to move on. A solemn man in a decorated military uniform insists that the recent losses were unavoidable. A long-haired character admits responsibility for the unavoidable sacrifices, visibly burdened by guilt. Overwhelmed by guilt, The speaker confesses to killing everyone and admits he can no longer bear the weight of his actions. He stays silent, his intense gaze revealing deep contemplation. One character kneels in apology, urgently pleading for a chance to atone, while the other listens in silence. A man in a military uniform angrily confronts someone about being abandoned after helping them become emperor. One character, visibly distressed and kneeling, confronts another standing nearby about a painful demand that tests their friendship. Two figures silently separate on the barren ground, marking an unexpected farewell. A figure kneels before the throne, bowing deeply to beg for forgiveness. A tense inquiry challenges the ruler's decision to allow someone to leave unopposed. A stern man warns that ongoing threats at the borders could undermine their supremacy if news spreads about uncertain leadership. Three men urgently debate the risk of a potential alliance between their rival and the rebels, fearing a move against the throne. Two men discuss the growing danger of a war hero whose popularity among commoners threatens the throne. A cloaked figure coldly states that if Ian will not join them, he must be killed. A young man collapses to his knees, clutching his chest in sudden agony. A young man abruptly wakes up in bed, clutching his chest and gasping for air. A young man wakes in bed, visibly anguished as he buries his face in his hands. A man sitting on his bed asks if anyone is outside, and the attendant confirms there is. An urgent command is issued to summon the Imperial Alchemist. Someone asks about the effects of the medicine used this time. A weary man sits upright on his bed, explaining that his insomnia has worsened and requests stronger medicine from the attentive person nearby. A young man warns the monarch that continuing to take the medicine will be harmful due to its addictive herbs. One man, seated in bed, urges the other to address the underlying problem rather than rely on temporary medicine. A young man turns to question the real source of the problem, his expression tense as candlelight flickers nearby. One man confronts the other about the true reason behind his inability to sleep. He admits that the problem is beyond his own strength to solve. Frightened by the possibility of betrayal, a person confesses fear that a former friend might seize control of the empire. A betrayed figure condemns their former ally as a monster after realizing the truth following their separation. The young man asserts that killing the monster is the only option. A young man, visibly conflicted, demands clarification about being asked to kill his own friend. A formally dressed figure questions whether the person in bed should really consider someone a friend, given how much worry they cause. Unable to find a way to defeat the 8th-class magician, the anxious man despairs over their overwhelming power. A young man anxiously contemplates a plan to kill his enemy. A blond young man recoils in shock, visibly startled by something unexpected. A young man announces he has created a poison capable of killing his target. A solitary cabin sits in the middle of a snowy, silent forest at night. A fire suddenly erupts, quickly engulfing the debris behind the railing. A blond character sits by the fireplace, reading an open book in silence. A long-haired person quickly looks up from the fireplace, startled by an unexpected knock. A young man is startled by an unexpected visitor arriving late at night. A long-haired figure cautiously opens the door to confront an unexpected visitor in the snow. A character with long silver hair is suddenly shocked as snow falls around them. A man stands in the snowy forest at night and addresses royalty with respect. A man in military attire arrives unexpectedly in the snow and asks to come inside. A startled figure stands in the snow, confronted by an unexpected arrival. A man in formal attire suggests they can still meet sometimes, despite having parted ways. One man firmly establishes that their relationship will continue only as friends. A long-haired character extends his hand and reassures the other person they are always welcome. A candelabra casts flickering light over a closed book in the dim room, hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. A long-haired person questions the uniformed man about bringing a wine bottle despite not liking alcohol. The uniformed man sits alone, pours himself a drink, and starts thinking about how his friend is doing. A hand offers a glass of red liquid to the wary young man in the robe. A character accepts a glass of red wine from another, expressing gratitude. Two men share a quiet drink by the fire as one asks the other about his recent well-being. He calmly explains that he has been wandering throughout the United Empire, letting his journey unfold wherever his feet take him. A man in formal attire quietly reflects on the meaningful experiences he has witnessed while holding a glass of wine. One person reflects on learning from their return home and considers gardening as a new pursuit after winter. A decorated soldier reflects on how uneventful his life has become after the war. He acknowledges the other person's decision with a resigned acceptance. A uniformed nobleman reports that the rebellion in the northern Coldwoods has been suppressed and the empire is closer to peace. While hearing news of a political marriage intended to unify the Rhode Duchy with the authorities, the protagonist suddenly feels unexpected distress in his body. A composed man comments on the crown prince's upcoming marriage, finding it curious given his youthful appearance. A young man quietly reflects on understanding his father's feelings. Two men discuss the ivory tower's declining condition as one struggles to catch his breath. The damaged areas are being rapidly restored after the war. A weakened figure collapses to the ground, clutching their side and desperately addressing the monarch. A composed man in a military uniform calmly states that once peace is achieved, the United Empire will reach its peak. A hand tightly grasps a glass of red wine under ominous lighting. A young man in ornate clothing issues a menacing command for someone to disappear. A long-haired character clutches his bleeding mouth, and struggles to stay conscious as flames burn behind him. A dangerous poison is revealed to neutralize mana within the bloodstream. He warns that the effect will manifest within minutes. The standing figure admits to using multiple poisons as the other collapses on the floor beside the goblet. A young man stands frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend the unexpected situation. Someone confronts another with a challenging question as wine spills onto the floor. A wounded character dismisses the usefulness of another's power for the future of the United Empire. A decorated officer warns that taking action now would only cause unrest, given the current peaceful circumstances. A stern man dismisses his opponent, telling them to return home and spend their life in regret. An injured man is confronted and blamed for the situation as he reels in shock. Amidst the blazing debris, someone hints at hidden knowledge. A young man in military attire solemnly admits his fear. Haunted by anxiety, he confesses his overwhelming fear of his former friend. A wounded young man sits in silence as his enemy acknowledges him as a dangerous threat to the Empire. Haunted by fear, the character wrestles with the consequences of allowing a monstrous threat to survive. A young man, wounded and overwhelmed by sorrow, mourns the loss of someone dear. A man in ornate military attire pleads for forgiveness in a dimly lit room. He pauses in silence, deep in thought. One figure silently turns away to leave as another remains seated, watching in tense silence. A wooden door opens, revealing a snowy night lit by a lantern. A commanding man orders his subordinate to set something on fire as snow falls around them. A massive wave of fire sweeps through the area, destroying everything in its way. Boots press forward through the swirling snow with determined steps. A stern man in a military uniform walks away as the house behind him burns. A young man in a military uniform quickly turns to check behind him, alert to a potential threat as embers or snow fall around him. Amidst swirling snow, the young man channels a surge of hidden power. A uniformed officer urges the royal figure to enter the carriage for safety as snow falls around them. A decorated officer suddenly reacts with alarm as ash falls around him. A young man in ornate military attire stands in the snow, silently crying as he processes his grief. A building burns fiercely as someone reflects on another's departure. A lone figure in military uniform observes as the house is consumed by flames. A blond man in regal clothes smirks confidently as snow falls around him. One man turns his back and walks away through the falling snow while the other stands still and watches him leave. Cloaked figures watch as a house burns in the snowy night. The academy stands tall in the soft glow of sunrise, introducing a new day. A determined figure strides confidently into the room, making a purposeful entrance. A man seated behind a grand desk acknowledges the arrival of another person entering the room. A man sits in an ornate chair, reading a letter and urgently asking about the princess's message. A solemn young man admits that someone questioned his betrayal. A blond young man with a serious expression asks what response was given. A composed young man dismisses the need to respond to a message, laughing confidently in front of an ornately dressed figure. A man in ornate clothing teases about someone else's feelings. Her father rejected every marriage proposal she received. A man seated behind a grand desk describes marriage as a transaction for power and questions what upsets certain people. He reflects on the decision to hide someone away to avoid taking undesirable action. He dismisses the idea as absurd but acknowledges that the person in question is capable of exploiting such deals. A commanding man informs the cloaked figure that he plans to arrange a politically advantageous marriage when the time is right. A figure strides across the tiled floor, anticipating that the wait will soon be over. A determined man declares his ambition to ascend the throne and unite the three countries as another figure listens attentively. The confident blond man firmly announces his plan to the long-haired individual. One character earnestly asks the other to stay by their side during the empire's rise. A blond man asserts control over a cloaked figure, declaring their loyalty as his own. A character pauses in silence, lost in thought. A young man respectfully addresses the royal figure. One character calmly dismisses the other's concern by stating he has already seen the situation. The emperor stands before a massive crowd, celebrating the unification of the Green River Empire with a trusted advisor by his side. A young man, looking anxious, questions something he just heard. One man confides that he sacrificed everything for the empire and emperor, while the other offers silent support. A crucial realization is made in this moment. He quietly reveals his deepest wish for the life he truly desires. The stunned man confronts the cloaked figure after witnessing the black magic being dispelled. A young man in an ornate blue coat prepares to deliver bad news in an elegant room. A tense man stands in shock as he realizes a crucial truth about someone who exists across all time. A character kneels in reverence, expressing deep loyalty to the person who honored and trusted him most. One character kneels in defeat as another stands over them, radiating authority and deepening the sense of despair. A determined young man stands alone, urgently calling for someone to come find him. A man stands in golden light and confidently announces that he will be waiting at the old ivory tower. A blond man is suddenly surrounded by powerful golden magic, leaving him visibly shocked and tense. The young man hesitates, sweat beading on his brow as he reacts in anxious silence. A clenched fist trembles with barely contained anger. The young man freezes in shock, visibly distressed by the unexpected news. A mysterious black mark suddenly forms on the ornate white doors. A worried attendant urgently asks the prince what has happened. A commanding figure urgently orders his subordinates to assemble the knights, prepare the fastest horses, and locate Cervantes. Snow drifts over the abandoned ruins as the day fades into sunset. A solitary figure sits in silence on the cathedral steps as snow falls. A young man stands alone in the falling snow, silently contemplating his next move. The protagonist realizes that arriving at this place in a past life was not by chance. A calm figure confronts an unseen observer amid falling snow. A solitary figure stands in the rain at sunset, reflecting on a life filled with regret and aimless wandering. A solitary figure enters the ruined hall and approaches the abandoned throne, reflecting on the opportunity for a second chance. A magical book called The Dragon Tongue of Time Regression is revealed, glowing with powerful energy. Sitting alone in the snowy ruins, the protagonist realizes why he could understand the dragon tongue. A young man begins to speak, his eyes filled with determination. He considers how to wield the authority he has inherited. A young man stands in the falling snow, bracing himself with determination. A group of uniformed riders advances on horseback through the falling snow, led by a blonde-haired man. A man in a decorated military uniform stands in the snow, gripping the reins tightly as he prepares for a confrontation. A confident figure in blue welcomes a newcomer into the grand hall. Someone calls out to Cervantes as snow falls quietly. Two men in military uniform stand in the snow as one orders the other to ensure an assassination is successful. A silver-haired man in a red cloak decides to swiftly attack the young mage he dismisses as weak. He notices that a new problem has emerged. He questions the situation, alert for any issues. A vigilant figure senses the nearby presence of the gold dragon's authority amid the snowy ruins. Sensing a powerful presence, one figure announces that the gold dragon's authority can be felt and that their target is nearby. A long-haired young man stands silently in the snow before an ornate building, lost in reflection. A young man in a military uniform stands silently in the snow, clenching his fist as he struggles to control his emotions. Someone steps onto the snowy ground, approaching the scene with determination. A calm figure with long blonde hair and a blue cape greets someone outside in the snow. A man in ornate military attire questions whether their relationship is close enough for first-name terms. A determined young man confronts another, declaring that his belief in the crown prince's ability to rule the empire was mistaken. On the palace steps, one man forcefully rejects his rival's claim to power. A man in a decorated uniform mocks his rival for relying on their father's affection despite being unworthy. Someone stands outside in the snow, silently resenting another person's success. A furious man in ornate clothing declares that he alone deserves to become emperor. A composed figure calmly accuses another of being corrupted by black magic and acting on selfish desires in the snowy outdoors. A man delivers a grave warning that there is no way to return to normal. A confident man glares at his opponent and threatens that this will be the last day they speak. A young man in a military uniform formally addresses the imposing, winged figure beside him. An imposing figure with white hair and bat-like wings emerges from the swirling shadows and snow, revealing a dark transformation. The protagonist approaches the enemy's stronghold as energy crackles in the air. The protagonist steels himself for the next challenge, his determination clear as he stands in a dramatic close-up. A dragon-like creature crashes through the stone wall, scattering debris and snow everywhere. A dark figure stands alone in the snow, reflecting with contempt on a rival's unexpected death. A white-haired character jolts in surprise as a sudden burst of light erupts nearby. A lone figure arrives at the devastated battleground, surveying the ruins amid swirling winds. A stern figure with long blonde hair stands firm, bracing against the swirling snow. A long-haired character stands in the falling snow, stunned by an unexpected event. With fierce determination, the protagonist prepares to unleash their true power. A silver-haired, winged figure strides through the flames, revealing a dramatic transformation. A lone figure stands firm as a massive wave of magical fire engulfs the area. Amidst the roaring flames, a determined young man stands his ground and stares ahead. Someone internally judges Ian as an inferior magician. Deadly ice spikes erupt from the ground, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. A winged figure stands unfazed as massive icicles crash down around him. A lone figure stands in the center of a massive crater, unleashing a surge of explosive energy. A character lies helpless on the ground as sharp icicles plummet toward them. A powerful burst of ice magic erupts from the magic circle as the cloaked figure unleashes a devastating spell. He realizes that none of his attacks are effective as the situation grows more dire. A figure senses a strange energy and prepares to confront it as sharp ice shards hover in the air. A powerful magical seal activates, unveiling the gold dragon's authority. A hand reaches out to control a cluster of magically summoned ice shards. Amidst the ruins, a young man senses a surge of powerful energy nearby. A silver-haired figure demands to know the identity of the person confronting them. A solitary figure reflects on the downfall of the Dragonians, lamenting their extinction and the consequences of seeking power. A figure delivers news of an excruciating punishment to the chained, winged prisoner below. A young man stands in the snow and unleashes a commanding spell. Overwhelmed by hatred, anger, and sadness, the atmosphere grows heavy. A defeated figure kneels in the shadows, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. A composed figure acknowledges another's endurance after enduring humiliation in the falling snow. A long-haired character screams furiously in the falling snow. A clawed hand surges with energy as its owner prepares to unleash their power. A shadowy attacker descends, threatening to end the young man's life as he stands his ground in the snow. The speaker prepares to reveal the final and most important point. A determined figure threatens to destroy their opponent using overwhelming magical power. A long-haired character jolts back in alarm as a surge of energy or shadow sweeps past. A character suddenly senses an overwhelming surge of power. 2 glowing command circles appear as a deadly command is issued. A long-haired man channels a swirling golden energy as he reaches forward. A character recoils in shock upon hearing unexpected news. A silver-haired figure with bat-like wings kneels in defeat, gripping a weapon, while another stands over them, casting a looming shadow. A blond man in a military uniform is confronted by a dark blade as snow falls around him. A cloaked figure crashes down, sending dust and snow flying. A mysterious figure demands to know if the other possesses a hidden power as tension rises in the snowy confrontation. A young man stands alone in the falling snow, deep in thought as dusk settles. Someone recalls a significant first encounter, while a stained book lies open in the darkness. An open book lies illuminated in the darkness, suggesting that a calculated decision has been made. Someone recalls how much it meant when a certain person approached. A single book lies open as someone recalls a pivotal memory. A voice delivers an ominous declaration, addressing Ian directly. 2 figures in white robes advance purposefully, one gripping a staff. One figure informs the other that, for the first time, someone is personally offering support and resources to help develop their talent. An older man sternly warns a younger woman to watch her words and actions as they walk indoors. An older man reveals that the person they are about to meet is destined to become the next ruler, causing the younger character to react with surprise. 2 robed figures wait in silence before a grand closed door. A young man in military dress grants permission for the ivory tower master to enter. A set of grand double doors swings open, revealing a flood of brilliant light from the other side. 2 robed visitors approach the uniformed man who waits for them on the red carpet. The man in ornate military attire greets the arriving ivory tower master in the grand hall. The magician of the ivory tower is introduced as Ian Phage, drawing surprised attention. A man in a decorated uniform acknowledges another's remarkable talent and reputation at the academy. A character bows their head modestly in the elegant hall, feeling uneasy as they react to unexpected praise. A young man in a decorated military uniform pauses, deep in thought. A regal figure informs 2 cloaked individuals at the foot of a grand staircase that one of their mothers has recently passed away from illness. A young person stands in the ornate hall and quietly shares their understanding of losing a mother. A solemn man in a decorated military uniform offers his condolences in a formal setting. Someone ascends the carpeted stairs, entering the scene with purposeful steps. A uniformed man orders the bowing figure to raise his head in the ornate hall. The young man firmly declares that he is not acting as the prince of the empire. The man in the decorated uniform openly expresses his sincere desire to meet as equals. The man in the decorated military uniform begins to make a decisive declaration. A young man in a decorated military uniform offers his friendship. A vast, empty hall is revealed, illuminated by gentle golden light. A lone figure strides forward through the falling snow, moving with clear determination. A figure steps forward through the snow as a confrontation begins in the tense dusk. A young man in a decorated military uniform stands in the falling snow, reacting with concern to something unexpected. The young man shuts his eyes and gathers his determination, preparing for what comes next. One character defiantly demands to be killed immediately rather than executed publicly, refusing to beg for mercy. A long-haired character stands silently in the falling snow, staring ahead with a somber expression. A young man in a decorated uniform confronts someone with a smug challenge, demanding to know if he is truly loathed. One figure confronts the other, questioning whether he is being pitted. The furious man shouts a deadly threat in the midst of the storm. A lone figure stands in the snow, silently enduring a furious accusation of being a monster. A young man stands in the snow, confronting the painful realization that his presence may have caused fear in someone close to him. A cloaked figure threatens a kneeling man with ominous intent as snow falls around them. A hand touches the head of a blonde-haired person as golden light begins to glow. The character stands silently, contemplating their true identity. A woman places her hand on the head of a kneeling man as light surrounds them. A woman bows in silence before a uniformed man in an ornate hall. A man in military uniform stands tensely beside a young figure gripping a mysterious staff. He rose to fame as the youngest archmage ever, his reputation spreading throughout the continent. 2 uniformed men confront a cloaked figure in a tense standoff. A young man in a military uniform steels himself for what lies ahead. A somber young man stands silently beside a grand, uniformed figure. A grand mansion looms beyond the gates, setting a somber atmosphere. Crows gather on tattered flags in a desolate battlefield, warning others to stay away. A dark-robed figure raises a staff as swirling birds gather under a stormy sky. A crowned figure stands on a grand balcony, addressing a vast crowd while a robed companion with a staff stands nearby. A kneeling figure submits before an imposing authority in military attire, heightening the room's tense atmosphere. A young man in a decorated military uniform reacts with visible anxiety after receiving troubling information. One character collapses to the floor in defeat, while another stands over them, exuding dominance. 2 men stand apart on barren ground, preparing to face each other across a curved line in the sand. A figure approaches a secluded cabin in the snowy, dark woods at night. A long-haired figure kneels before a stern man by the fireplace, submitting in silence. The man in military attire stands frozen, visibly disturbed as he processes shocking news. A glass tumbles and liquid spreads across the dark surface. A remorseful man in military uniform pleads not to be forgiven as he stands alone in the dim candlelight. A devastating fire engulfs the entire area, consuming everything in its path. A young man in a military uniform freezes in shock as he witnesses something unexpected. Amidst the falling snow and ruins, one character kneels in submission before another who stands imposingly above. A young man in a decorated uniform stands silently, deep in thought as snow falls around him. A composed young man introduces himself amid falling snow. A character stands under a stormy sky and summons a massive blade of energy. A defeated man collapses in the snow while another stands over him in silent victory. A solitary figure stands in silence as snow falls before the ancient stone pillars. A lone figure stands in the snow, silently approaching the ruins ahead. A brutal purge swept through the land following the deaths of the Dragon Nian and the Fifth Prince. Executions commence as traitors to the Empire are brought to the guillotine before a silent crowd. The princess's devoted care helps the Emperor recover and regain consciousness. A tense conversation unfolds as a worried man urgently explains something important to a woman in an ornate room. An older man stands alone in a sunlit corridor, silently crying. He learns of the Fifth Prince's death, and the room fills with grief as mourners weep by the bedside. After being declared innocent due to black magic, the former assassin was honored and buried among the Imperial Knights. The Fifth Prince's rebellion, marked by the use of forbidden black magic, became a notorious crime in history. The Empire sealed all records of the Dragonian known as Avantis, ensuring his existence remains hidden from the world. Time passed, and the death of the Fifth Prince became known. The memory of the Fifth Prince faded from the world's attention. A voice declares the beginning of their revenge against a dark, ominous backdrop. The long rebellion comes to an end as the glowing book closes, marking its conclusion. A magnificent palace looms under a cloudy sky, setting the stage for what is to come. A woman waits alone in the grand hallway, her expression tense and solemn. A blonde woman calmly asks if the other person is nervous. A long-haired young man stands confidently in a calm, shimmering setting. She sits tensely on the bench and admits her nervousness as he stands in front of her in the ornate hall. A serious young man challenges another to reflect on their recent decision. The character firmly affirms their decision, clenching their fists with determination. A determined character declares the intention to use their power openly to help others. A young man stands in profile, smiling confidently in his formal attire. A kneeling figure reassures the seated royal that everything will turn out well. The ornate double doors burst open with a rush of air. An attendant bows and invites two distinguished guests to enter through the grand doorway. The courtroom session begins as judges take their seats, and the audience waits in silence. Someone strides forward with determination. A trial is announced to determine the fate of Princess Haley Greenriver. A woman stands alone at the witness stand, preparing to testify. The commencement of magical prosecution is announced. 3 judges preside over a tribunal, one of them reviewing a large open book. A composed young man stands up and requests to speak before the trial begins. A cloaked figure quietly steps into the room. A figure steps forward into the tense scene, making a dramatic entrance. The judge solemnly recuses himself from the trial due to a conflict of interest, delegating the proceedings to others as the witness reacts with surprise. A group of men in formal attire sit tensely in the courtroom, awaiting the verdict. A startled man with long gray hair recoils in confusion after hearing unexpected news. A man steps forward in the hall and asserts that he was one of the teachers who taught her magic. The judges formally request more information in the courtroom. He reveals that he has known about her being a magician since 6 years ago. Someone silently reflects on having witnessed her use magic. One character notices their magical orb is smaller, and the other explains it's because they are just beginning to learn magic. Someone admits to overlooking something because they trusted there was a reason. Years later, a determined figure begins a covert investigation into the Dragon's Order. An organization tied to black magic infiltrated the imperial family through noble connections, and the emergence of the Dragonian became a major threat. He explains that the threat posed by the powerful sorcerer forced him to act cautiously, though he admits his efforts alone had limits. He urgently seeks a trustworthy ally with political authority within the imperial palace. One character explains to another that a suggestion was made to her. A secret agreement was made. In exchange for covert magic training, she would provide help when called upon. A witness explains how they were freed from black magic and discovered a way to defeat the Dragonian. A young man formally concludes his statement, referencing reports on the Fifth Prince's rebellion and the Dragon's Order investigation. A woman challenges the testimony in the courtroom by asking the judge if the Tower Master's statement is true. The blonde character anxiously admits that the statement is true. A formally dressed man grants permission for someone to speak in the dignified room. A blonde girl with a black ribbon quickly turns her head, startled by something unexpected. Several characters stand tensely around a table, waiting in uneasy silence. A blonde woman watches a man with long pale hair in the hallway, her concern evident as tension fills the air. In a quiet moment, The blonde woman and the long-haired man exchange a knowing glance in the elegant room. The blonde woman tightly controls her emotions, holding back what she wants to say. A woman confesses her crime before the judges and declares she is ready to accept any punishment. A young woman stands firm before an audience, insisting on receiving fair punishment from both the Empire and the Ivory Tower despite her imperial status. The blonde character insists that Sir Kevin and the maids are completely innocent of hiding the truth about being a magician. Loyalty was given only because of imperial status, not by choice. 4 characters stand side by side, visibly shocked and tense as they react to startling news. A young woman steps forward and earnestly accepts full responsibility for all crimes before the Ivory Tower. Someone firmly defends the princess against accusations. Both characters abruptly turn as something unexpected interrupts them. 2 older men in formal attire stand before ornate thrones, both reacting with shock and anxiety to unexpected news. 3 men in formal attire react with shock and anxiety in the council chamber. An older man in a decorated military uniform urgently addresses the king beneath an arched doorway. 2 men approach the woman in the witness stand to check on her after a tense moment in the courtroom. A stern officer publicly takes responsibility for the princess's actions, insisting she only followed his orders. A man informs a uniformed official that the princess is a magician, while a young girl listens nearby. Someone explains they kept a secret to ensure she could live as royalty instead of a magician. A man in ornate military attire stands confidently before the grand throne, commanding the attention of everyone present. The narrator reflects on having influenced someone's growing caution toward the Ivory Tower. Regret fills the air as a character recalls how a single decision and deep affection changed everything. A uniformed man steps forward in the tribunal, pleading to take the blame so the princess can pursue her dream of becoming a magician. 2 men stand in tense silence, facing each other in the hallway. 1 man nods in silent acknowledgement as they stand face to face in the ornate hallway. A composed man in formal robes steps forward to announce the council's decision in place of the usual authority. The trial begins with charges of illegally teaching magic and training a magician. A woman and a man stand behind a podium as the special circumstances are formally acknowledged. The leader of the Ivory Tower, identified as a threat by the princess, is introduced. An older man with white hair and a staff stands solemnly in front of a grand, ornate tower. The narration explains that she was once the slave and right hand of the rebel Ragnar Greenriver, so her cautious decision was justified. The tribunal concludes that the woman did not conceal the truth for personal gain. She is recognized for achieving the 4th class in magic under difficult conditions, proving her exceptional talent. The Ivory Tower decides to give Hayley Greenriver a final chance instead of punishment. An official decree offers a 5-year deferral of punishment, requiring the individual to serve as a magician of the Ivory Tower during that time. A surprised character learns they will be sent on a new mission within the Empire and receive private lessons from the Ivory Tower. 1 character explains that the outcome of the next 5 years will determine the punishment to be given at the end of the deferment period. A formal proclamation removes the princess's title and announces her new status as a magician of the Ivory Tower. Morning sunlight floods through the grand palace window, signaling the start of a new day. A solitary figure stands in silence before the grand window, waiting. A young man with long blonde hair turns as someone urgently calls out to him from behind. A blonde woman stands before ornate doors and addresses the royal with a formal greeting. She firmly rejects her royal title and asks to be addressed by her name. A man in ornate surroundings engages in polite conversation, asking if she is enjoying her life in the Ivory Tower. The woman reassures her companion that, although people were distant at first, they have now accepted her. 1 character sincerely thanks the other for helping them join the Ivory Tower, and the support is warmly acknowledged. A blonde woman pauses in the ornate room, visibly nervous and uncertain. Hayley hesitantly brings up the news about the protagonist stepping down as Ivory Tower Master. A young man reassures someone that his decision to teach magic is not influenced by their request. He reflects on the tasks he cannot accomplish while remaining with the Ivory Tower, his hand resting on a closed wooden box. 1 figure opens a case and offers its contents to the other in a formal exchange. A ceremonial cloak is displayed in an ornate case. A startled woman reveals that the robe she holds was a gift from the emperor. The young man prepares to return the heirloom robe to its rightful owner. In a grand hall, someone presents a staff while a blonde woman listens attentively. A figure in ornate robes presents the legendary staff of the Great Plains, highlighting its rare origin and mana-enhancing power. A woman in a cloak tests the weight of a glowing magical staff and reacts with surprise. A young woman grips her staff tightly as she reacts in shock to a sudden magical phenomenon. In an ornate hall, 1 character eagerly accepts a staff from another. A long-haired man stands in a grand hall, smiling softly as he surveys his surroundings. The long-haired man earnestly asks for a favor in the well-lit room. A blonde character in formal attire asks about the nature of the favor being requested. 1 character announces their intention to leave the capital for an extended period. A concerned figure earnestly asks someone to protect their family in the capital during their absence. A startled woman demands clarification after hearing an unexpected request. A blonde woman holding a staff anxiously questions someone about their sudden departure. 1 character refuses to reveal his destination, explaining he doesn't know where he's headed yet. 1 figure reassures the other of their intent to seek out and resolve hidden dangers in the world. A blonde character pauses in silent contemplation, visibly weighed down by concern. Clutching a staff, the character declares a firm decision about the life they want to pursue. The speaker outlines plans to use their power to support outcasts and build a relief foundation with their brother, receiving encouragement from their father. Startled by something unexpected, the blonde character reacts in shock. A blonde character reacts with visible anxiety, a drop of sweat forming as tension rises. A blonde woman earnestly asks the man to remain by her side. A distraught young man pleads desperately for someone not to leave. He closes his eyes and pauses, lost in thought. A remorseful figure apologizes to the man in ornate robes after their confrontation. A luxurious mansion stands empty in the bright daylight. A uniformed man reacts with alarm upon hearing that someone is leaving the capital. A robed man formally greets two uniformed men as they enter the grand room. A decorated man anxiously confronts another about his sudden resignation from the ivory tower just as recent turmoil was ending. He observes that Haley has been crying continuously. One character bluntly accuses the other of dumping someone, causing a shocked and confused reaction. A man awkwardly admits his admiration for Haley's impressive qualities. A young woman is praised for her exceptional magical talent and admirable personality. He expresses his sincere hope that she will find someone better and live happily, setting aside his own feelings. A young man in a uniform yells in frustration, overwhelmed by the situation. Two men in formal uniforms confront a woman and prompt her to speak in the elegant room. A solemn figure reveals that he was entrusted with a final request before Sir Paul Lance passed away. A uniformed young man instructs someone to relay a message to His Highness and Captain Oliver. The young man listens as he receives an apology and words of gratitude on someone else's behalf. A long-haired man bows and apologizes to two uniformed men in a lavish hall. A solemn character stands with clasped hands, expressing gratitude for the support that enabled him to come this far. A man acknowledges that another person's support helped him overcome his feelings of powerlessness. One man vows to work harder and become a worthy successor as the other listens in the ornate room. The man earnestly asks for help in the future after the other finishes his tasks. A composed man with long blonde hair gives a respectful response to the person he addresses. Two chibi characters excitedly agree to carry out a vague plan, with one proposing the idea and the other expressing confusion. A blonde man in a decorated green uniform presents a ceremonial staff to a brown-haired man in formal white attire. A young man in a decorated uniform unsheathes his sword with a confident smile. One young man confidently demonstrates his sword skills while the other reacts with nervous surprise, questioning his intentions. A man in an ornate uniform solemnly presents a sword as a significant gift in the sunlit hall. A sword is slammed into the ground as a tense declaration about the imperial family is made. A formal pledge of unwavering support is offered to the high-ranking magician as he listens in the grand hall. A young man solemnly declares that the conflict will persist through the descendants of both families. In an ornately decorated hall, one uniformed individual raises a ceremonial sword and swears a formal oath before two witnesses. A man recalls admiring the territory lords as a child and wanting to imitate them. A man calmly reassures someone that he will wait while they handle their business. One character embraces another in gratitude while a third quietly observes in the sunlit hall. The sun rises over a grand mansion, establishing a new setting. A man reviewing documents at his desk pauses as someone knocks on the door. A blonde woman knocks on the door and asks if she can come in. The young man answers his mother with visible tension. A man checks on a woman's condition and urges her to rest after her tiring journey. A long-haired character reacts in shock, sweat forming as they stare to the right. A man urgently checks the woman's condition, noticing her cold hands and pale appearance. A blonde woman forces a small, uneasy smile as she tries to reassure someone that she is all right. A young man is caught off guard as an older woman suddenly embraces him in a surge of emotion. An anxious woman urgently promises to fetch help while supporting someone in distress. A trembling figure clutches their clothes, stubbornly insisting they are not sick despite obvious distress. A woman struggles to say goodbye as she and a man hold hands in a bittersweet farewell. A young man stands silently, calling out for his mother. A blonde woman pleads for Ian to stay, her head bowed in sorrow. A man in a cape informs the group that he learned about their situation after returning to the capital. Someone is overwhelmed and struggles to breathe after hearing shocking news. A woman stands frozen in shock, tears streaming down her face as she covers her mouth with both hands. A distressed woman breaks down as she laments the hardships her child must endure, while two others silently support and listen. Crushed by overwhelming guilt, the narrator is consumed by regret. Overcome with anxiety, the young man admits he feared never seeing his mother again while staying in Mogrian territory. A woman anxiously admits she cannot go on if anything happens to the person she cares about. Determined not to lose anyone else, the figure stands alone in the shadowy forest, steeling himself for what comes next. He stands silently in the lavish room, lost in thought. Two hands clasp as a heartfelt confession begins between mother and child. In a warmly lit room, a man quietly tells a woman that he met their father. A woman struggles to process surprising information she just received. Two figures stand together, sensing the enduring presence of the dragon's spirit within. A character stands quietly in the sunlit room, coming to terms with the love left behind by someone he once resented. A kneeling woman, comforted by a man, declares her resolve to follow the path of the departing figure stepping into the light. One character expresses a desire to better understand the protective feelings the other has toward them. One character earnestly asks to fulfill their father's final request while holding hands with another in a warm, glowing light. Bathed in gentle light, the man stands calmly, radiating serenity. A blonde woman stares ahead in shock, her eyes filling with tears as she reacts to devastating news. Someone acknowledges that another has matured, expressing a sense of pride and reflection. Moved by realization, a teary-eyed figure gazes ahead, struck by how much someone has grown. A blonde man reassures a distressed woman, telling her not to worry or feel alone. A gentle young man assures someone that they now have a loving family. A man reflects on how Sir Ridio's kindness helps him understand paternal feelings despite lacking personal experience. A boy stands with a gentle smile, holding white flowers as someone describes his cheerful and considerate nature. A man gently holds the woman's shoulders as he offers her a sincere farewell. A man reassures a woman as they share a tight embrace before his departure. The character pauses at the entrance, hesitating before stepping into the brightly lit hall. One young man wipes away tears while the other stands silently, both reacting to distressing news. A grand mansion stands behind lush green trees in the daylight. A cloaked figure prepares a horse for departure. Someone asks if it's time to leave. He quickly turns around, sensing an unexpected presence in the woods behind him. One man announces his decision to leave as the other silently watches. A man recalls a previous departure as he comments on someone leaving with only one horse. Two characters tease each other about one's past trouble with horse riding, with the other insisting he has improved. The young man solemnly asks for his mother to be protected. The man firmly promises to protect Madame Phage with his life. A young man quickly turns his head, startled as someone shouts his name. One character grins mischievously while another reacts with visible frustration. A pouch is offered forward with both hands. One young man confidently hands over a pouch containing a powerful mana elixir and healing potion to his companion outside. A cheerful alchemist offers to provide more potions if needed. She laughs loudly, finally letting her guard down after the tense moment. A girl with an indifferent expression reluctantly expresses her gratitude. A woman in a pink dress urgently calls out while two others turn to face her. A woman hands a bundled package to a long-haired man as two others watch, marking a heartfelt farewell. A woman encourages someone to eat well, stay healthy, and write back often as she offers caring advice. Ian gently reminds his mother to take care of her health. One character leads a horse and prepares to leave while three others watch. A horse strides purposefully onto the stone floor, signaling someone's arrival. A calm figure walks beside the horse, approaching the destination under a quiet sky. Someone steps confidently onto the scene, signaling a new development. The cloaked figure surveys the area, ready for any potential threat. The narration reflects on having a place to return to at any time. A grand mansion appears beneath a clear sky, establishing the setting. A silver-haired young man stands outside, quietly surveying the surroundings as leaves drift past. Three family members reunite in front of a grand mansion, warmly greeted by the staff. A character pauses in a tranquil moment as leaves gently drift by. A cloaked figure with long pale hair quietly leads a horse through the sunlit forest. Someone writes a letter with a quill, asking about the boss's well-being. A young man reflects on the 8 years since someone left, recalling his graduation as the top student at the Imperial Alchemy Academy. A character reflects on achieving their lifelong goal of curing an incurable disease and being recognized as an Imperial Alchemist. He remembers that his father declined the position of Imperial Alchemist, likely to stay with his mother. After overcoming their initial awkwardness, the couple is now happily married. The king remains weakened from the poisoning years ago, so the Crown Prince now governs in his place. The Crown Prince stands in the hall, exuding confidence and competence far beyond his former self. He signed a peace negotiation involving 3 countries, including Coldwood and the Principality of Ro. 2 individuals solidify their alliance with a firm handshake. Trade thrives, driving significant advancements in the Empire's economy and technology. Haley's 5-year punishment deferment ends, and she is officially recognized as a high-rank magician of the Ivory Tower. She gains widespread support by founding an organization for the underprivileged and is now considered the leading candidate for the next Ivory Tower Master. A man quietly writes a letter at his desk, reflecting on someone he misses. Someone writes a heartfelt letter, expressing eagerness for a reunion and asking if they can use a more familiar term next time. Sitting back in his chair, the young man thinks about someone he misses and wonders where that person is now. Hearing the summons, the young man quickly stands up from his desk and prepares to head downstairs. A figure in formal boots descends the red-carpeted stairs with determined steps. A young man reacts in astonishment to something his mother has done. A character receives an enthusiastic compliment, while standing serenely in a decorative floral frame. A woman expresses her gratitude as she stands among blooming white flowers. One character hesitantly asks to join the others, while another warmly welcomes them. 2 excited companions prepare to attend the event together after receiving the Emperor's special invitation and a luxurious carriage. A woman in a green dress accepts the challenge with a confident smile as the formal gathering watches her response. The group prepares to leave the mansion under the clear sky. Morning sunlight filters through the forest as a gentle breeze stirs the treetops. A young man in a white cape kneels before a gravestone, silently paying his respects. Two uniformed men stand outside as one reminds the other that it is almost time, prompting a focused acknowledgement. A figure strides confidently onto the grassy field, ready to face what lies ahead. A young man in a white cloak arrives calmly, leaves drifting in the air as he makes his entrance. The protagonist stands resolutely in his decorated uniform beneath the bright sky as leaves drift around him. Someone expresses regret that another person is not present. Someone promises to return and urges the deceased to rest in peace. A solitary gravestone stands in the grass with a white chrysanthemum placed at its base. A majestic domed building stands among the trees, bathed in sunlight. A young woman with long hair and glasses opens the ornate doors in response to a summons. A calm figure accepts an invitation and steps forward among blooming flowers. A blonde woman in a blue cloak approaches a staff displayed in an ornate study lined with bookshelves. A hand reaches out to grasp the staff, signaling the start of a decisive action. A figure in ceremonial attire signals it is time to leave for her brother's coronation. A majestic academy stands at the center of bustling activity as crowds move through its sprawling gardens. Well-dressed guests gather and socialize in front of a grand estate during a lively outdoor celebration. Several well-dressed individuals attend a lively outdoor celebration decorated with banners. Sunlight streams through the grand window, illuminating the empty chamber as anticipation builds. Someone confidently descends the red-carpeted staircase, making a dramatic entrance. An older man in ceremonial attire delivers a proud public address to the gathered crowd in a grand hall. A solemn figure announces the intention to pass down a significant honor during a formal ceremony before an ornate altar. The formal announcement declares the succession of the crown prince in front of the assembled court. A high-ranking figure announces a major change in tradition for the good of the empire. A new emperor is formally introduced to the people as the promise of a prosperous future is declared. Massive doors open, signaling the start of a grand entrance. A regal figure enters the ornate hall as the new emperor is introduced to the gathered audience. A young man stands in ornate ceremonial attire, illuminated by a golden glow as he prepares for a significant moment. A young man stands solemnly in ceremonial attire, preparing for a pivotal ceremony. Two men in elaborate attire confront each other in a grand hall, setting the stage for a tense encounter. A man kneels in a grand hall to formally swear allegiance before another. A dignified older man expresses his pride to his son in a lavish hall. A young man in formal attire solemnly pledges to uphold his duties with unwavering dedication. An older man with a mustache silently nods in approval. A regal figure kneels as officials prepare to crown them. A young man bows his head as a jeweled crown is placed upon it, marking the beginning of his reign. A formally dressed elder man raises his hand and begins an important announcement. A regal young man stands beneath grand curtains as he is officially declared the new emperor. In the grand hall, the group enthusiastically cheers and applauds the king. A group of people stands together in the sunlight, clapping and celebrating. A crowd loudly praises the emperor as flower petals drift through the air. A pair of hands gently reaches out as flower petals drift through the warm light. A crowd erupts in celebration, wishing blessings upon the empire. A crowned figure stands resolutely before an audience as flower petals fall during a royal ceremony. The newly crowned figure stares ahead in shock as something unexpected interrupts the ceremony. Magical petals fall indoors as a character senses the presence of magic, leaving the onlookers surprised. A woman in ornate robes looks up in shock as she realizes something unexpected. A royal ascension is celebrated as congratulations are offered to the new monarch. A calm figure in a dark cloak steps forward through falling petals, sunlight illuminating their entrance. A regal figure stands solemnly before a hooded visitor in the throne room as rose petals fall, preparing for a tense confrontation. A regally dressed figure stands tall, displaying an ornate medallion and jeweled sash during a ceremonial moment. A young man in royal attire greets his guest with a warm welcome as cherry blossom petals fall around him. After the coronation, the empty banquet hall awaits the arrival of guests. The young man greets his rescuer with visible relief and joy. Two people reunite and embrace, overwhelmed with emotion. A tall man acknowledges that the person he is addressing has not changed. A young man closes his eyes and offers a respectful congratulation on the coronation. A distressed woman urgently calls out while two serious-looking men stand beside her. Three people rush in to embrace the recently returned man, overwhelmed with relief and affection as they welcome him back. The young man warmly expresses how much he missed his mother during their reunion. Two adults are introduced as new family members in a formal hall. A blonde woman asks if the other person has finished what they needed to do. A man calmly reassures someone that the situation has finally been resolved. A man in an ornate military uniform clears his throat to get someone's attention. A uniformed man gestures uncertainly at the cloaked figure, who responds with clear confusion. A long-haired man in a cloak turns in surprise as a blonde woman approaches him in a grand hall. A young man with long blonde hair reacts in shock to something unexpected. A composed man in ornate attire greets someone formally. Two characters reunite on the ballroom floor as one greets the other after a long absence. A composed figure in formal attire greets someone and asks how they have been in an ornate room. A long-haired individual recalls a life spent wandering and hearing news of another's reputation spreading far and wide. One character receives heartfelt praise for helping those in need, while the other modestly insists it was nothing special. Two characters stand in tense silence, feeling the awkwardness between them. A nervous blonde character bows and excuses herself from the banquet, leaving the calm figure behind. One character abruptly leaves the lavish hall while another stands frozen in disbelief. A young man stands silently in the ornate hall, pausing in contemplation. One man questions the other about looking disappointed, prompting a nervous denial. A man is stunned as he learns that Haley is not married. He explains that despite receiving many marriage proposals, she turned them all down because she was waiting for someone. He quietly reflects on the reason for her 8-year wait. Someone reveals that more than one person has been waiting for the arrival. One character informs the other that many tasks await them from this point forward. The man in ceremonial military attire invites someone to join him in his next endeavor. A young man bows respectfully, awaiting orders from the monarch. A grand tower rises above the surrounding greenery as the scene shifts to a tranquil setting. A lone figure kneels in the garden, silently lost in thought among the flowers. Sitting alone in the garden, the character silently regrets not spending more time talking to him earlier. One character silently reflects on whether the other has forgotten the events of that day as they stand together in an ornate room. In the quiet, somber light, the character stands silently, lost in thought and preparing for what comes next. A blonde character in a blue cloak lowers his gaze and apologizes solemnly. A woman sits alone on a bench, doubting that the person she cares about will make time for her. A calm man suddenly approaches, startling a woman as she recoils in shock. The man quickly apologizes for unintentionally frightening her. A surprised woman encounters a calm man in the garden as he explains he came after greeting the magicians at the ivory tower. The blonde character nervously asks the group a question, seeking confirmation from everyone. A character is surprised to see that the once wheat-filled garden near the tower is now beautifully maintained. A magician reflects on growing plants in the garden, hoping it will become a peaceful sanctuary for others. A young man smiles in the garden as he expresses enthusiastic support for the plan. One character politely asks to be shown around the garden, and the other agrees with enthusiasm. Two figures walk side by side through the tranquil garden. As they stroll through the palace garden, one character explains how the lander's flower is considered rare in the Green River Empire but treated as a weed in the Coldwood Empire, despite its importance to those who once suffered without it. A young man describes traveling to a lake in the west that appeared ordinary until sunset, when it shone with a golden light. A lone figure stands by the glowing water at sunset, quietly taking in the unforgettable scenery. A blonde-haired woman reflects on someone's impressive journey while standing in a garden. Two elegantly dressed characters walk together near a castle, discussing their desire to see a lake with a golden shine. Two people stand together in the garden, quietly lost in their own thoughts. Someone offers to guide the other person to their destination. Amid falling petals, a figure in ornate clothing pauses in quiet contemplation. A man gently takes the surprised woman's hand and offers to take her wherever she wants. A hopeful figure extends his hand, inviting connection. The scene shifts to showcase a series of extraordinary locations, including a lake, forest, desert, and sea. A heartfelt confession is made as a smiling woman listens under the sunny sky. A young man stands in a sunlit garden, reflecting on how thoughts of someone turned into desperation. The character reflects inwardly, coming to understand the emotions they are experiencing. After completing everything in the world, someone begins to reflect on their next thought. A character stands beneath falling petals and admits that their feelings were always the same. A male character drops to one knee, gripping his thigh as he struggles to stay upright amid falling petals. A man kneels in a garden and proposes marriage to a woman as flower petals fall around them. The man earnestly pledges to remain by the other person's side for the rest of their lives. A woman is startled as a man unexpectedly approaches her in the garden. The young man stands outside in silence, visibly embarrassed and hesitant to speak. A character looks up and asks if the other is planning to stay for good. A blonde girl promises unwavering loyalty as cherry blossoms fall around her. Haley breaks down in tears in front of Ragnar, who stands frozen in shock. A young man urgently confronts a distressed woman who turns away, trembling. A young man in an ornate uniform stands among drifting petals and finally confesses how long he has waited. A blonde character smiles warmly and gives a confident, heartfelt answer under the blue sky. A woman warmly grants permission to the kneeling man in the garden. Someone urgently calls for another person to come over. A young girl sits alone on the grassy field, quietly lost in her thoughts. She suddenly notices something unexpected and looks down in surprise. A girl smiles brightly as she cheerfully speaks up. A young girl runs happily toward her father as her mother watches, and the family reunites beneath a bright, sunlit tree.